All right. Welcome, everyone, to another Friday Night Live. We've got a good one. We got a good one to talk about today. Excuse me. We're going to cover obviously, Tyler Robinson appeared in court for the first time. You know, we just got done saying on our live Wednesday, we weren't sure if we were going to do any more Charlie Kirk content until the Tyler Robinson court case started. And lo and behold, one day later, boom, court opens up. Tyler Robinson is there. We actually learned for the first time that Tyler Robinson's actually a real person. So that's good. We're off to a good start. At least we know he's not just AI. Because again, we were talking about on the last live how there's been just no photos or videos of him, and apparently the video footage of him being brought into the jail was lost. So he's real. So that's good news, boys, and we did it. We found out he's real. Okay, so we're obviously going to talk about that. I have a big list of things. What we're going to talk about. I've got a couple different topics to talk about tonight, but with the Tyler Robinson one specifically, I've got a big list of things that essentially I want us to go over, which are things that the prosecution needs to show us. Evidence. There's a lot of things that I'm going to put and keep a list of that as this trial goes on, if we hear nothing about, we're going to have some very, very big suspicions on as to why. We got a few orders of business that we're going to start with here in a minute regarding some of the prior content, clear some things up about a few things once we get there. What else are we going to cover? We're going to cover then. So also, first, we're going to cover the Ian Carroll, Nick Fuentes feud because, oh my God, if you haven't seen what Nick Fuentes came out and said, what he believes in the Tyler Kirk situation, it's phenomenal. It's a rubber band neck skin theory. One of the dumbest theories, if not the dumbest theory ever put forward, is now what is being spewed as the official narrative, I guess. Not sure. So we're going to go over all that drama because it's hilarious. One, how stupid it is. And two, it's just going to be fun to talk about. What are we drinking tonight? We got the big sips. Just a couple tonight. Let's get us a little bit loosey-goosey. JD delayed in the chat. Good to see. Love you, JD. Also, oh my gosh, right out the gate, Bobby and Mr. Bruce Lee. Third one in a row that he's kicked off with the big donos. Brother, you're supposed to message me on Instagram if you haven't yet. I'm going to send you a bunch of merch, big merch package, unless I missed you. Or email me, man. I'm going to send you out a bunch of good stuff because of the generosity, man. Appreciate you being here. Happy Friday, everybody. Let's get that in the garden. Is that the digging things up in the garden, the Ian Carroll comment? That was Ian that said that, right? Ian, that Candace is out here digging up the garden. Yeah. All right. Bobby says, off topic, I'm proposing to my girl of 8 years tonight. We'll miss the stream. Oh, Bobby. Okay. But I'm still throwing my support. Keep preaching the truth, brother. See you in the next one. Bobby, good luck, brother. Wish you all the best. I hope she says yes after 8 years. I would assume she's going to say yes. Let us know how it goes once you're done. Congrats to you, Bobby. We love to hear that, buddy. Very, very cool for you. Yeah, let us know how it goes. Hopefully you got good news. If you come back and tell me that she said no, we're all going to be sad boys in the chat for you. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to give a little bit of time to let everybody get in here. Where's Ian doing? Ian's got 22,000 people on his live right now, and he's not supposedly, he's going to send his audience over here once he's done. So he's probably about done. And since we're going to start with the Ian Carroll content, I don't want our mutual audience to miss it. So, yes, let's see what he's got going on over here right now.
Would suddenly no longer be posted on the internet. Because when you have an entire ideology, the most funded political ideology on the planet,
He's still going.
When that ideology is...
All right. He'll be over here pretty soon. Just came from Ian's. Yeah, once he's done. He's going to be raiding the chat, so that'll be pretty sweet. He just ended? He's supposed to raid. I don't think he ended, did he? I just pulled his stream up.
And
no, he's live. He's
you're
live
not
still.
at your best. Your
He's
people
live still.
aren't going to be at their best. So
yeah, doing supers. He'll be over here in a
thanks
little
for
bit
being here
with the audience.
Thanks for watching. Thanks for liking, sharing, subscribing.
It
Thanks
might be
for
right
downloading
now.
Fire and dropping a 5-star review for it. Thanks for all the support, the supers, the hype, the love. It means a lot. And with that, I will see you this weekend. Conspiracy theories.
Oh, he is done.
Information is the oxygen of the democracy.
There's so much evidence out there that even if less than 1%.
Or I forgot. Who knows? Who cares? It's all good. But I wanted to make sure everybody could get in here before we started with the Ian Carroll, Nick Fuentes. Oh, here comes the raid. Oh boy. Just in time, guys. We were just watching Ian. We were just watching you, brother. As you were getting ready. So we're covering the Ian Carroll. So we're covering the Ian Carroll. So we're drama, whatever you want to call it, WWE. That's going to be our first order of business on the show tonight. I can't wait to get into this because, like I was telling the chat, for all of you who just showed up from Ian's, Nick Fuentes has the it may officially be the dumbest fucking Tyler Robinson theory on the internet. I don't think I've heard a dumber, like more objectively impossible, there's no way it's true theory than what Nick Fuentes has now peddled. And it involves the fact that human skin is like a rubber band. And human skin, and you guys are going to probably hear this and be like, Nate, what are you talking about? This is retarded. Nobody would ever believe this. Human skin, what it does is when a bullet hits human skin, it goes in and the skin catches it and it whips it 180 degrees the other direction with the full force that it came in. It's the new rubber band skin theory that's going around. Yeah, the skin trampoline theory. And I know you guys think I'm being facetious or sarcastic, but I'm not. And we're gonna cover that first. Because again, we thought the Superman steel neck theory was dumb, but now we have the trampoline rubber bands neck skin theory that Nick Fuentes, the ballistics expert, and I didn't realize Nick Fuentes was a ballistics expert until his spat with Ian. But yeah, I mean, again, he's let all of us know. Guys like me and Rob O'Neill and everybody that we're retarded, and we don't know anything about ballistics. So this is going to be a fun one tonight. Okay, and that'll be the first thing we jump into. Okay, we got a ton of people in here already. Couple orders of business I want to start with based off of just real quick content I did prior. We obviously made fun of Tim Pool for crashing out like an absolute fucking weirdo. And then I criticized him and said, hey, it kind of seemed like this story about you getting your house shot up seems fake, dude. And apparently now it's come out, and I actually AI'd this as well and got the same response that police, the police department that Tim should have reported this to, have said they cannot corroborate MAGA influencer Tim Pool's claim that his house was shot at. Well, that's not good. Because it seems like, guys, I don't know how you feel. If someone would have shot up your house, literally in a drive-by shooting, would you guys call the police? Or would you have your security detail handle it and then post online about how your house got shut up? Would you guys want to call the police if somebody did a drive-by shooting on your house, or would you be like, nah, dog, security details got this shit, homie? Okay, Tim. So again, you know, old Timmy Smollett. Unfortunately, it's starting to look like Tim Pool made up that his house got shot at for sympathy and clout so that he could attack Candace Owens, and also he blamed it on. Keep in mind this, guys. Tim Pool blamed a fake drive-by shooting on Candace Owens, and you got to wonder. I've been looking around at just everyone in the 7K club all of a sudden attacking Candace Owens at the same time. I'm sure there's nothing coordinated about that. I'm sure that's super organic. Because that's how this type of stuff works. Just massive. Everybody's crashing out on Candace, but whatever. However, I got to say, some of you are not going to like to hear this, but some content we did the other day regarding the military involvement in the shooting of Charlie Kirk, the claims that Candace's source saw at Fort Titicaca in southern Arizona at the JTF skiff somehow got in, and he just happened to see Brian Harpool on September 9th randomly at a military base. Unfortunately, I've got some news for you guys. Brian Harpool wasn't there on the base, and I know that for a fact. He has proof of that. It's not my content to put that out. Okay, I'll just say this, but I can tell you it is proved that Brian Harpool was never in Arizona on September 9th. What does that mean? That means that Candace Owens' source never saw Brian Harpool, which also means there's no story. Because if TPUSA or the head of security wasn't at that military base, all of the extraneous things, the Baron Coleman's flights coming in and out and all this stuff, none of that fucking matters because he wasn't there. So I tried to tell you guys, and I got a lot of hate from Candace fans. Nate doesn't know what he's talking about with the military. He's a fucking idiot. Okay. But yeah, Brian Harpool wasn't there, and it's not going to be me that announces that, but I can promise you in the next couple days, you're going to get a massive announcement that's going to come with some backlash. Not from me. I don't give a shit, but yeah, that story's done. So it is what it is. Okay. And you guys will hear more about that in the next couple days from the people who are going to put that information out. But I can tell you, I've confirmed that. So, and also that was the other thing, guys, is like, what a silly thing to try to do, because think about how easy that story was to debunk. All Brian Harpool had to do was just provide proof that he wasn't at Fort Huachaca, at a random military base in southern Arizona. Not hard to disprove that, you know, like if you were in a different state at the time. Anyway, get mad at me if you want, but it's already debunked. Okay. Love Candace, love everything, but I told you guys that story was obviously silly. No, not we will see. It's the story's over. But can't tell you what else I know is going to happen from that, but it's going to be big news what comes out. I'll tell you that. There'll be some retribution, because if you're Brian Harpool and somebody, I don't know, claimed that you were a part of the military plot to assassinate Charlie Kirk and you had proof that you weren't even there. Yeah. Anyway, you guys can believe what you want, but I'm just letting you know. Just letting you know that's not a thing. That story's over. All right, now let's jump into the Ian Carroll, Nick Fuentes drama. Bitter? Why am I bitter sounding? I turned out to be right. Why would I be bitter about that? But it wasn't a hard one to be right about. And not that big of a deal. It's whatever. Not that big of a story. But anyway, let's keep it moving to, yes, the Ian Carroll, Nick Fuentes drama, because my God, Nick lost his mind on Ian. He is, he's not happy with Ian. And so what happened was Ian attacked everyone, or not Ian, excuse me, Nick attacked everybody again, shared Ian Carroll in his private text messages, basically crashed out in a phenomenal way. You know, look at all these people in the chat. No, you don't have to take my word, guys. Don't believe me. Believe whatever you want. Believe anything you want. Okay. I'm just letting you know. You're free to believe anything you guys want. That's absolutely your case. I'm just here to give you my perspectives on things. If you don't trust me, then don't trust me. It's fine. What does Nate know about the military or Army Special Forces? Probably nothing. I can't. The only reason I'm not giving you receipts is because it's not my content to put out. And I don't steal other people's content. Okay? That's why. But it will be put out. So let's keep it moving. Again, believe whatever you want. I don't really care. It's not that big of a deal to me. Kind of an irrelevant story. All right, let's jump into Ian and Nick's drama. So again, Nick all over the Tyler Robinson. Nick believes wholeheartedly that it is Tyler Robinson. 100%. The FBI narrative is true. Everybody else is, as Nick said, retarded if they believe anything else. And since Ian pushed back on Nick for this and sort of brought some evidence, Nick then decided, well, he was going to explain why Ian was dumb. So that's what we're going to work our way through. Okay. So we're going to lead with Ian's intro here into this because it's actually pretty hilarious.
Apparently, Nick's theory, based on the expert that he cited by name, our French guy, apparently Nick's theory is that the bullet didn't even hit the spine on the way in. It entered Charlie's neck here, passed beyond his spine into the back, and bounced off of his skin, and then did a 180-degree turn, a 30-06 bullet, and was trampolined with so much speed back into Charlie's spine that it, I guess, according to the official narrative that Nick is parroting, then shattered his C2 all the way down to his C7, just obliterated his spine, and then just lodged right beneath the skin down by T1.
Yep.
Nick is being forced to continually respond to this over and over and over and just like make more and more mistakes because his own fans are sending him super chats being like, Nick, this is not a good look, bro. Nick, you should not, don't keep doing this, Nick. You're fucking it up, Nick. Conspiracy theories are.
Okay, so that's all true, by the way. That is actually the theory that Nick believes. And he cited his source, which we're going to watch in Ian's video, of why he believes that. Yes, the trampoline neck theory. And I'm going to show you guys, don't worry, guys, when you come to my channel, we're going to actually break this theory down in detail to see if physics state if it's possible. But before we get to that, okay, we got to keep moving with this. So let's see what Nick had to say as they go back and forth about this whole thing.
You're an idiot. He's an idiot. And he's a small fry compared to me. I'll debate Candace Owens about it. I'm not debating him. He's an ankle biter.
Just so you guys know, those of you that just came from Ian's channel, he calls Ian an ankle biter. He would never debate Ian. Ian just had 30,000 fucking people on his live stream. A lot of you just came from that live stream. That's not a small fry. That's one of the biggest channels on YouTube when it comes to live streaming. I don't know of anybody else outside of Candace Owens on YouTube that's pulling numbers like that. Maybe a few people here and there. So when all of a sudden Nick Fuentes won't debate Ian Carroll, anytime you hear, I won't debate someone because they're a small fry, not a great start for Nick there. Typically, that just means you won't debate because you know deep down you're wrong.
Nick's scared.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
It's hard to bite your ankles when I'm more than a foot taller than you, Nick.
Oh, that's a good joke because Ian's like, and Nick's about 5'6". So snap.
But I'll try not to be too mean here.
The only reason he did a video about me, it's so typical. I did a 1-minute clip responding.
Nick did a 1-minute clip responding. Yeah, the clip I was responding to was 8 minutes, Nick. So I don't know what clip you're referring to. But these are the types of small, not super important inconsistencies and just little letting up on Nick's side, little shall we say, displays of the insecurity of his position, where he has to kind of fudge everything to make it seem like there's no argument for him to argue against, to make it seem like we have no position over here, like all the conspiracy theorists are crazy. Yeah, there's a lot of those going on.
He said, "Oh boy," and then he did a 2-hour video clip farming me.
Actually, Nick, clip farming is where I go back through your past.
Yeah, all right, let's move forward a little bit. As Nick talks about who experts are here.
It's not evidence.
You can go watch my 2-hour video. You can compare it to his representation of it. It's very transparent. We have the internet, Nick. We can all watch things.
That's not evidence. 1, 2, there are many ballistics experts that disagree.
Okay, well, let's see the French guy he lists here.
F. Garaipi did a one.
Okay, so Nick says there are many ballistic experts that agree with you. And then he lists J.R. Garaipi or whatever this French guy's name is. And this French guy is the one we're going to look at who is putting forth the rubber band neck theory. So let's talk about what the ballistics experts think. I've seen a few of these now. It's kind of a lot of slop coming out. I actually just saw Matt Tardio just put out an Instagram message that called everyone retarded who doesn't believe the 30-06 just always gets stopped. The human neck just always stops a 30-06 bullet. It's kind of like the 7K Fed slop is coming out about this. Let me talk about ballistics experts. Okay, there's a lot of ballistics experts. Even the guys I know who believe that this is almost for sure the FBI narrative is true, even like Brent Tucker, my good buddy Brent Tucker, who was the second best sniper in all of special operations at one point, will even say, yeah, it's really, really hard to make the 30-06 story work. We have to, we got to get bad ammunition. We got to get misloads. We got to get bad powder. Like, there's all these extraneous, weird, different things that have to happen to make it work for this to happen. No one that's a ballistics expert believes that a regular functioning 30-06 shooting a basic round, 170 grain round that you can buy from Bimart, no one believes that's not a 7K club. No one believes that that's normal. And people that are much better experts than me that have done testing on this have even said the odds that the way it happened, that they're explaining it, right? Human neck vertebrae, 139 yards, 30-06. It's about 1 in 50,000 rounds. That's the odds. 1 in 50,000. So yes, 100%, there's absolutely a chance that Tyler Robinson used a 30-06 basic round and it hit the neck vertebrae and it tracked down and it did exactly what it did. It's about a 1 in 50,000 chance. For me personally, if I'm looking at this type of thing, I'm not going to put all my eggs in the lottery basket, I got to hit the Powerball jackpot basket to make it work. It's possible, but it's about, 1 in 50,000. Maybe. But here's what I'll say. Let me put this out to all the ballistics experts who are calling me retarded and Rob O'Neill retarded and all of the other dozens of high-level firearms experts who've done content on this. Here's what I'll say. We have all done our due diligence to go out to the range, including myself. I took my 30-06s out to my range, and I tested it. I did a ballistics test. I shot everything from sheep bone to cow vertebrae, to cow femurs wrapped in 10 inches of meat, to, I don't know, literal half-inch steel. I went out and did my due diligence. There's been 10 other creators who've gone out and done their due diligence. No one, at 100% of the ballistics tests done so far, 100% of them have shown a 30-06 blow straight through everything. There are no... And I want you guys to think about this, really think about this. Where is the video from Matt Tardio recreating the FBI narrative shot? Why doesn't that video exist? Take your fucking gun out, go to the range. You can get a 100% realistic ballistic human anatomy head go to 139 yards, go to at a 9-degree slope, a 9-degree offset, take the shot, and replicate it. Show us. So don't fucking yap at me about why me thinking that this 30-06 story is a little suspicious. Go fucking replicate it, because I did. I took my time. I took time out of my day to my range with my guns to try to see if I could cause something that was. And guess what? My testing showed. We can go back through it. All right, here. What do we got? Let's go to the cow neck vertebrae. Okay, remember this? Cow neck vertebrae?
Vertebrae.
Okay, exploded.
So, as you can see, the cow neck vertebrae.
What else we got?
It's a lot of times.
Cow femur.
This thing is gigantic.
100 times
All right,
stronger
so
than a human neck.
That's what we're hitting next. All right, let's go.
Maybe I did miss.
Here we go. We'll go back.
Okay.
Oh, look, it exploded.
Okay.
Went right through.
Maybe I did miss.
Right. And then obviously by the end, literal fucking steel.
Clean through 3/8 inch steel and 1/2 inch steel. Almost, or actually, it potentially did actually blow out the side of that. So,
And here, it's not just me. Bunch of guys that are pretty well respected for ballistics have gone out and done the attempts. Here, another one. A literal human gel ballistic head. These are pretty realistic. Let's see what happens with a 30-06 round. Oh, look, his head exploded. The entire head exploded. Okay. Here's just ballistic gel. Like 24 inches of ballistic gel with a bunch of blockage here in the back.
This is what a 180 grain 30-06 projectile looks like in slow-mo.
Just exploded the entire thing.
This shot was taken from 200 yards away. The test was to simulate the shoulder bone of a deer, so we had two.
Okay, so this is kind of my point. And again, you're calling us idiots. Well, here's another one. What's Rob O'Neill have to say? And again, you look, I've had my criticisms of Rob. It has nothing to do with his actual career. He's got an insane career. Multiple silver stars. This dude is one of the most highly decorated soldiers there is, regardless of the backstory with Osama bin Laden. That's not even the point. But the truth is, this guy fucking knows more than me what a high-powered rifle round does to a human body. What's his take?
You said from the outset you smelled a rat. You didn't buy the official narrative that we were being spun. I think a lot of Americans think that we were being lied to about what happened that day. Mm-hmm. What stands out to you as a major problem with this assassination and the official narrative that we're being told?
Well, initially, I was sent word that Charlie Kirk got shot and he was in critical condition. And with the video, the moment I saw it was, wow, that's an exit wound coming out of his neck. And the way his shirt moved, there was an impact nearby. I've killed a lot of people closer than that cameraman. And I've seen what happens. I've seen entry wounds and exit wounds. Immediately, it didn't make sense. And then we got a different shooter. The FBI announces they got him. Then the guy running on the roof, the 30-06, how this dude, he took it apart, he put it together, he got a scope on there, took a cold bore shot, took it apart, jumped down the roof, put it together, wrapped it up. All of the texts he's sending that don't sound like any 22-year-old I know. And that's enough. And I'm on the side of the simplest thing is usually what happened.
Yes, me
but
too.
the moment you ask a question, you get torn down. And it's like, even with, if I said it doesn't make sense, I'm like, why are you saying Israel did it? I'm like, I didn't say that.
Right.
I'm just saying it doesn't look good. And the second you bring it up, but is it true that as soon as he was down, his security team took his lapel mic off, gave it to someone else that ran off? What did they do with the SIM card? Did someone take that camera that was right behind him down? Why did they contaminate a crime scene immediately? Is it paved over? Did they rebuild it? Is all of that true? I don't know. But the second you ask, I'm anti-Semitic, and I'm like, I didn't even bring up Israel. Why are you bringing up Israel?
Isn't that interesting? that the only people that are saying you're all stupid, besides Nick Fuentes, which is bizarre, you're stupid, you're retards, DevGru, SEAL Team 6, Green Berets, you're all stupid because you're just questioning the official narrative. Like going, hey, and again, I've said before, is it possible that a 30-06 was used and this happened? Yes. Is it a lottery's chance? Yes. Is it possible that one day I'll become richer than Elon Musk? Sure. Maybe. But like, I don't work in it, when I'm looking at something like an assassination in ballistics, I'm not going to work in the most extreme, low probability chance of something happening and going, yep, that's what that's my story. That's what I'm sticking to. That's not how my brain works. Okay. And so this is my point again to all of the Israel Fed Slop 7K club that are coming out and saying we're all bad faith and grifters and conspiracy theorists. Go to the range, get a ballistics dummy, get your 30-06, go to 139 yards, 9-degree slope, 9-degree offset, take the shot and show me it, not produce an exit wound, hit the C2 and track straight down on a 90-degree angle. If you can't replicate that, and listen to me close, if you can't replicate that, then shut the fuck up. You're just yapping. Because we've gone out and tried this. A bunch of us have. We've put our money where our mouth is and said, let's go see if we can do this. None of us have been able to replicate it. Okay? So until you can replicate it, stop calling us retarded for having questions of, well, when I shoot something with a 30-06, including cow femur and fucking a moose that goes through and through a fucking 20-inch moose carcass and both ribs, okay, I can do that over and over. I can replicate that over and over and over and over again. So if your theory is something that you can't replicate even one time, then who's the conspiracy theorist here? I'm just saying. And I'm not even in the crazy conspiracy land of this case. I haven't even talked about it's Israel or the tunnels, or I haven't done any of that. I've just said, show me Tyler Robinson going to the roof with this magical 30-06 that there's no proof of yet. There's no camera footage. There's no video footage. The video footage they showed us of the guy going up to the roof didn't have a gun on him. So just show me that. If you can show me that in a trial, thumbs up. Okay. I'll believe you. But again, we'll get into all the things they need to show us in the trial because it's a lot more than that. But that's my point. All of these, and guys, I don't attack anybody else for their theories. I had Brent Tucker on, and we had a really good discussion about the possibility of the 30-06 being used. And he was the number 2 sniper in all of special operations. He had his own perspective on it. He had some good points. But he even said, yeah, it's very, very, very unlikely. We need a low grain bullet. We need bad powder. We need a lot of different things to make this work. Okay. So there's possibilities that can work. But my thing is this, a 22-year-old kid, and we could look at Tyler Robinson. And here's my other thing. Everybody that's, oh, well, he's using this reloaded rounds and he only put a certain amount of ammunition in it. And that was bad ammunition and all this different shit. But if you actually just look at Tyler Robinson, I mean, I can look at this kid. Does this kid look like this 22-year-old kid who we know his profile? He was into video games and Magic the Gathering, by the way. Does he look like the type of character profile that's doing his own reloads and using all this fancy, crazy-ass ballistics? Maybe, but I sure as shit doesn't look like he fits the mold for that. So what is my theory? My theory is he went to Bimart or Bass Pro Shop or whatever you guys have, and he bought what? Standard rounds off the shelf, probably 170 gram full metal jacket rounds, maybe soft tip if he didn't know what he was buying. That's probably what he did, because that's what the normal 22-year-old kid who doesn't know anything about carrying out an assassination attempt is probably not doing reloads in his basement based off of his character profile. So again, to my point, stop screaming on Twitter when I haven't seen not a single person who's telling you you're an idiot for not believing the official narrative. I haven't seen a single one of them go out to the range and produce content showing us an alternative. Have you guys? Is there a single, guys, and I'm sure a lot of you guys follow this, is there a single video you have ever seen of any of these people that replicated what the FBI narrative is? Has anyone seen that video on the internet? In the last 3 months, has anyone replicated that shot and the actual anatomical damage? No. No. And ask yourself why. Because that's how rare it would be for this to happen. And so, yes, that is something that should make you go, huh, that's bizarre. No one can replicate this, but yet that's the official story. Okay. It's possible. But if no one can replicate it, then shut up. Just stop talking about it until you go do it. Because again, I've sort of justified my spot or my position on it. I've gone out to the range and done it myself. But anyway, let's keep moving back into the Fuentes theory. The Fuentes theory. Because again, it's going to get a lot better. Let me get back where I was. Yeah, the neck trampoline theory. Here we go.
Would have hit the neck. I think that this is roughly accurate in terms of the entry. Now,
here's the expert. Here's the expert. This French guy who's explaining the trampoline neck.
This is my claim. The skin here, given that the bullet was tumbling, the bullet was unable to pierce the skin. And I will show you this through video. I swear to you, by the end of this show tonight, I will show you the skin of Charlie Kirk creating a V-shaped reaction to the bullet. Okay? This is absolutely new. I'm the first to claim this.
Does this guy scream ballistics expert to you right out the gate? Just based off of appearance, by the way. Something to think about.
I've seen it on a single frame of the video. I'm telling you, the bullet tumbled, bumped in the back of Charlie Kirk's neck, on the skin, not on the vertebrae.
There you go.
It bumped exactly right here. So this guy is correct with his line. But what these guys have to understand, Jan Carroll included, is that the skin then pushed the bullet back into Charlie Kirk.
Okay, there it was. That was the expert Nick Fuentes used as his source for why Ian Carroll is wrong. That's him. That's the expert. Okay, so like he said, the V shape. It came in, hit the neck, didn't hit the bone, traveled all the way to the back of the neck, and then trampoline back forward in V shape. Okay, that's Nick Fuentes. That's what Nick Fuentes is putting his stock in. He's calling Ian Carroll an idiot. And where do you think Ian has sourced a lot of his ballistic knowledge from? Not exclusively my channel, but a lot from my channel. Okay, so Nick's deciding this French guy who's into the rubber band neck theory, that's the expert over Rob O'Neill and Nate. Okay, that's fine. Let's examine this, guys. Let's talk about the theory. Let's just see what physics says here. Okay, we got our protractors, we got all kinds of stuff. Keep in mind, again, here we got to get that's the C2. Here's our 10-degree angle, 9-degree angle, close enough. Keep in mind, again, based off of what TPUSA has told us, and Brian Harpool and everybody else, that yes, the round came in from a 9-degree slope, hit Charlie Kirk in the C2, and that crashed down to the T1. Okay, obviously, this never made sense to begin with. It's just mathematically not possible. But now what we're dealing with is this guy's theory, which is the round came in right here. It would have had to come in here, okay? Because again, let's just say, give him the credit of the doubt that he doesn't believe the C2. So now what happens is this round comes in, and it actually, what it does is it comes through, it doesn't hit the neck, and it actually comes here. No, actually it can't do that. It's got to be up here. Let's do this right to be, this is Nick Fuentes' theory, okay? So I'm going to use the actual Nick Fuentes theory. I'm not going to give any benefit of the doubt, because why would I? So this is Nick Fuentes' theory, that the round comes in, it actually does this. The round does this. It has to do this. So the round comes in, it does this, it comes up, it bypasses the C2, doesn't hit the bone, by the way. It then trampolines off the back of the neck skin, does this, comes back this way, hits the C2, then trampolines back this way, comes down to the C1. So I want you all to look at this. This is Nick Fuentes' theory. Take a look. I'm not being sarcastic. I'm not being bombastic. This is what Nick Fuentes believes. Everybody, take a look at that. Do you think there's any ballistics expert out there, or any human being that's ever like been alive that knows what a bullet does in general? Does anybody think that, hold on, let's do a poll. Do a poll and see what you guys think. Who believes Nick's theory? All right, yes or no? I probably spelled that wrong. Whatever, we launched it. I'm trying to move quick. Trying to move quick while I type. All right, so look into this, guys. What do you guys think? It's pretty impressive. And these are the people telling Ian Carroll and me that we're retarded. And all you in the chat, you're all retarded. We're all retarded. And this is who he cited his source. Again, let's even do this. Let's give some leeway, okay? Let's say that TPUSA was wrong and it didn't actually hit the C2 first, which is obviously true, that it did not hit the C2 first. TPUSA is wrong about this. Is there a chance that the round came in here, hit the C5? And this is what I think. If the actual anatomical damage is what it is, here's what happened, okay? The round came in, it entered here, right around the C5. We can watch that, okay, where it hit Charlie in the neck. It hits the C5, and then you have the expansion of the round in the neck, right? Oops, sorry. The expansion of the round, the cavitation of the round probably crushes C2, and then maybe this round lodges like maybe here, okay? And then it crushes this. So like this is possible for what happened, but that's not what we're being told, right? We're being told something super, super different. But anyway, I'm just saying, if anatomically that's what the autopsy actually showed, this is more likely what you would have seen there. But let's just say, for Nick's theory to this guy's theory, it still has to come from a 9-degree angle. That this is the way the round comes in here, because here's where the round is. So here's the 9-degree angle. So now, if we're giving some grace, we're going to say the round came in like this, traveled this way. Okay, it rubber bands off the skin here, shoots up this way, hits the C2, tracks down the spine, lodges in T1. This is with grace. This is me being great, like giving a lot of grace to the theory. This is what Nick Fuentes believes. Just letting you guys know that Newtonian physics will let you know that this is not possible. This is not how bullets work. Bullets don't turn around 180 degrees and then fly back up and then hit a bone and then track another 90 degrees in an opposite direction and keep their velocity to do all these things. It's fun. And again, this was the giving Nick Fuentes grace theory. But again, this is who's telling us we're stupid. We're dumb, guys. Ian Carroll's a fucking idiot because he doesn't believe this, according to Nick Fuentes. Let's see what the poll said. Let's see how many groypers we have in the chat. That's really what we're looking at. 96% said 96% said no, and then 4% of the chat's groypers tonight. Or Christian Zionists, right? We could have, obviously the Christian Zionists are going to believe this theory as well. So there you go. To my point, guys, is you can believe whatever you want. And again, on my channel, I never tell you guys what to think. I don't. That's not my position. My job is here. My job is to just give you some of my knowledge and expertise and let you guys make the decisions for yourself. Okay. And if you want to believe in the, and again, if you want to believe this, okay, that's fine. It's a little rough, you know, and I'm not even see how I'm not calling these people stupid and retarded. I'm just showing you guys how reality works and just leaving it at that. Isn't that also interesting how the same people that keep telling us how stupid we are, they got to scream at us, we got to call us, they got to try to debunk our credibility and call us idiots. And, you know, all these Marine Scout snipers and Navy SEALs and DevGru operators and Green Berets and hunters and ballistics experts, we're all idiots. We're just fucking dumb. And maybe we are. Maybe I'm wrong. Right? Maybe this Wanted, you know, the movie Wanted, where they can like curve the bullets and shit. Maybe this is what happened. I don't know. I'll let you guys decide that for yourself. All right, let's keep moving in. I wanted to show you this also, guys. To talk about the neck rubber band theory, okay? This is ballistic gel. Obviously not the same as flesh, but let me know, and this is actually just a 5.56 round. 30-06 round would be way more brutal than this. Let me know what you guys see with this bullet. Do you see this bullet magically turning around 180 degrees? Let's take a look at just some slow motion ballistic gel on what it looks like. Really good to see the cavitation in the round, by the way, but just in general. Let's take a look at this. Wow, no. Look at that. Got a little bit of movement here as it moved down through the gel, right? Which is to be expected. And this is probably like an 18-inch block of gel, I would guess. But no, it just traveled through and then exited out the other side. And that's just 5.56. That's a tiny round, right? Do I have 5.56 laying around here? I'm sure. That's this baby, okay? This is the one we're talking about. This is the 30-06. This is the little guy we just watched, right? You can see the difference here. So, yeah, it's pretty unlikely. Pretty unlikely that the neck skin theory is getting it done. But let's keep moving. Because, yeah, here we go. Get to here. When Nick tells us that we're not experts. Let's watch this.
Please make this bigger video that you said you would make. Just tearing it all up. Just eviscerating this clown Uber Eats driver, Ian Carroll.
You're not even an expert in the subject. You have no expertise. There is no forensic evidence.
There is no forensic evidence. You mean like the video of it happening? You mean like all the other videos from the scene? And there's way more than that, I would presume, behind the closed doors of the investigation, of the FBI investigation, which I'm sure is totally above board. I'm sure it's all good at the FBI. Jeffrey Epstein totally killed himself, never trafficked anyone to anyone.
All right, hold on. I got to move to the elastic. Nick explaining what elastic skin looks like. And actually, Ian used my video for this, but
want to point out on the wall, Nate's medals hanging up, in case you didn't notice. Yeah.
It can change direction because skin is very elastic. And you're not a physicist, and neither am I, and you're not a ballistics.
Did you watch Nick's brain quickly go, oh, maybe you shouldn't get into this line of thinking. Maybe you shouldn't do this
Oh
part.
my God.
This is not going to go well. And he's like, you're not an expert and I'm not an expert. So why are we even talking about this?
Expert, and neither am I. So for a complete amateur to go and say, Big Bullet didn't do this, okay.
All right. So Nick's explaining how 30-06 bullets trampoline off of human neck skin because skin is elastic, guys. That's literally where we are. It's elastic skin that is the culprit for the Tyler Robinson case. And Ian actually brought up a great chart. Let me see if I can pull this up. I think it's at 2929 here. Let's take a look at this. This is important. So, what can skin actually stop? Human skin resistance to penetration is extremely limited. Bare skin can be penetrated by as little as 7 to 12 foot-pounds of energy with a sharp projectile like an ice pick or an arrow or a bullet, right? And I believe you're looking at about, I don't know, I'm going to guess 2,500 foot-pound pressure. I can ask Chat GPT real quick. What's the foot-pound pressure of a 170 grain 30-06 round from 140 yards? Let's see what Chat GPT tells us. All right. Come on, Chat GPT. Now, maybe it's because I'm not logged in. It's not going to give me the juice. Oh, here we go. What did I say? I said 2,500. Okay, that was a pretty good guess. No. Yeah. Good guess. I was off by about 100. But yeah, okay, so 2,300 foot-pounds of energy at 149 yards with the standard 30-06 round, okay? And so to Ian's point again, it takes 7 to 12 foot-pound pressure to penetrate human skin. So no, Nick. That's not what's the math on this? Let's say 2,300 divided by 7. And this will give us how far off Nick was wrong. So, Nick, you're claiming that skin is so elastic that even though it only takes 7 foot-pound pressure to penetrate human skin, a 30-06 round, which is doing 328 times that amount of pressure, didn't have the ability to penetrate through and rubber band. 328 times the pressure. So, yeah, Nick. And Nick, a lot of people are going to see this episode, by the way. And look, well, I don't have anything against Nick. You guys know that. But Nick, this ain't your alley, brother. This ain't it. You can't say stupid shit like that to somebody like me and get away with it. Because I can debunk your ass real quick. So I'm not really sure what the play here is, but I would say, like everybody's saying, just stop. And it's fine, dude. Just stop. And as a content creator, and this isn't what I do. Like, guys, if I get a take wrong or if I get something wrong, I try to immediately come out and correct the record. I'll do an entire video on saying, hey, I was wrong about this. What I don't do is once I know I'm wrong, double, triple down, attack people, call them stupid retards. It's never going to work out for you. Just don't do any more content on it. Like, if I was Nick, I wouldn't, because he's never going to come out and apologize, and I don't expect him to, because that's not his style. Just shut up. Just stop talking about it. Literally don't do any more content on it. Just move on. Move on to something else, brother. Because this ain't it. And again, I'm not asking you to come out and say I was wrong. Even though your trampoline neck theory is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. But just move on to the next topic, brother. Don't do this to yourself. It's not a winning strategy. Okay. All right. Oh yeah, here, just look at this picture. Just this picture that we had. Guys, that's a third of an eighth inch steel, pure steel, just right through. You know what I mean? And so, yeah, we do have some questions. We do have some questions about the 30-06, and it's fair. It is fair that we are suspicious of this official narrative. It's fair. Even the people who are not conspiracy theorists at all on anything, like I usually am not, this is very, very fair suspicion and criticism. So anybody that calls you stupid or retarded because you're like, hey, this doesn't really make sense to me, be very, very suspicious of those people. Very suspicious. Now, we're going to talk about Tyler Robinson next before we move into we're going to do a whole section on Erica Kirk tonight, by the way. We're going to do that last because shit's getting real weird, real weird out here, boys and girls. I don't know how you guys feel. There's this giant weird new media push on Fox News with some of the craziest shit I've ever seen. It's getting real fucking weird out here, and we're going to take a look at that. But first, I want to talk about Tyler Robinson, the court case. We got to hit some super chats, though. You guys have already pumped out 100. We're not going to do them all right now. We're going to try to knock out maybe 20, 25 of them, and then we're going to jump into talking about old Tyler Robinson showing up in court, and then we're going to talk about the things that we need to be shown by the prosecution in this case. And we're putting these things out ahead of time, so that way when the trial comes, I'm trying to build an entire compilation list for us. So that way, when the trial actually starts, we can sort of together, because trust me, I'll be live streaming these trials because it's just too exciting not to. We can check things off, right, as we go. So I'm compiling the list of questions that need to be answered, evidence we haven't seen yet, all those different types of things, right? Because I think it's going to be important that those things don't get like swept under the rug, right? That we just forget about things. Like, I don't know, all the other people that were obviously involved in this, you know, people posting on Twitter like a week before he was killed that he would be killed on that day at that location, like stuff like that. That's probably relevant to the case that seems like is just being ignored. A lot of stuff like that. Okay, so let's hit some super chats and then we will we'll jump into the Tyler Robinson part of the show. All right, Schley, big $50 dono with the let's go. Thank you very much. Good profile picture there. Driving Sue says Mr. Bruce Lee single. I don't know. You have to ask him. He drops the big donos, though. Zay says, new fan from Ian Carroll. Glad to be here. Thank you very much for that very, very generous super chat, brother. Appreciate all the Ian Carroll fans that are in here tonight. I know we have a lot of Ian fans. Obviously, Ian's my boy. And you guys can probably tell by now, if you attack Ian, we're not going to let that go without some receipts. Especially if you attack Ian and you're wrong. You know, I'm always going to defend my friends, right? But if you attack my friend and you're a fucking idiot, then I'm going to go twice as hard. That's just the way it works. All right. Nobe says, hello from Mexico, Nate. Mexico, very, very cool. Nobe, love your channel. I expect this is going to be another banger. Did you see Candace with Jimmy Dore? I just got the start of it right before we started. I think I do have a clip from it that we're going to look at here in a minute. Actually, I think I got a clip from that show, but we'll get back to it. All right, Nate goes live. Good MF and night. Thanks, Johnny Dog. Your video about Brokeback Rooster Coburn was great. Are we talking about Dan Crenshaw here? I've loved that miserable prick since he entered the scene. Yeah, guys, if you haven't seen, if you guys are like me and you hate Dan Crenshaw, make sure you go after the live stream, watch my video on Dan Crenshaw today. I've done a lot of videos on Dan Crenshaw. They're always me absolutely roasting him. It's some of my better comedic work. I love making fun of Dan Crenshaw. One, because he's just such a piece of shit, man. Just the most hated. Yeah, we'll watch some clips from it here a little bit later. But yeah, there's nobody that I just think is a worse human being than Dan fucking Crenshaw. So I love to make fun of the guy. And now he's suing Sean Ryan, who we also support on this channel. Sean actually sent me Sean sent me his first story that he was going to put out beforehand, and I was like, "Don't worry, brother. We'll make sure we cover this one." And yeah. Shout out to Ian, Dan, Zeb, and others. VFT, us. Thank you. Always good to see you, Nate. Ian told us to come over here. Thank you, Tanya. Thank you, Nicholas. And then, of course, Ian Carroll with the gigantic $20 donation. I don't know if he's still standing by and watching this one, but thank you very much, Ian. Boom. Everyone like this video and subscribe to this legend. He's moved the needle tremendously on the CK case. And Nate, your service is appreciated. Well, thank you, brother. And obviously, I love you, Ian. Ian has been such a great addition and a friend that I've made, through all of this. I met Ian. We started, me and Ian started doing content together a couple months ago. Man, what a great dude. I love Ian. Props to Theo Vaughn for the garden remark. Oh, that was Theo. That's right. It was Theo that said the digging in the garden. Ian Raid. Yeah. Thank you. Must have been a Nerf bullet. Yeah. It's some type of magic bullet. Light Giver, look at the photos of Tyler on the stairs. The bottom of the ear has been cut off. Jesse did a big episode on this. That was very interesting. Cut off 2 photos on his right ear. The FBI tampered with the photos. Why would you do that unless it's not? The problem is, I don't know what's AI and what's not, because I know that the AI touched up some of those images when they put it out to the public. Why would you do that? I don't know. So it's did AI do that or not? I don't know. We're going to find out. Six's mom says, missed the last live, Nate. Just wanted to agree with you. 6'3", jacked and handsome. Yes, women swoon. Add smart and articulate 100. Thank you for your service then and now. Aloha from Kauai. Well, thank you. Thank you. That is a very, very nice comment. Of all the negative comments that we get, there's also some real sweethearts out there. So thank you. Do you know Trump and Epstein appear in Kanye W. Famous? I didn't know that. Fuentes sure picked a peculiar hill to perish on. Very, very bizarre to me. He is now firmly on the side of TPUSA and the Z overlords. Petty, immature, arrogant, very arrogant. He's also a groomer fed. I just don't get it, man. It's and you don't. Here's the thing. You don't have to. In the Charlie Kirk case, everybody's got their own feelings. Who did it? Who done it? This, that. You don't have to think Israel did it to also just have suspicions and questions for the official narrative. Those things aren't if you don't believe this, you have to believe this. You could just be hey, I don't think it was Israel, but it also doesn't make any sense. You know what I mean? And so now I'm not saying Israel wasn't involved. I'm not saying that. There's a lot of questionable stuff with that for sure. A lot of eyebrow raising stuff regarding our greatest ally in this case. I'm just saying, even if you even if you were a Christian Zionist, right? Even if you were a 7K club, you could very easily be I don't believe Israel was involved, but at the same time, the FBI narrative doesn't make sense. You could do those two things at the same time if you had any intellectual integrity whatsoever. But what you see is the vast overwhelming majority of people that are calling you stupid and retarded and idiot and a conspiracy theorist are the 7K club. And that's just what I've seen. So, and I haven't seen, I don't think I can name a single 7K club person that's come out and said the official narrative is suspicious to me. Not one. Not one. And so when all of them do that, it makes it look even more suspicious. All right, Timmy must have taken a lot of Nerf bullets from his cousins as a child. Johnny says, GTFI. Baja VFT, immense respect for your content. Thank you, brother. If the opportunity arises, can you check out the Rainbow Warrior incident and how certain allies are held to a double standard when committing, aiding, and abetting is done? Rainbow Warrior incident? Yeah, I'll look into it. I haven't heard. I don't know what that is off the top of my head, but I'll look into it. Coleman says, I love the Ali G profile picture, by the way. Big fan. Love your channel, Nate. I'm wondering if you can make an episode about your views on Ukraine. I have a mainstream opinion and would like yours. I've talked about this before. I have tried to do content on Ukraine. My stance has not been pro-Ukraine. I'm not pro-Russia at all. It's the same as everything I have, which is I don't want fucking our money sent to any foreign country for their fucking stupid wars, period. Whether it's Ukraine or Israel or anybody else. But I'm not allowed to talk about Ukraine on YouTube without YouTube demonetizing, limiting, and censoring my videos. So I just stopped even trying because it's the most censored topic on the internet, even more than Israel by far. Why? I don't know. You'd have to ask the government that. But that's my stance. I don't want any money being sent to Ukraine, not because I have anything against Ukraine personally. I don't at all. I just don't think that we should have spent $300 billion on a Slavic civil war. Sorry, I don't believe that. Regardless of what you think about Russia, since in my opinion, it's not our problem. And some people don't like that take, but it is what it is. It's deer hunting season in West Virginia, so Tim Pool may have heard shots. I bet you this is actually true. He probably heard a gunshot from 2 miles away, and then he turned that into "I'm under fire." He's like Geraldo Rivera, you know what I mean? In his combat footage, just oh god, just nothing really actually going on. Unavailable unknown says Tim's local sheriff office confirmed to multiple media outlets that they did report it and there's a case. It's easy to find online. Interesting because ChatGPT and Grok and everybody else is saying that's not true. So I would be interested for you to show us where that information is, because according to internet sources, I haven't seen that yet. But who knows? All right, Willie Loman, $50. Thank you very much. My man, I tend to lean towards the left, but I very much appreciate your brave stance because I think there could be a powerful unity between populist left and the populist right. Deeply respect your bravery, America only. Yeah, I think so too. A lot of people get mad about this and they'll be like, you're a Marxist if you think that like the populist left or the America First left and the America First right couldn't actually have some unifying ideology. I believe they do. I think, people like Bernie Sanders, I support way more than fucking Dan Crenshaw. You know what I mean? It's like I might not agree with your approach to populism, but at least you're populist. So I do think there is some carryover there. That we just can we ever get there though, because of the left-right divide and all the stoking and the way the mainstream media tries to pit us against us the entire time, because the elite apparatus wants us to hate each other, and it's really hard to get the normal people that are just ingesting mainstream media because they get Fox News versus MSNBC, right? And you got to hate each other. It'd be really hard to get that on a large scale in America. On YouTube and this channel, it's easy because people are thinking independently. That's why they're here on independent media, like seeking out different people's perspectives. But I don't think the average person is doing that, unfortunately. So it's going to make it hard. I do like the thought of it, though. Real Bay says this Charlie Kirk case is really exposing a lot of people right now, including content creators and influencers. I still can't believe Erica is in recent statements and stance. It'll be interesting to see how this plays out. Yeah, we're going to cover that in the back half of the show for sure. We're going to do a couple more of these. Can we get a poll going? White lights or colored lights on a Christmas tree? Sure, man. We haven't had a poll in a while. I'm always down for a fun one like that. I think we have. I'm gonna ask my wife, and if I actually don't remember, even though it's sitting out there right now. I think we have white. I'm pretty sure. All right, so we're gonna go with Christmas tree lights. We said Christmas tree lights. Oops. So what was that? White or colored? All right, there you go. That's a fun one while we keep mowing. All right, we're going to do a couple more super chats and we're going to jump into Tyler Robinson. All right. Let's say 3 more. Nick's gay and a Fed. That's okay. Phil says, love your channel. Keep bringing us the truth. Thank you. And Jay Milko says, can you be Candace's head of security so she'll be safe? Yeah, I mean, I couldn't be her head of security because I'm a wife and I'm married with kids, but I could definitely help her set it up if she needed it and make sure that she actually got a verified quality security team to work with her. And then thank you, Joe. And then one more. Dog says he calls people he can't debate ankle biters. Jay Dyer, for example. Also, like, hey man, if you don't want to debate Ian on the subject of terminal ballistics and anatomy, I've offered to let you come on my show, debate me. My show isn't as big as yours, but it's pretty big. So if you want to come explain to me why the rubber band neck theory makes more sense, then he's more than welcome. More than welcome. Okay, let's jump into the next part of the show, which is going to be Tyler Robinson. And actually, let's let that poll kick for a little bit because we do need to do another poll regarding this. All right. So yes, here we go. Tyler Robinson. We saw him for the first time. He is a real human being, it turns out. So that's good that we've moved the needle forward a little bit. It says Tyler Robinson accused. What's Jimmy saying to us? I don't know. We'll check. Our buddy, fellow Navy SEAL who shit on Crenshaw today as well, just messaged us. We'll check that later. Tyler Robinson accused in Charlie Kirk killing smirks. Is he smirking? Man, it's kind of a little bit of a smile. Chuckles during first in-person court appearance with family in tow. Now, there's a lot of people talking about this, okay? A lot of people talking about that he had sort of seemed calm and relaxed. He had a smile on his face, kind of, chuckled a little bit here and there. A lot of people are saying that proves he's the killer, of course, and this is Fox News. Okay, Fox News said this, by the way. Fox News has said this proves that he's the killer because that's what psychopathic people do in a courtroom. I don't know, maybe. And we'll get into what I think Tyler Robinson's involvement. Let's get into that a little bit. But I want to do two polls. It's the problem. All right, we're looking at a 50-50 split for the Christmas tree, so we're going to end it there. I like them both, man. I love Christmas lights in general. It doesn't matter what color they are. First poll, I need to do two polls here. First poll is let's do two polls and let this one run for a little bit. Do you think Tyler is the shooter? Okay. There's two polls. First one is going to be, do you think he's the shooter? Second poll is, do you think he was involved? Okay. These are two, maybe they're the same thing, but they're also two separate polls. Okay. So first poll specifically that he actually was on the roof and pulled the trigger. That's the first poll we're going to do. And I want to see what your guys' thoughts are on that before we do the second poll, because I do think they'll be different. And for me, they're different or possibly different. Whether he was involved and whether he was the shooter, for me, are two very different things. Okay. And again, let's get a look at the Zionist Fox News slop, right? Which, if you want Zionist Fox News slop, Benny Johnson is the best person to go to, of course. And so let's look at Benny's headline here. Breaking: Charlie Kirk assassin Tyler Robinson appears in court for first time. He is smiling and laughing. Demonic, evil, sick. Make it quick. And then, of course, the number one comment on Benny's own channel immediately with almost 5,000 likes is Tyler didn't do it button. And then actually, wait, there's another one with a little bit more, 6,000 likes on Benny's channel immediately saying, I don't think anyone really believes he did it. So Benny is getting absolutely destroyed in his own comments, which is not surprising. The only time Benny gets destroyed more than in his own comment section is, in a SAS hotel room. Don't clip that. All right. That was a good. All right. But anyway, moving on. All right, here we go.
You see Tyler Robinson now as the attorney steps away for this preliminary hearing. We've got an all-star lineup of guests ready to break down what happens during the day today. Let's go, first of all, to our correspondent, Matt Finn. He's outside the courthouse in Provo, Utah. Set the table for us, Matt.
Well, John, this is the first time we are physically seeing Tyler Robinson in court on your screen right now. And I believe the woman in the hair clip who is facing away from the camera is his lead attorney, Catherine Nestor. This is the first time he is in person in court here in Utah County. He has appeared virtually a few times before. Now, outside of that courtroom that you're looking at right now, fierce, intense security, several city blocks cordoned off, all types of police in every direction. And a short while ago, we saw a very large police caravan arriving to the courthouse, going into the Sally Port, and a massive armored vehicle in the middle of that caravan, who we can assume was perhaps Mr. Robinson being delivered.
He's smiling and laughing. Yeah, I mean, really?
To this courthouse. Some of the doors are zip tied, so all types of measures being.
Okay. Now I want to see what the results on this were. Oh my God. And I want to keep track of these. So I'm going to write these down because we're going to see as we go through the trial and we do polls as we move forward in the trial, things change. So we got yes, 6%. They believe he's the shooter. No, 94%. That's woo. Guys, that's pretty. Typically, if in something that's like the OJ case, you'd get like a 60-40, a 70-30. 94-6 is pretty brutal. Now, let's do the second poll because this is actually a different question. And for me, it's very different than if he's the shooter and was he involved. Two very different things, okay? So now we're going to ask, and this could be as a patsy even, right? You see what I'm saying? An MK Ultra as a patsy, he knew about it. Him and Lance Triggs were involved, anything like that. Okay. So that's what I mean by was he involved? This is like he wasn't the shooter, but he was potentially involved as a patsy or, some type of situation. And so let's do that first. Now let's hit this one. Do you believe Tyler was involved? Again, not the shooter necessarily, but actually just involved in general with this. Okay. And then I'll explain how I feel as we go into the trial here, where I'm at baseline, because I want to make my stance clear, and you don't have to believe my stance, but I want my stance to be clear before we head into the trial. Okay. So that's what I want to see first from you guys is, the difference here, which is, again, I want to write these down. Shooter. The next one to be involved in some capacity. Okay. Again, MK Ultra, Patsy, whatever we're looking at, right? So let's let that poll cook for a little bit. It actually is looking like you guys think pretty closely to how I do based off of the poll results. Okay. So everybody good? Everybody good on that? We'll do like 2 super chats while you guys finish the poll, and then I'm gonna give my take on it, which is looking pretty similar to your guys' take. Okay, as I recall, Candace said that this could indeed just be a Brian Harpool lookalike. Yeah, and again, I tried to tell you guys, in the military, there are, on any military base you go to, or any military unit, there's going to be 100 to 1,000 guys who look exactly like Brian Harpool. Like 5'10" to 6 feet tall, military build, gray hair, military haircut, tattoos. It's like every commander I've ever had. Okay. So that was my biggest criticism up front, is like, we're going based off of the memory of some guy. Which, yeah, it didn't make any sense to begin with. Anthony Weiner's laptop for Frazzle Trip. Jackosaurus says the prosecution has the narrative and the evidence. Everything else is conjectured, often foolish conspiracy. Okay, there you go. So I'm assuming you believe the official narrative. That's fine. Den Cranshaw sits down to pee. Again, if you believe the official narrative, I don't have any problem with that. I haven't been provided any compelling evidence to show me that it makes any sense. If you do, I'm the first person that's going to say, okay, there's new evidence, which I'm sure most of you guys too. If all of a sudden the FBI has all this crazy footage and pictures and stuff we've never seen, then we can change our perspective based off of new evidence. That's what critical thinking is. But until you provide me that new evidence, sorry, we ain't there yet. Nick must have watched Paramount Tactical last night. The guy Gary had on was talking about how much human skin can stretch and angle the bullet hitting neck. It actually makes a lot of sense. I just talked to Gary on the phone this morning for a while because me and Gary are friends. I do not believe that Gary would subscribe to the human rubber band neck theory. Sorry. If Gary listened to that, Gary would say that's fucking dumb. Just saying. The human neck skin trampoline theory, nobody. The Gumby neck theory, nobody believes that. Not a thing. Okay. All right. Let's look at this and okay, so here we go. Involved, 80% believe he was involved. 78 to 80%. and 20% say no, he wasn't involved. Now, this is what makes everything so interesting, right, guys? Only 6% of you believe Tyler was the shooter, but 80% of you believe he was involved somehow. That is where my camp is at the moment with the evidence we have. And what I mean by this is, do I believe Tyler Robinson could be the shooter? I do. However, I do not believe that Tyler Robinson is the lone gunman who acted alone. And what by that I mean is, if Tyler Robinson was the shooter, I 1000% believe he was helped and assisted by somebody probably professional. And I'm talking whether it be a foreign actor, a foreign country, somebody in the government, a deep state actor. You cannot convince me that this kid pulled this entire thing off by himself. That doesn't work for me. Also, you haven't shown me anything that proves Tyler Robinson was ever on that roof. There's no proof of that yet. So for now, was Tyler the shooter? I don't know. Because we have the footage we have, that grainy ass shit of a random kid running off the roof, that's about the best we have. That doesn't tell me Tyler's the shooter. It doesn't tell me Tyler's not the shooter, but you haven't proved shit to me yet. But even if we get zoomed in perfect footage and that's Tyler Robinson and he used a 30-06 and all of this crazy shit, the 1 in 50,000 gunshot happens and we can prove it all, I still will not believe that Tyler Robinson acted alone. And the reason I believe that is, I don't know, there was people posting on Twitter the week before Charlie was killed that he would be killed on September 10th in Provo, Utah. We know a bunch of fucking people were obviously involved in this at this point. And so if he's the shooter, if he isn't the shooter, if the 30-06 is the gun, isn't the gun, to me, if Lance Twiggs isn't being hauled in to be investigated and tried as well as George Zinn and all these other fucking people that were obviously in, and all these people on Twitter and on Discord that knew this was going to happen beforehand, if you don't haul all of those fucking people in and try them, then you're just telling me that this kid is, 1, a patsy, or 2, some type of MK Ultra type situation. That's where I'm at. So you can show me, you can prove to me it's Tyler Robinson. I'm fine with that. You can prove to me the gun was used. I'm fine with that. But if you don't pull any fucking buddy else in, I'm going to know that this is bullshit. And so this, I want to show you guys, is some of the things that I want proved in the trial. And I think we deserve this. Whoops, hold on. I got to pull up a different window to get this one pulled up. Window, I believe. Here we go. Can you guys see this? Not yet. Now you can see it. Okay, let's go through the list of things, and you guys could probably add some things to the list here. I just started compiling this, okay? These are the things that the prosecutor and the government needs to explain to us. First one is going to be, obviously, was there foreign involvement? What's up here? Hopefully can you guys still see that? Okay. Was there foreign involvement? And what I mean by that is, who fucking helped Tyler Robinson? You should be investigating that. I don't want you to just investigate if Tyler took the shot or not. I want you to deep dive into Tyler and figure out who was he talking to weeks prior. Because we know there was a bunch of sketchy cars coming in and out of Lance Twiggs and his apartment weeks before. Who the fuck were all those people? Explain that to me. Lance Twiggs, the most suspicious person out of all of it, who apparently has disappeared and nobody knows where he is. If you don't haul his ass in and he isn't a part of this trial, I'm going to know you're full of shit. The curly-headed guy that I forgot to upload this, I think. And you guys probably remember this guy. Let's here he is. I'll pull this up right now. You guys remember the curly-headed dude who was celebrating immediately after Charlie got shot, and then he disappeared, and he started sending a bunch of, I'll pull it up right now, a bunch of cryptic messages. Remember him? This guy? David? Where the fuck is he? He also was sending crazy cryptic messages that were basically using actual cryptographic keys on Twitter and shit afterwards. Okay. Where's the guy? Here's another one. I like this. Somebody just got, I'm going to write that one down. The guy running around with a handgun out. Who the fuck is he? Right? George Zinn. Or whatever the fuck his name was. Yeah, here he is. Okay, this guy. You can't tell me this guy's not goddamn involved. I'm sorry. Right? Immediately when Charlie Kirk's hit, he drops his pants, starts screaming, shoot me, I'm the shooter. Immediately. Okay? That's yeah, there's another one. Where's the other one? Somebody just said Hunter Kovac. We want answers on this. Hunter Kovac, who was seen rehearsing his panic. Right? We saw, like, you guys seen the videos of him rehearsing what he was doing before he ever did it? We want to know. That's because we can list like 7-8 people who were potentially involved here outside of Tyler Robinson. Let me pull this back up with my window. Here we go. All right. Now let's keep moving into this. All right. George Zinn, ballistics forensics. So what you're going to need to prove to me is not to just tell me in the court the bullet matches the gun. That is not going to work for ballistic forensics on this very specific case. You need to pull in ballistic experts, and they need to explain to us in detail in front of the courtroom and the jury how a 30-06 round was fired from 139 yards and did what it did to Charlie Kirk and didn't create an exit wound. You need to prove this to all of us forensically. Okay? This is a requirement. Just saying, the bullet matches the gun. That ain't going to do it. Okay. Expert testimony, same type of thing. Actual ballistics experts that can explain this. And this doesn't mean someone like, Matt Tardio, who's a 7K club, that's going to come in and say, it hit a stick in the air and it tumbled. Like, no, we're not playing that game. Real experts. All right. Retweets days before he was killed, right? People that were tweeting that he would be killed on September 10th in Provo, Utah. Who are these people? Why haven't you drugged them in? Are they going to be investigated? Are they going to be tried? Need some answers. Okay. The other one we need. Okay. Show us how he got this gun to the roof, because there's no evidence of it. And the pictures of him going to the roof, we've all seen. There, he does not have it in his pants. He does not have it up his back. There is no way a 30-06 can be broken down to fit in a 20-inch backpack. Show us how this 30-06 got to the roof. Was it planted there ahead of time? I don't know. You need to show us evidence of that. Okay, supposedly, like they said, he assembled the gun on the roof with the screwdriver. Okay, that's fine. There's video footage and there's angles, and Stephen Gardner proved this when he went to the location. This shows you the camera very well can see exactly this. We need to see the video of him actually putting the gun together on the roof. Okay. That has to be there. And again, to Rob O'Neill's point, okay, if he did assemble the gun on the roof, explain to us how he took this cold bore shot that probably has a scope that is no longer zeroed. Okay. Explain that to me. Video of the shot itself. Again, Stephen Gardner already showed there is video. There's a camera that can very easily see the spot that he shot from. You have to show us this. And then again, the video of him leaving with the gun, because the grainy footage we have so far does not look like he ever left with a gun. Okay. So these are all very tangible things, and we're not even done, right? I just started this list a couple hours ago. If you don't address these things, if none of that is addressed, there's no reason for us to take this fucking trial seriously at all. Because those are all very, very important things that are going to get swept under the rug, that we're going to forget about as they try to match the round to the gun and all these different things. No, you got to show us all those things. And if you don't show us all those things, or a majority of them, and if you just try to run Tyler Robinson is a lone gunman that acted by himself with no help from nobody, that's bullshit, dude. Nobody's going to believe that. Even if you find him guilty, even if you prove he's the shooter, nobody's going to believe that because it's not true. We all know that's not true. Also, think about how often do people act alone completely on something like this? What has history told us about major assassinations? How often was it just a random lone gunman who, by the way, I mean, he pulled this whole thing off, got away, escaped the scene, and then supposedly gets turned in by a family friend, 3 days later. But the idea that Tyler Robinson did all of this by himself, that's where you will never get me on board with that. You can provide me evidence that he was the shooter. You can provide me evidence somehow, not sure how you're going to do it, that the 30-06 was used. And if you provide me real evidence, I'll change my stance, but I will not change the stance on is that this kid acted by himself. There's no way. And so I can't take you seriously as a prosecution team or the government if we aren't identifying who assisted this kid. And who assisted him is actually really important, because if a bunch of fucking people were involved in the death of Charlie Kirk, don't we want to know that? Don't we want them brought to justice? We're just not worried about Lance Twiggs, given what we know about him and his psychotic, bipolar, schizophrenic behavior. And we're just like, oh, he disappeared. Oh, well. He wasn't involved because Tyler Robinson put out a weird goy fed slop text message that said, Tyler knew, or my lover, you knew nothing about this, right? No, nobody believes that. So again, this is my stance, and I want to make it very clear up front before we head into the trial. Is it possible Tyler is the shooter? Maybe. Was he involved? I think 100% he was involved. But you got to prove this shit to us, because we haven't seen any of this. Because to me, he either looks like a patsy or a victim of MK Ultra. That's just kind of where I'm, like, just based off the evidence we have so far. I'm in one of those two camps. I do think he's involved for sure. 100% he did not act alone, or he's a patsy. That's where I'm at right now. I don't know where you guys are at with that. Is that fair? Does it seem like a pretty fair take? I'm not in the camp of the tunnels and all the crazy shit, but I think most regular people that aren't super tinfoiled are kind of on board with that. You know what I mean? All right, cool. So we got through the Tyler stuff. There isn't that much yet. Obviously, well, I mean, we did get announced that it's going to be open camera, so that's massive. So we actually are going to see the trial, which thank God, because that was going to be the worst thing ever for America if there was no open trial on that. But the good news is now we'll be able to cover it. And so obviously we'll be live streaming probably. That's probably all we'll do while the trial is going on, because it's going to be so wild to watch. So we're all ready for that. That happens. I think it starts January 10th, I think. Don't quote me on that. We got the Epstein files maybe in a week if we don't invade Venezuela within the next week, which is starting to look like we might consider doing that conveniently right before the files are released. Wouldn't be shocked considering what we just did with the oil tanker, and now Trump is saying he's about to start striking land targets. But anyway, I digress. It's all just very suspicious timing for us to invade Venezuela the same week that the files are supposed to drop. Okay. All right. Next, we're going to get into the Erica Kirk part of the show. And man, this shit's getting weird. It's getting so fucking weird, so bizarre. I don't know how you guys feel about this. Maybe we start with a poll. So I don't want to piss anybody off with this, but and again, you guys know me. I've been a super big supporter of Erica up until the bizarre shit somewhat recently, where it became too much. It became too much for me. where I just had to stop myself and go, okay, this is not normal behavior. My wife would not do any of these things, right? At least she better not. Charlie Kirk has got to be turning in his fucking grave right now. I'll tell you that. All right. How do we do this poll? Erica's behavior normal. Do you think Erica's behavior is normal? Let's just say that. Let me see what you guys think about this. Based off, and she's been on a massive podcast tour here in the last 3 days. Convenient timing right before Tyler Robinson shows up in court. They're going to drum up the emotional blackmail. It kind of feels like emotional blackmail, guys. You guys, does that feel like it to you? Anybody feel like you're being like emotionally blackmailed? Like, hey, you're not allowed to criticize this because of this grieving widow, so don't fucking say anything. That's kind of how it feels to me. It feels like this like weird, and also the Bible, right? Like, it's the Christianity angle. And guys, I'm Christian, right? I'm just saying, anytime I'm not allowed to criticize you because of something emotional or the Bible, I immediately have suspicions. You know what I mean? It's just like, it's just such a fast go-to. Jasmine says, feel gaslit. Yeah, just like when someone's being criticized and they immediately go, you can't criticize me because of the Bible. I'm like, yeah, I don't know if that's how anything works. Especially because here's the thing. I feel like she is fair game for criticism because she's the CEO of a company. And so what it's kind of starting to feel like to me is that TPUSA purposefully installed her as the CEO strategically so that TPUSA could deflect any criticism or investigations into them because they could say, you're attacking this poor widow. If you attack TPUSA, you're attacking Erica Kirk. And you're not allowed to attack Erica Kirk. So you can't look into our company either. That's kind of what the strategy feels like. I don't know how you guys feel about that. It just feels like she was installed now specifically to make it so you can't criticize what they're doing. And that I don't like. I don't like emotional blackmail at all. But let's hit some super chats first before we fall too far behind, and then we'll jump into the Erica portion here. All right. Nick refusing to debate Ian is because Ian's small fry is exactly the same bullshit Charlie used to say about why he wouldn't debate Nick. It's the exact same thing he used to say about Nick, actually. And I'm actually shocked to hear Nick say that. Other than I know, we know why he doesn't want to debate Ian on that. Is because Nick doesn't know anything about the case, and he showed that with his rubber band neck theory. What do you think about Barron's podcast last night saying that the electrocution might have happened to Charlie? I haven't seen anything about electrocution. I haven't watched Barron's podcast yet on that. I'll have to check it out. Hubs is an Army vet, DOD air traffic controller, major airports, Navy Army bases 20 years in. Candace needs to talk to ATC re-plane movements. Yeah, probably should have. New viewer, you're effing awesome. Thank you. I absolutely love your show. Don't let the trolls get to you, buddy. Remember, you can't fix stupid. Thanks for your service. Wish I could afford more. No, you're good, man. You guys never have to donate anything, man. I appreciate all you just being here and supporting the channel is good enough. But thank you very much. Halal Grade Pickles. Halal Grade Pickles. I like that name. After seeing him defend the FBI's BS and attack CO and Ian, let's talk about this here a little bit too. But let me get with the rest of your comment here. On top of seeing how he was clearly an agitator on J6, I'm convinced Nick is a Fed, or at least working with them. Ask George Webb about it. It's not just CO, Candace Owens, and Ian recently. Let's look at everybody Nick has attacked. Nick has been attacking Tucker nonstop. Nick has been attacking Candace Owens nonstop. He's been attacking Dave Smith. He's been attacking Ian Carroll, and now he's been attacking everybody like me who supposedly doesn't believe the official narrative. So he's literally attacking everyone that's adjacent to sort of the America First movement, which to me seems very, very odd. Not to say that you can't do that, but like, here's my point. Do you see me attacking Candace? Do you see Candace attacking Dave Smith? Do you see Dave Smith attacking Ian? Do you see Ian attacking Nick? Do you see, like, you don't see anyone else doing that in our sort of Like, do you see me attacking Dan from Heavy Duty Country? Do you see Dan attacking Jesse on Fire? Do you see Jesse attacking JD? Like, JD Delay? Like, nobody is attacking anybody because we kind of understand that, like, hey, we don't agree on everything, but this is the people that actually seem to be in an alliance, seem to be unified ideologically. None of us are attacking each other, except for Nick, who's attacking all of us. Because it's not like there's all this drama. Again, to my point, where like all of the America First people are all attacking each other. Like, no one is attacking each other other than Nick is attacking everybody in the America First space. And I don't get it. It's just kind of bizarre to me. You know what I mean? Because you would think that we're kind of all allied, all of us here, right? Isn't that why we're all here? Because we're kind of ideologically aligned. Again, we don't agree with everything, but we support each other, you know, but who knows? He wants to be a lone wolf, I guess. Have you seen the video of Tyler in court? No audio, but he seemed calm with his attorney. Yep, we just watched this one. Never believed he was the guy. Maybe MK Ultra or Willing Patsy. Well, you're right along the lines of thinking that I was on. Jesse says, what are you thinking about Jesse on the back burner as my new channel? Jesse on Fire sidekick. I love Jesse, man. I talk to Jesse, I don't know, 10 times a day, dude. Don't agree with everything Jesse says, but I don't agree with anything everybody says. But I love Jesse, man. Jesse's a great dude. For sure. He just got me connected with Jake Shields, actually, today. So be on the lookout for that. Hopefully me and Jake will be able to do something together. All right. Here we go. Knowing what we know in 2025, do you think it's possible to see the same level of patriotism we ever saw after 9/11? I'm a Gen Z male, and patriotism doesn't seem very common among my peer. Patriotism, yes. However, keep in mind the I know this is going to be shitty to say, but it's true. The patriotism we saw after 9/11 was artificial and it was fabricated. And what I mean by that is that 9/11 obviously wasn't a organic thing that brought that patriotism out. It was used. And and I mean this, our patriotism was specifically leveraged and used as a weapon that allowed us to go invade 6 countries in the Middle East. That's what that patriotism was used for. So that type of patriotism, I hope we don't ever see again. But organic patriotism, I do believe, is actually starting to come back a little bit, especially with like the America First movement and things like that. But but like this fake drummed up patriotism from a big event like that, probably not. All right, so Brian Harpole wasn't there, but didn't Candasource say he was interrogated by someone with the last name Neff, which wasn't Blake Neff? It was a Captain Neff, which there's probably 500 of in the military. So yeah, that doesn't really tell me anything either. And sure, he got interrogated because he walked into a unit that he wasn't allowed to be in. You know, again, I'm not doing any more on that story. It's already been debunked. We're moving on from that. Why would they plant the wrong caliber rifle? What would be the reason for that? Didn't MLK get popped by a 30-06 and not have an exit wound as well? Feels kind of like a red herring. So yes, well, we don't know with Martin Luther King. For those of you guys don't know, Martin Luther King was supposedly shot by a 30-06. However, the ballistic forensics panel and experts on the case were never actually able to match the bullet with the rifle that was used in the case. So you might get something like that in this case too. But yeah, supposedly a 30-06 hit MLK, no exit wound, but they never matched the bullet to the rifle. So who knows? Who knows, right? And again, you can pull that up on ChatGPT yourself and look if you want to. But yeah, that's what we think, but it's never been proven and wasn't proven in the trial either. All right, that's like saying everyone who thinks Mike Tyson is in his prime would knock Nick Fuentes out every time if he punched him is retarded. Come on, Matt. I don't remember who we're talking about. Sup VHT. I appreciate everything you do. Your Crenshaw stank on redemption had me howling on the way home from work. Yeah, we'll take a look at that video here in a little bit and give you guys a little preview. because it was pretty funny, I think. Thank you, VFT, from in your Ian and Candace's corner. Was a member of Timcast and canceled membership after his meltdown. Please accept the super as my penance. Look, I don't have anything against Tim Pool. I've met Tim. Tim was super nice when I met him. He gave me a lot of really good advice on YouTube, and but I just don't understand what the fuck happened to him, because I used to be a fan of Tim, and it's like he just, like a lot of these people, has just decided integrity doesn't matter. I'm just going to grift for Israel, and I don't understand where that came from. So yeah, I mean, I don't know what his deal is. Like freaking out over Candace and throwing like a 13-year-old girl meltdown, smashing his hands and on the table and calling her a C word and blaming Candace Owens for all his financial problems was just like, what the fuck are you doing, dude? You know what I mean? Didn't you guys watch that and we're just like, wasn't that just like uncomfortable to watch? Like, ugh. I don't know. Very, very, very bizarre. Looks like you guys want to poll on that. You guys want to poll on that? Oh, what did we get on this last poll? Which one was this one? Oh, is Erica's behavior normal? 97% to 3%. That's even less people that believe Tyler Robinson was the shooter. Yikes. All right, let's see. Let's see if you guys like Tim Pool. Let's say still like Tim Pool. And again, I don't have anything against him personally. I just don't know why he's being so psychotic. So do you still like Tim Pool? Yes or no? Just be interesting where you guys think. And this is like how, behavior on, if you're a content creator, your behavior has consequences. And if you decide to crash out and scream and call a female podcaster an evil C word, and it just, there's consequences to that, man. And I think he's seeing those consequences right now. All right, peak kosher theater fatigue. Yeah, glad we're done with Operation Tropic Thunder and the heroism of Private Jody. Yeah, Private Snuffy. Yeah, we've moved on for that one, thank God. Your first take after CK went down is this sounded like a 5.56. Would a 5.56 behave this way any round that would make sense? Yeah. So, well, my thought process on that one is it sounded that way, and also just the wound looked like a smaller It looks like a high power rifle wound. I'm 100%. Just based off the cavitation of Charlie's neck, it was definitely a high power rifle round, in my opinion. And I could be wrong, but it looked more like a 223 or 5.56 or a 300 blackout, especially with no exit wound. If you were to tell me the official narrative, keep it exactly the same, but it was a foldable, collapsible AR-15 that was used, I wouldn't have any problem with the story, really. I'd be like, yeah, it's still super rare and super, super unlikely that it didn't create an exit wound, but it would be like in the realm of like, 2 to 3% or maybe 5% probabilities where you're like, okay, this could happen, right? Especially from a slope, because now you're looking at a slope coming down like this. Could it have hit, deflected and not made it out? Sure, on a 30-aught or on a 5.56 round, possible, not likely, but plausible. But like now we're getting into the big boy guns, 300 Win Mag, or anything 30-06, anything like that. That I'm just, sorry. It just doesn't make any sense. 270, anything like that would have been just like, no, sorry. But yeah, 223, plausible, especially because then you could have said, hey, he collapsed this, and I got one right back here. I could collapse that AR-15 and put it in my backpack in 5 seconds, right? And now all of a sudden the story can sort of make sense, but we're not talking about that. We're talking about 30-06 being used, supposedly. Hey, Sticks, love those calves. Thanks, brother. UK here, been watching since first CK video. Must say you're probably the most balanced content creator I watch. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Baron said he fell asleep to you. In his defense, he did also apologize. Baron apologized? What, did Baron attack me? Was Baron talking shit? Chat, was Baron talking shit about me? I've never said a negative thing about Baron. I don't know why Baron would have been attacking me. I've literally never said a single, even remotely negative thing about Baron. What do you mean? He yes? I hope he. Well, I mean, if he was attacking me, he was attacking me. But I've done nothing but say nice things about Baron, so hopefully not. Baron's part of the definite, alliance. But anyway, no big deal. All right, they still want us to believe in magic bullets. Liz, thank you. What's your daily carry? I have an HK VP92. What shotgun for self-defense and why? Shotgun is not a self-defense weapon. As you can see, what I have right here is I got my vest and all my shit here, but I got my AR-15 sitting right there. That's the best home defense weapon by far. And then for an everyday carry, Glock 19 or Glock 17, because I got big hands. Just because it's so reliable. If I'm going to have to save my own life, I don't want to have a gun that I've done a bunch of, exterior work on. And then for competition pistol shooting, my Walther PDP Pro is my favorite gun. So, but for the way I look at it, guys, is so my AR-15, I'm not going to explain to you the way my house is set up, right? In case somebody decides they want to, but my house is set up very strategically. Just saying, for all of those of you who decide you want to show up sometime, it would be a bad idea. It's set up very strategically to where, I have, and if you want to fight in the night, is what you're going to do, probably not be a great idea for you. But my pistol, or a pistol, one of many pistols, I have, in places like my bedroom that'll allow me to get to a higher level of defense weapon if I need it, like my AR-15. So, but yeah. But anyway, from your concealed carry, it's up to you, man. When a lot of that's just going to be what you're comfortable because of how big your hands might be, or small your hands might be, or things like that. So, but yeah, Glock 17, Glock 19 for carry, and then Walther PDP Pro, for competition shooting. All right, seriously, Nate, your channel is my favorite. Instead of a other presenter under the tree, I'd rather donate to you. Wife says thank you. One less present to wrap. Hey, man, look, guys, you do not need to donate to me in Christmas time, okay? If you guys, again, make sure you spend that money on your family instead. I love you guys, but do not, unless it is just very expendable income and you like to just support the channel, because I do too. I like to go and donate to all my buddies and all my friends and all the content creators. I get it. It's fun to do. But do not donate any money to me if you need that money. Okay. Please. I love you though. You don't have to donate me $1 to still be a supporter of the channel. All right. Charlie Kirk was Reed Richards' Fantastic Four. Yeah. Is that the Mr. Fantastic, the stretchy skin? That's me and my wife were joking about that when we saw this. Even my wife, my wife shoots, but she heard that she heard the stretchy skin, the new Nick Fuentes. I actually showed her Ian's video, and I showed her what Ian was explaining about Nick's theory, and she lost her mind, dude. She laughed her ass off, because just anybody that has ever shot a gun or knows anything is going to be like, okay, rubber band skin. All right, a couple more, and let's jump into the third part of the show. Thank you for you do. Whole fam is tuned in. Well, thanks, Mark. Appreciate it. Look like you got a beautiful family there. Appreciate it. Larry Raymer. I thought that said Larry Loomer at first. That old scary Laura Loomer on the mind, I guess. That's not how 306 bullets work from the amount of flesh in a human neck. It's not how they work in a moose's body either, or an elk's body. And I was talking to Gary about this earlier, because yes, me and Gary are friends and we talk offline, and we were talking about it's not even my military or Green Beret background that makes me so suspicious of the 30-06 story. It's the 30-06 from, that's used to kill big game like mooses, and this 30-06 has killed like a moose through and through bone. Bow. Right. And so every hunter that's ever shot a 30-06 and shot an animal that's 3 times the size of a human being knows that it's suspicious. Gary from Paramount Tactical. Which I know you guys, a lot of you guys are, you don't like Gary, but Gary's a fellow Green Beret, fellow first grouper, and he's my buddy. So take it easy. Take it easy. All right. Yeah, Gary says it's possible. So does Brent Tucker. And that's why I'm not discrediting anybody's theories. But again, you don't have to like people. Or you guys don't have to like people, but I'm friends with a lot of different people. And it is what it is. Again, that doesn't mean I agree with him, but he's a fellow Green Beret, guys. I'm always gonna have the back of a fellow Green Beret, especially somebody from my own unit, right? So you should understand that. That's just the way it's going to be. All right. New York Post releases lip reading video of Robinson from court appearance. Jack, don't taint the jury pool. Posiep. I can't even say this guy's name. I know who you're talking about. Same on Twitter. Lip reading. Interesting. I'll have to check that out. Be interesting to see what he said. All right, putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay. Old Uncle Alex. And also guess then turn some conservative men into closeted gays. Well, the Republican Party is kind of struggling with that at the moment. And maybe it's just because Democrats don't feel the need to be in the closet. You know what I mean? Like Democrat politicians, like they can be gay, nobody cares. Maybe that's what causes like the in the closet issue on the Republican side. But I don't know. To be fair, JF Garipi has allegedly killed before, so he's an expert of sorts. JF Garipi. Oh, what, the French guy? He's allegedly killed what? I didn't see it with old French Garipi based off of his Backstreet Boy hair and his tiny frail body, but maybe he has. But if old Garipi there believes that rubber band skin, V's and slingshots rounds off of shit, then no, he's not a credible anything. He's not an expert of anything. Nobody believes that. Somebody said he killed his wife. What? Jesus Christ, guys. Is that true? I don't know. You guys are being crazy. I don't trust you guys at the moment. Seems like it's getting a little wild out there. All right, couple more supers, then we got to jump into the Erica Kirk part of the show. We're going to take our midway through. Well, we're probably past midway, 2/3 of the way through the show break, so I can pee, refill my drink. We're going to do one more super chat, and then we're going to take a 90-second break, jump back into it, go straight into we got a Jimmy Dore clip. I think this is the one with Candace that we're going to look at first, and then that's what we're going to kick it off with, into the bizarreness that has been this week for Miss Erica Kirk. Okay, one more. Strong enough to pierce the front skin and enter the body, but the back of the neck is different skin, so it couldn't exit. Got it. Yes, yeah, bro. It's the back neck skin. This is where it gets real rubber bandish, is back here in the back of the neck. Yeah, tracking. All right, let's take a quick break. I got to refill my drinks, and I got to use the bathroom. Take us 90 seconds. Stand by, and then we're going to get into some Erica Kirk drama. Here we go. And we're back. And we are back, ladies and gentlemen, for the third part of the show. Chad, are you behaving yourself? Jasmine, is chat behaving themselves? You guys behaving? Probably not. Being bad boys and girls in here. Yeah, everybody said no, 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 no. No, no. Jay, is everybody behaving? Probably not. That's fine. As long as it's somewhat behaved. That's good enough. Are the mods behaving? That's a good question. Is Jasmine behaving in here? Is Jasmine bullying anybody? Is she bullying anybody in here? I hope not. But at the same time, Jasmine can bully anybody she wants. Jasmine's the head moderator. She's got permission to do whatever she wants in here. So keep that in mind. Keep that in mind, everybody. Don't piss off Jasmine because she's got ultimate authority around here. So, all right, let's move into this thing. And let's look at a couple clips. We got obviously let's watch this one first because Candace actually talked about Erica. Oh, no, that's not. That's our list. We need oh, come on. There we go. We need this one. We are going to start with this as we move into Candace talking about what is coming up on Erica's schedule. Let's see what Candace had to say. Because the beef, right? The cat fight. There's an obviously a cat fight that's brewing. It's a brewing between Candace and Erica. And we are going to do a poll here in a minute, actually. Let's see what Candace had to say.
Insiders, the questions were pre-selected. And one of the
Hold on. Let me restart.
Insiders, the questions were pre.
Okay, so she's talking about the upcoming interview between Erica Kirk and Barry Weiss, who is, if you don't know who Barry Weiss is, she is the literal goddamn mouthpiece for Israel. And she's basically being used as the decider of who's allowed to talk about what in America. And Erica Kirk, of course, is going on an interview with her tomorrow.
Selected. And one of the pre-selected questions was for Erica, and this will come out on Saturday, setting the stage for her to condemn anti-Semitism, to which she responds and speaks about, as I told you yesterday, how Turning Point will be hosting a Shabbat dinner. And in case the direction of travel for CBS under the stewardship of Barry Weiss is not clear, they even brought in during this town hall the father of the young woman who was shot in DC at the Jewish Museum. I think that was an IDF soldier. I might be wrong about that. They also brought out Hunter Kozak, who asked the last question to Charlie Kirk. They filled the audience with people selected by CBS, college Republicans, with questions selected by CBS. So it just is objectively a controlled insiders.
Okay, so I mean, are we all surprised that that's what Turning Point USA is going to do? Or are we like that Turning Point now is going to go have a big town hall with Barry Weiss, and they're going to talk about Shabbat Shalom and anti-Semitism and wow, crazy. Even though, you know, Charlie Kirk said 48 hours before he was killed, I will not be bullied by my Jewish donors. This leaves me no choice but to leave the pro-Israel cause. Remember that, Charlie Kirk? Charlie Kirk, the founder of Turning Point USA, you know, the guy who was in charge of that company that supposedly were trying to carry on his legacy. Him. That seems a little bit bizarre. The same guy that told Tucker Carlson to go max on Benjamin Netanyahu at the Turning Point USA event. That same Charlie Kirk. Okay. Seems a little bit odd that, you know, this is turning into this Shabbat Shalom organization. which she keeps saying over and over and over again. We're going to look at clips from that. It's just, I don't know. I do want to poll here first, though, as we move into the cat fight. What was our poll results? Oh, 95% of you said you don't like Tim Pool. That's brutal numbers, dude. Brutal. 95% said no. That's a burn-in. I think we would have got higher percent on Ben Shapiro than that. That's rough. That's rough, ladies and gentlemen. It's rough out here. All right. Come on. We got to get the new poll up. Oh, where's it? Why? Oh, there it is. All right, here we go. New poll before we move on. Whose side you got? See what you guys think. You got Candace and Erica. What side do the viewers got in the new cat fight? The new TPUSA Candace Owens cat fight. Whose side do you got as we move through this? Let's keep moving. Let's see what Jimmy had to say. I love Jimmy's content. Love watching him. He's just entertaining, funny, smart. You gotta love Jimmy.
They still call it the Charlie Kirk Show. Hey, once the guy's dead, you should change the name of the show. Call it the Turning Point Show or something else. Call it the guys who got caught lying 12 times by Candace Owens show. Call it that. Call it anything. But to continue to call it the Charlie Kirk Show is way weird. Here they are, and a fan calls out TPUSA for insisting that Candace Owens appear in person instead of why don't you let her appear on a live stream? Why would she possibly need to appear in person other than so they could kill her? Can anyone name any other legit reason? Because Turning Point USA can't give me a legit reason.
And she's saying she can't attend in person. Can she attend on a live stream or, and you guys do live streams all the time. And is that going to be an option? Of course, Gina. I'm just trying to make this come together.
Of course, Gina. So
even their own viewers are like, what the hell's wrong with you? Let her come on a Zoom. Let her.
Also, did you see what was crazy? Andrew Colvett was literally doing a live stream with Blake Neff. That wasn't in person. They were literally live streaming digitally when they got that question. And they still had an excuse for why they can't live stream it. I can tell you guys, as a content creator, do you know how fucking easy it is to live stream? I could set up, if we were all on board, we could set up having Candace and TPUSA on this live stream in 5 minutes. 5 minutes. It would be me sending 2 email links to each of them, in which they would log into their accounts, click the link, boom, they'd be dropped in my lobby, and I would pull them up on the screen. That's literally as hard as it is. It's that easy to set up a live stream. And so the whole, she's got to be here live. Why? Am I drunk? No, dude, I'm not even halfway into the booze yet, man. Nate's got to drink a lot to get drunk. That's the perks of being big and drinking a lot. No, we're nowhere near it. We're in the infancy. We're just starting to get a buzz going. Just got a little bit of a buzz going at this point, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Now, yes, here we go. We're going to start looking at some things. I want to show you this one first because of the okay. We're supposed to take this shit seriously. I don't know which Erica we're going to get whenever she shows up on camera. You've got grieving. We got Tissue Erica, right? We all know Tissue Erica. We've got super happy, like the happiest woman on the planet, Erica, sometimes. We now have this new scorned wife, Erica. This one just showed up for the first time here this week. But I want to show you this Erica that we just got. Because, again, she's been on every Fox News show ever. But, yeah, this is like riveting stuff, guys. Here you go. Because, you know, I want to remind you, today is December 12th, which means 90 days ago-ish, her husband was shot in the face on live TV. 90 days. 90 days. It's not a lot of time to lose your husband, but, you know, let's just take a look.
Just want to have some fun with you. For
Okay,
just a
let's
second.
go.
All right.
Okay.
I love to play this or that.
Okay.
People know that from my social media. Okay, so someone wants to give you a gift. Would you want shoes or are you a bag girl?
I would want shoes because I was a sneakerhead yes, I'm a huge sneakerhead. And so when Charlie and I first started dating at Bill's Burgers, the first time I met him, he looks down and I have these like combat Nike high tops. And he looks at me and he goes, Nike, huh? And I look at him and I go, Adidas, huh? So I love sneakers. So Charlie is so tall and his walk stride was so fast that I couldn't wear heels with him. So there's times where even at the White House, I would be in a very nice dress and very nice sneakers because I had to keep up with my husband.
I love that.
Well, yes. Did you see? Sorry, my comment was there. If you guys didn't notice my comment, you can see how I feel about things. Yeah, there's my comment right there. Yeah. I just and again, you never know which one you're gonna get. Also, what was that question? Did you hear Harris Faulkner's question there? Would you rather have shoes or are you a bad girl? Her husband just got shot in the fucking face 90 days ago, Harris. Did we forget about that? Does that seem like an appropriate question to ask the widow? I don't know. I'm just like, what do you mean by bad girl? What was the context there? No. I like when random people give me vibrators for Christmas, Harris. The fuck was that? What are you talking about? Oh, bag? Somebody said a bag girl. Okay. My bad. My bad, chat. Yeah, that makes a little bit more sense. But still, just a fucking stupid question to ask somebody that's there to talk about her husband that got killed. Yeah, okay. Whoopsies. Also, doesn't change that clip at all. But still, super bizarre, super fucking weird stuff. But you know, she had a lot of one-liners from this interview because it was all over the place.
Virus. Yes, I believe in our judicial.
Hold on. Let's play that over one more time. Not a lot of Freudian slips here. Jew. This was like an Alex Jones clip right here.
Virus. Yes, I believe in our judicial system. I do. We have a hell of a team working on this. Excuse my French.
Excuse my French. Do you guys... It's almost like... It's almost like they're doing this shit on purpose. Jew. Excuse my French, given the context of the things we've heard about the French Foreign Legion last week. Very odd.
Virus. Yes, I believe in our judicial system. I do.
Okay. Okay. Then we have this. And it's insane. I mean, I got to give her credit. Like, here's the thing. I will give Erica credit. She grinds, dude. She is everywhere. She is fucking everywhere. She's done more podcasts and interviews and appearances in such a short amount of time. I think more than anybody I've ever seen in my life. She's got a crazy work ethic. So I'm going to give her credit for that. Her work ethic is savage. She's nonstop. But now we have this new Erica Kirk that we haven't seen yet. So let's take a look at this one.
Stop. That's it. That's all I have to say. Stop.
No, I do not. And don't you ever say I did. We wrestle not with flesh and blood, but principalities and powers.
Ooh. Ooh. You know, I got to tell you guys, this is when I saw that originally, that stop. Just stop. This is the very first thing that came to my mind. Maybe hold on, I gotta pull this up. It's an Avengers clip. It's not gonna pull up. Damn it. All right, hold on. Just trying to pull this up to show you guys what I was thinking of. I think I can get it. Hold on. Here we go. Yeah, I can't. Can I zoom in on this? Damn it. All right, anyway, I'm sure you guys, I'll pull it up anyway. I'm sure you guys remember the scene from the Avengers when Captain America, when he's talking and they ask him, well, I forget what they ask him. And he goes, no, I don't think I will. This is this is the meme that came to my mind when I first saw that clip of telling us to stop. No, you don't think so. I don't think so. There's new also another one, guys. Do you know who this is? So this is what's his name? Boyer and Erica Kirk, and who you can't see here and you're about to see. Who is that? Oh, that's Benjamin Netanyahu's son. What they're all doing together in 2019. Nothing to see there. Nothing to see there. Nothing to see there. You know, that's before she got married to Charlie. Nothing to see there. Just hanging out with Benjamin Netanyahu's son. Again, we got 1,000 different versions that we're going to go through here. Here's another one. This is where she claims, and she's been debunked, by the way, on this already, which is rough. By Frank Turek, by the way, was the one who put this out. And Erica must have just forgot that Frank Turek already said that this happened.
But he was not messaging people the day before saying, I'm going to be murdered. They're coming after me. Someone's going to kill me. He didn't say that. And I have his cell phone. But he was not messaging.
Now, that's interesting. You guys know who Frank Turek is, right? In the Charlie Kirk case. Pull this up so you guys can see him. I'm sure you guys know who he is, right? Frank Turek, who obviously was there on the ground. Frank Turek literally said, I don't have the clip. Ian showed the clip on his show. Frank Turek literally said, Charlie Kirk told me, I think they're going to fucking kill me. So why are you saying, Erica, that Charlie never texted that to anybody when Frank Turek literally said that Charlie told him that exact thing? Like, get it together. TPUSA, get it together. Get on the same page. And again, I don't even want to try to beat up Turning Point USA, but it's so obnoxious at this point. They can't get, like, there's been 20 plus lies, right? From the steel neck to, Pastor McCoy talking about Mikey McCoy being the hero and being covered in blood. And Charlie never said that he was leaving the pro-Israel cause. Oh, whoopsie. Now Candace has proof that Charlie did say that. Like, it's just over and over and over and over and over again. And it's like, get your shit together, TPUSA. Because now Erica Kirk's out saying that Charlie never said something that Frank fucking Turek said that he said. This isn't like Candace exposing this. This is your own people saying it. Frank Turek said that. That's where this came from. You know? But she was also on, I mean, I don't know, again, this is 1,000 different podcasts that she's been on in the last 3 days. She was also on Glenn Beck's. Or again, where she said, Charlie Kirk never said that. It's false. He never did that. And I have a cell phone. Okay, well, Frank Turek literally said that he did. Also, guys, this has been very interesting to me, too. Do you guys remember this? Because we don't forget. The internet doesn't forget. Remember this?
That young man. I forgive him.
That's, oh my God. I just want you guys to watch this one more time. Let's just absorb this and just take this whole thing in together.
That young man. I forgive him.
And you're making hundreds and thousands of dollars every single episode.
So Erica Kirk forgave Tyler Robinson 4 days after he shot her husband in the face in a dramatic, over-the-top, that young man, I forgive him. But now she is, it's this new persona, and I'm going to explain what I think is going on here. Now we got this new persona where she forgives Tyler Robinson, but not Candace Owens. So you're going to forgive the killer of your husband, but you're going to attack the friend of your husband who's been trying to figure out who killed your husband. That seems really weird to me. Am I off base? Also, this comment too, right? Jody just says, this is a great comment, Jody. She's made hundreds of thousands of dollars off Charlie's death. We said this on the last one. Do you know who's made the most money off of Charlie's death? By tens, if not hundreds of millions of dollars. Do you guys know? Do you want to compare numbers? Who's made the most money off of Charlie Kirk's death? Erica Kirk. TPUSA. It's not even fucking close. Erica Kirk brought in over $10 million just in donations. This isn't including supposedly around $30 million in Freedom White t-shirt merch that they sold, including selling at his own fucking memorial. Plus, supposedly, that influx of massive Israel cash that Charlie was turning down. All of that got approved the day after Charlie died, from what I understand. So this is like this emotional blackmail, this hypocritical bullshit where it's like, oh, Candace Owens has made hundreds of thousands of dollars off this, which she has, I promise you. Okay. But if you're the person that's made $100 million off of this, maybe that's a glass house and you shouldn't be throwing stones. Just saying. Doesn't look good when you're selling merch. Let me repeat this. When you're selling merch at your husband's memorial, guys, I know we didn't think about this at the time because everybody was emotional. All of us were emotional. Charlie Kirk had just been killed, right? They sold fucking merch at Charlie's memorial. We should have seen it then. And a lot of you guys actually did. But we should have very quickly seen when they were selling fucking merch at Charlie's memorial that maybe this organization isn't quite what we thought it was. Maybe this Christian evangelical organization that's selling merch at a dead dude's memorial. Maybe that's not the best organization in the world. Just a thought. You know, again, I didn't catch it at the time. Yeah, pyrotechnics and the WWE, it all looked weird, but like, I would say this, like, I don't know, man. I'm trying to think, like, if I died, would I want my wife to sell merch at my funeral? Probably not. Like, hey, maybe do that, like, down the line. But maybe not at my actual memorial or my funeral. Just seems weird. Seems weird. We got some more. And this, again, there's a lot of different versions of her now. But this is the one we have now.
Right now. Stop.
I like the eyes. Look at the eyes.
That's it. That's all I have to say. Stop the world right.
I don't know where this came from. But speaking of which, they also hosted a Mar-a-Lago dinner. Did you hear about this? $10,000 a plate. Looks like the happiest person that's ever lived. So, again. Candace, though. Candace, how dare Candace? How dare Candace make money off a YouTube channel? Which she does the work herself. She's putting out content. Everything that goes into that side of it. Instead, yeah, we're just having $10,000 a plate dinners at Mar-a-Lago. You know. Okay. Here's more from this one. Again, look what? Holy shit! This face, the eyes.
Is there a difference, Erica, between forgiving someone in a religious and spiritual sense, but also wanting justice for them here on earth?
No, of course. But we serve a just God. And I rest easy in knowing that.
What the fuck is going on here?
He's sovereign, but he's just. And so let the Lord handle that.
This is what I was talking about. Like, a lot of us in here are Christian, we're religious. It's just weird. It's fake. All of that's fake. And very religious people are saying that's fake. I have family members that are extremely religious evangelicals. I'm talking like more so than Charlie Kirk. And do you know what they said to me about Erica? My extremely evangelical family members. Do you know what they said? They said, something's not right. I really don't feel comfortable with the type of thing she's saying. And that's from my extremely evangelical Christian family members. So even the religious people are going, this isn't how normal people act. It's not how normal Christians act, and like this bizarre shit. It just, none of it sits right, right? And again, it's not just us. And what was the poll earlier? 97% support Candace over 3% Erica. These aren't like normal numbers, right? Where it's like, again, you would expect, well, like, yeah, let's do a who's religious in here, right? Because I'm sure we have a ton of religious people in here who also, again, we 97% support Candace over Erica. So you would expect, oh, well, everybody's atheist in here then. Well, got to be a bunch of atheists. Can't be any Christians in here because they would always support Erica on this. Well, I don't know. Let's find out. Let's find out, chat. Who's religious? Religious? Question mark? Just yes or no. Just it'd be interesting to see if you guys are religious or not. Come on, let's go poll. There we go. Because again, I think there's plenty of religious people who are looking at this going, and you can tell. And also, I know you can tell, right? And I'm going to pull this back up to Jimmy Dore's point, which I forgot to expand on his point, which I agree with 1,000%, when he was talking about, hey, get the fuck off Charlie Kirk's YouTube channel. Who's been saying that for the last 3 months, 2 months? Me. Just stop. Get off his goddamn YouTube channel. You're destroying his legacy. Of course, they refuse to, but I'm going to pull this up again so you guys can see. It's not just again, like, look at the numbers on these YouTube videos. 5,000, 3,000, 3,000, 9,000, 7. Ooh, finally 40. Because this was about Charlie Kirk's death. 4, 18. Like, these are just the smallest numbers ever. 3.2. And then, of course, Erica Kirk's 55. You finally got a little bit of numbers. So this tells me this is Charlie Kirk's YouTube channel with 5.65 million people. 5.65 million people. Which, again, I've shown you guys this before. If we scroll down to Charlie's content, and I'll go right back to where, and look who's in every goddamn thing. Andrew Colvett, Blake Neff, Andrew Colvett. The two little fucking leeches. That's what they are. Andrew Colvett's the worst. Just fucking a leech. Hasn't built anything himself. Just completely leeching off of Charlie Kirk. And just taking advantage of it. But as we go, we got to go all the way back because they put out 1,000 goddamn YouTube videos since he got killed. This is crazy how far. Look at this, dude. I just got to scroll. They put out 100 times more videos than I have in the same amount of time since Charlie's been killed. Okay, did we finally get to Charlie? Here we go. Are we at Charlie? We got to get to 3 months. No. Here we go. We finally got it. Okay, now let's look at Charlie's numbers. 185,000, 70,000, 2.7 million, 600,000, 62, 21. This is a really low. 66, 5 million views, 1 million views. See the difference here? Same channel. Used to do hundreds of thousands to millions of views. Now doing 3,000 to 5,000 views a video. What that tells me, TPUSA, was one, obviously Charlie was the talent, but two, it's not about your religious viewers. Because if it was just your religious viewers, you'd still be doing the same numbers or close to. You'd be doing hundreds of thousands of views based off of your devout religious following. But you're not. Your channel's dead. Nobody's watching it, which means Charlie Kirk's fans are no longer watching your content. That's on you, TPUSA. It's not on Candace. It's not on anybody else. That's a failure in TPUSA. So hiding behind the religion side of things is not working. So again, in our poll, 76% of people are religious in here, but yet only 3% support Erica Kirk. These numbers are pretty obvious of what it's saying. They tell us things, right? This tells us. It doesn't matter that people are devout religiously. They feel like you guys are fake. They feel like TPUSA is a scam without Charlie. And for good reason. It looks like a scam without Charlie. And we're not the community that's been bashing TPUSA just to bash them from the beginning. We've been supportive. We defended TPUSA and Erica from the beginning. But you guys shoved it down our throats. Right? We didn't just wake up one day and be like, yeah, TPUSA is the worst. No. You put Erica Kirk in front of us 8,000 times in 90 days with fake tears and fake personalities. And eventually everybody went, okay, this is fake. This is fake. This is just fake slop. And we all see it because, like, the one thing, guys, all of us recognize, all humans, left, right, center, Muslim, Christian, Jewish, it doesn't matter. The one thing everybody can recognize is authenticity. And the second it's gone, you know right away. And who, once we figured out wasn't authentic, did they burn in? Officer Tatum. Channel burned in. Ben Shapiro on the Daily Wire, burn in. Tim Pool, burn in. Even people that I don't agree with, Anna Kasparian, love to use her as a reference for this. Tons of stuff I don't agree with about Anna. Guess what? Everybody fucking loves Anna because she's the most authentic fucking woman ever. And you know it. And while you might listen to her and be like, I don't agree with that, you can see the passion and the vitriol behind everything she says. And you're like, this woman is giving us exactly who she is. People love that, even if they don't agree with it. But what they can always tell is if you're fucking fake. For whatever reason, we as human beings are so good at picking up on inauthenticity. We're so good at it. And so that's the problem for TPUSA, is that everybody can feel it. It's not about seeing it, but when you watch Erica Kirk, it's not about listening with your ears or your eyes. You can feel something's off. You can feel internally inside you. And I know you're all resonating with this. When you watch those clips, you can just, like, a visceral feeling inside of your body goes, mm-mm. Mm-mm. Benny Johnson, another great one. Somebody just put it in the chat. You can just, every time he talks, you go, mm-mm. Mm-mm. Meghan Markle. There's a great one. You guys know, you know all the people, right? You just, ugh. But then there's other people where, again, you might completely disagree with, but you're like, wow, this person, you know what you're getting is exactly how they feel. Right? Megyn Kelly, this is another one. You can tell it's fucking fake. Dan Crenshaw. So you guys know all the people. Lindsey Graham. Like, these are all the classics. Somebody said truth is a frequency. That's a great one. That's a great one. Glenn Beck's another one. Right? And it's Democrats as well too, right? Like, we can all Chuck Schumer is another one. You can feel it, right? Ted Cruz, that's another one. So that's my point, is don't be mad at us. Yeah, Kamala. Yeah, you guys know. You guys, like, there's not a single person you guys are listing that's not all of us are like, yep. Newsom, yep. Tim Kennedy. That was another one, yeah. So that's my point, guys, is we feel it and we know. And that's Erica Kirk's problem, and that's TPUSA's problem. And it's not about Charlie Kirk. It's not about anything else other than we can tell you're not being authentic. And you got guys like this as well.
To my Orthodox friends, the ones who were struggling over Charlie inviting Tucker. And you have to consider there's nowhere safe for them in the world. And they have an inclination to trust no one. And yet, in this dialogue, we went back and forth. I commend Charlie on his patience. He's remarkable. He can dialogue with Tucker and Candace and be on a text string with Orthodox rabbis.
Do you know why? Listen to what he's fucking saying there. He's a pastor, by the way, who's preaching a sermon talking shit about Tucker and Candace. Could you imagine being a priest and spending your time, or a pastor, excuse me, being a pastor and spending your time talking shit about influencers at your church? And what he said there is, oh my God, Charlie's patience, that he could have dialogue with Tucker and Candace. Dialogue? Have you seen the text chains between Candace and Charlie? They're best fucking friends for like 10 years. You know, Charlie Kirk loved Tucker Carlson, right? We know these things. because we can see the clips of them together. We can see their text chains. What do you mean? He was willing to have dialogue with Tucker and Candace. Fuck you, dude. We're not dumb. And you're the same guy who said your son was the brave hero that day, directing traffic, blood all over his body as he saved Charlie Kirk. When we all saw what the amazing Mikey McCoy did that day. This is my point. That's TPUSA's head pastor. And they can't figure out why they're burning in. Come on, dude. It's just, at this point, I don't know, guys. This new Fox News, and we're seeing it, right? It's this big all hands on deck. Erica Kirk's on 17 different Fox News shows in 2 days. And keep in mind, I want to explain, and I think it was Ian. I think Ian actually was the one who said this, and I heard it and actually really resonated of what's happening. Yeah, it definitely was Ian. Ian talked about this, and he said it's not a coincidence that all of a sudden 2 days or a day before, and actually it was 2 days and 1 day before Tyler Robinson is finally seen and the court case is finally starting, all of a sudden Erica Kirk's on 17 different Fox News channels, and it's all over mainstream media, and it's drumming up all this emotion. And oh my gosh, Tyler Robinson is evil, and all these things. It's like you see the emotion that's being drummed up out of nowhere, and then we have this new Erica Kirk we've never seen before. This impassioned, scorned wife that's gonna bring justice, and with her eyes, none of that. We after that man. I forgive him. I forgive him. And then all of a sudden, the day before Tyler Robinson appears in trial, we got a new Erica Kirk and 17 different channels that she's on. And to what Ian's point, what he said is the timing's also perfect. It's December 12th. Everybody's also about to go on winter break. Everybody's about to start going on holiday vacation, go back with their families. And what do they want? They want to drum up emotional hysteria heading into the Tyler Robinson trial. And it's so fucking obvious that that's what they're doing right now. That's not me. I didn't figure that out. Ian figured that out. But when Ian said that, I was like, oh, yeah, fucking duh. It's December 12th. Tyler Robinson is first time about to be seen in trial, and all of a sudden, this is all happening in front of our face, and 48 hours prior. I'm sure that's all organic. You know what I mean? I wish I could say I was smart enough to have figured all those things out, but listening to Ian talk about it, you're like, oh, yeah, duh. And also, somebody just said she's got a book to sell, which is also true. All of it is all happening at the same time. And it's like COVID. Right? You guys remember and Ian was explaining this too. You guys remember the emotional drum up of COVID? First it was sort of like, hey, get the vaccine to help your neighbors. And then the emotional blackmail started. Hey, get the vaccine so you don't kill grandma. Oh man, and then it was everybody who doesn't get the vaccine is fucking evil and they're killing everyone, right? How they slowly ramped up the emotional blackmail, slowly ramped up all of that. It feels the same. It all feels the same. Well, Jasmine, I don't think they're covering up anything, but what I think they're doing is, again, Tyler Robinson trial is about to start, and I think what they're trying to do is drum up all of this visceral emotion through I'm going to call them the normies in America that aren't paying attention to any independent media. Because keep in mind, guys, all of you guys are watching Ian's content and Candace's content and my content, Barron's content, right? Your level of knowledge of the Charlie Kirk case is, even if you're not a ballistics expert, even if you were never in the military or anything like this, your knowledge of everything involving this case is way up here. Now think about the average American who's ingested none of that content, and all they've got is the Fox News slop they were handed. Right? There's a huge difference in your understanding of all of this and the honestly, probably 98% of America. And so what they're doing is, again, drumming up all this emotional slop that's going to be force fed to everybody going into this trial. And so all of you and all of us will be the fringe conspiracy theorists. Even if the trial doesn't make any sense, they convict Tyler Robinson, and all of us are pounding our fists going, there's no fucking way, right? Because we've already disproved a lot of different things. Well, it won't matter. Because the 98% of people who don't pay any attention to anything have been fed all the slop by the mainstream media, and we'll move on with our lives. That's what will happen. Guaranteed. Maybe I'm underestimating the amount of people that are paying attention and again, I'm not saying I'm right about everything, but I am saying the type of person, which is all of us here, that are digesting independent media, whether I'm right, I'm wrong, or Barron's right, Barron's wrong, Ian, Candace, Nick, like even other sides of the story, like Gary, whether we're right or we're wrong, people are at least looking for different perspectives, looking for independent media that's not just obvious slop from a fucking $1 trillion company, right? But most people aren't doing that. And so that's what you're seeing on Fox News when all of a sudden Erica Kirk is on 17 different fucking Fox shows in 48 hours before Tyler Robinson appears in court. It's emotional. That's the psyop. Maybe I'm crazy, but I don't really believe in coincidences like that. Personally. Okay. We did it. We made it to the end of this show. Now we got to get through the super chats, which I feel like there's a lot. So that is going to end our regular portion of the show. Thank you all so much for sticking with us. Thank you all to Ian's fans that haven't been watching me before. I know me and Ian obviously have a ton of crossover audience, but those of you who may be new to my show based off of, coming over from Ian, thank you so much for showing up. And then now we are going to get into the super chats. So if you guys want to stick around and you want to hang out for the super chats, great. They can be pretty fun at the same time. If not, that's all the, all of the actual regular planned content we have for the night. Okay. So thank you all. Now let's jump into it and pound through these super chats, everybody. All right, here we go. See where we left off. All right. Here we go. Karen says that's one hell of a talented round. Talking about the magic Nick Fuentes bullet. Yeah. God, I hope Nick just stops. Just stop, buddy. Again, I mean that lovingly. Just stop. What's that? I gotta hold on. I hate doing this, but I've gotta pull this one up because this is one of my favorite memes.
I'm Michael Jordan. McDonald's restaurants have given me this time to talk to you about something we both really care about. Kids. Kids are the reason McDonald's sponsors their
Hold on, is it this? I gotta find I gotta get to the actual portion.
Get some help. So don't blow it. Don't do drugs.
Here we go.
If you're doing it, drugs.
This is our message to Nick.
Don't do drugs. If you're doing it, stop it. Get some help. McDonald's wants you to give yourself a chance to find out all the wonderful things you really can be.
There we go. All right, sorry. I had to play the Michael Jordan stop, get some help. Because it's a great meme. So Nick, please stop. We love you, buddy. Just knock it off, okay? That guy sounds like he was getting ready to surrender to the encroaching army. He doesn't know shots to the neck, might know more about shots to the back. Barry says, keep speaking the truth, sir. Stay away from the 7K club. Well, here's the thing. Who's been around on this channel besides Jasmine and Jay and everybody? Who's been around on this channel for a long time? I'm talking like 1 year plus. Back when we were just doing SF stuff and Vet Bro stuff. Who's been around that long? Back before the Iran kickoff. Do we got some longtime viewers in here? I know we do. We got a couple, right? Not a couple. We do got a lot. They'll all vouch. Nate has been criticizing our greatest ally for a long time. In fact, we all know the flags in the chat, right? Right, boys? And then when I say flags in the chat, I don't even have to tell you what flag, because the regular viewers will start spamming the protection flags in the chat, because that's what we do on this channel. This is how long we've been at it. Yep, there they go, right? Here comes the regulars. They'll throw it in there. The regulars already know when we say flags in the chat. So exactly, people saying we love Israel. We absolutely love Israel. So again, this is my point. We've been noticing for a long time on this channel, by the way. Nothing new. So 7K club. My point is, if I was a 7K club guy, it's a long game plan, boys. They've got the long game plan with Nate. Nate's going to turn eventually. I've been getting all of your trust for the last year and a half, 2 years. I'm just building the trust, and then I'm going to flip on you and slam that goy slop down your throats. I'm just building trust right now. I'm still building trust. Okay. So it's the long game. It's a long game plan for Nate and the 7K club. You guys just don't understand it. All right. Christine says they're going to railroad Tyler, and those propagating the Fed slop know it. That's why they can be so braven. Again, we'll have to wait and see. Again, I don't know. I don't know, but I do know that the official narrative does not make sense. I am definitely looking forward to the trial, though. I'll tell you that. Going to be the biggest trial, I think, probably ever. Since maybe OJ. You know what I mean? I think this might be the biggest trial in American history outside of OJ. Or maybe even OJ. It's going to be absolutely fucking massive. Absolutely massive. All right. The influencers for the Charlie Slop seem a combo of Baghdad Bob and Mr. Burgundy these days. Yeah. Fairly retarded myself, and I don't even believe Nick. Well, there you go. Dark energy and dark matter were at play. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Why not? The couple things that we haven't actually proved. Maybe that's what changed the direction of the bullet. Who knows? Crown or Gretzky, cream whiskey. Sorry, Canadian. Crown, buddy. That's not what he explained on Gary's live stream last night. Nate, you need to watch it. That's not what he explained. Talking about the somebody said that on Gary's stream they were talking about the neck thing. Yeah, I don't believe that. There's no way that there's a 0% chance Gary would believe in the rubber band neck theory or anyone. Nobody believes that. My wife listened. Well, my wife does actually shoot a lot, so that's not really fair. But nobody that's a human being typically would believe the rubber band neck theory, I would assume. Paper cuts. Aloha from Kauai. Aloha. Never been to Hawaii, actually. We need to go. I got a bunch of friends that live in Hawaii. I don't know why I'm not going out there. Let's label Nick's theory the special ed theory. Yeah. Love your videos. You do great work. Thank you, Em. I appreciate it. Soap water backwash says, this is the French guy. Wikipedia might put things into perspective a bit of why he's a good source. Interesting to see. He's not a good source because he thinks rubber band skin, again, trampolines, 30-06 bullets, 180 degrees. So no matter what, he's not a good source. Nick's expert, J.F. Garippi, is actually a Canadian neuroscience researcher, not a medical doctor, also received funding from Epstein. Oh, okay. Is this what you were talking about with this one? Katie's coming in with a fire. And his partner has been missing since 2023 under suspicious circumstances. Nick's source. Is this what you guys kept telling me? You kept telling me to look into this guy. holy shit. I see what you guys are saying about why he might be a good source, because looks like he probably allegedly, I don't want to get sued by some French piece of shit, allegedly killed his own wife. So there you go, Nick. that's your source, bud. Well done. Okay, I see you guys. You guys got it. His wife went camping solo, which is also sad, by the way, but she never returned. Interesting. Good to know. I'm going to actually have to relay this to Ian. I'm sure he already knows. Clearly haven't seen my ex's neck skin. I don't know what to think about that one, buddy. I think some people are accidentally clicking the polls. Dude, well, here's the thing, is usually the 1-2% are actually people trolling. So if it's like the Erica Kirk 97-3, probably like 2 out of 3% of that are actually people just trolling. Bullets don't even ricochet that extreme. Anyone that served in a combat role knows that's why bullets travel down walls. Thank you. Thank you, Whiskey Tango, to a guy who actually knows what he's talking about. Yes, bullets traveling down walls. I'm not going to get into what that actually means because it would take a while to explain. But essentially what he's saying there, maybe I'll do it. All right, I don't know if I can. Okay, so you have a wall here, right? When a bullet is shot, okay, and it's coming in, it might hit and then change direction a little bit, and then it'll run with the wall, right? But what it won't do is hit the wall and bounce off and go 90 degrees back the other way. So that's what the point that he's making. And it's a very, very good point. All right, what are we even arguing? It's so weird to believe. I don't know at this point. Heather says maybe Dr. Wang can help with the elastic. Okay. This is a throwback. This is a good one. I love a good Dr. Wang joke on this channel. And Heather, well done. That's a good Dr. Wang joke. Dr. Wang can help with the elastic thing, elastic skin theory. Solid stuff. T-Rex Fit says, Aussie. Hi, Nate. Love the channel. What's your take on Erica Kirk? Well, T-Rex, I'm going to assume this was right before we started, and I think you have the answer on that now. The more I see her in the media, the less I trust her, unfortunately. Yeah, also looking shredded to bits, dude. Goddamn, we got a lot of just jack shredded dudes in this community. I'll tell you that. And hey, I'm always gonna give a salute to a fellow man who likes to lift weights. You know what I'm saying? Doesn't make me gay. I'm not Nick Fuentes. Oh, that was rude. That was rude. I shouldn't have said that. That was low-hanging fruit, and I should apologize for that. That was not okay for me to do. So I'm sorry for that one. That's an apology on that one. I shouldn't have said that. Okay, here we go. I don't know why Nick talks about this when he doesn't know a damn thing about guns. I don't think he's probably ever shot a gun. Maybe once or twice in his life. Yeah, makes no sense. Tina says, I'm going to say Nick has never been hit hard enough for skin to rip. Oh, I almost read that as foreskin. For his skin to rip. Probably not. Super sticker. Well, thank you, Chloe. All right, everyone download by Ian's Buyer app and support a local business. Yeah, I don't know. God, how do I fucking... I don't know, guys. I don't know how to link it, but Ian does have a new really cool app in I believe it's the App Store, the Buyer app. You guys should go check it out. If I knew how to like link his app in here, I would, but I don't. So support Ian. Go check out the Buyer app on I believe probably Google's Play Store and the Apple Store. Okay. Tyler is balding on top in the front, furry hat. Love you, Nate. He is probably a lot of stress. Are we still taking Fox seriously or CNN? Hopefully not. I don't take any mainstream media outlet serious ever anymore. But some people do. Majority of people do, by the way. I'm just here to watch and read all the women's Detective Monty sleuthing all their expertise and 20 years on work in these topics. Okay. Using the government as a tool to solve your problem is going to lead to a negative outcome. True. No relevant comments, just support. Love. Lots of love and respect for me and my sled dogs here in Chattanooga, Alaska. Keep up the great content. That's dope. If you have sled dogs and I would love that. That's the whole goal for me. We're going to eventually buy a ranch, probably in Texas. I'm going to own about, my wife hates hearing this, but it's true. I'm going to own probably about 17 dogs, probably about 8 or 9 munchkin cats, a couple horses, maybe a long-haired, what are those long-haired cows called? That's the ultimate goal. What I want to do is I'm going to start like a, have you seen the, where they do the school buses that pick up the dogs and take them all out to the parks for the day? I think that's when I retire. That might be what I do. Drive a school bus around and like go pick up all the neighborhood dogs and take them out to the park for the day. I think that would be a fun retired job. Obviously, I love animals, obsessive over animals. If you haven't seen by all of Nate's tattoos are animals. So that'd be a fun one to do, I think. So yeah, we're trying to get more animals. It's always a battle because my wife doesn't want any more animals. She loves animals, but I'm just like constantly trying to like buy more animals. Yeah, I do need goats too. I want some goats as well. And we just don't have the room for them. So the goal right now, we're looking at buying a Scottish cow. There you go, Jasmine. That's what we want. We want one of those too. Anyway, sorry, I digress. Is Ian single? Last I talked to Ian, he had a new girlfriend. I don't want to quote him on that. So maybe not. I don't think he is right now. Last time I talked to him, but he could be. He could be wrong. But yeah, Ian's a nice looking guy, and he's 6'6". So genetically, if you're looking to get some good genetics going for your kids, Ian's a good choice. Merry Christmas and Semper Fi. Thank you. That's a big $100 dono from Bruno. Also, beautiful looking dog there. Looks like an Australian Shepherd, if I'm not wrong, or if I'm correct, that would be my guess. It does look like an Australian Shepherd or Belgian Malinois, one of the two. Go ahead and let me know. But thank you very much. It's very, very generous of you. Beautiful looking dog. Looks like our working dogs, man. We had a working dog that looked just like that. His name was Ars. And I would tell you a story about what he did in Afghanistan, but it's probably not appropriate. And it involves Taliban not being alive anymore. Scary dogs. I'll just tell you that. Okay. The audio Filioso says, thank you to you, Ian, Candace, Jimmy Dore for going next. Yeah, obviously love everybody's content there. I want to meet Jimmy. I want to go on Jimmy's show. Just because he's so entertaining. I probably watch Jimmy's show, and here's the problem, guys. Like there's so many people to watch, you know what I mean? Especially because I'm spending all my time creating content. It's hard to watch everybody's stuff, but Jimmy is one of the guys I watch the most. Jimmy, Ian. Who do I watch the most? Jimmy, Ian, Dan from Heavy Duty Country, Jesse, JD. Those are probably my big five, I think. Are probably my big five that I watch. All right, here we go. Robinson trial judge said cameras will be allowed. I know, we talked about that, and I'm stoked for it. It needed to happen. If they would have made this closed trial, gag order, no media allowed, it wouldn't have worked. Like the whole country would have boycotted that. So we're gonna get the truth we're gonna get something one way or another. Liz says, Aussie Nana. Nate sent a super without a message. Some disgraced themselves in vile attacks last time. Truly offensive. Ready to ride at dawn with you. God bless and protect you and all your family. Thank you very much from our Aussie Nana. At least I believe you mean Australian Nana. We love that. Of course, obviously, one of my biggest videos I've ever done was a video between me showing all the work I did with the Aussie 2 Commando and SAS guys on our trip to Australia. It's way back. But I love Australia, man. And I love the Aussies. Love the Aussies. Our greatest ally. And I mean that not sarcastically when I talk about the other greatest ally. All right. Sarah says, ever seen a movie Snake Eyes? Yeah, I haven't seen the movie, but the connections on this to the case are insane, by the way. Nicolas Cage and a politician, Charlie Kirkland, shot in the neck. And there's like 100 other things that are super creepy about that movie. We should do like an episode on that sometime. Maybe as we get closer to the trial, we might, because there's a lot of weird coincidences there. Yeah, no comment. Thank you. Venezuela kicking off. Yes, it is. We talked about that earlier. Oh, I got some confirmations, guys. like I said, I didn't want to cover the I've got a bunch of it. I'm probably going to do a whole episode on it, on the oil tanker seizures. I believe, from what my buddies that are still active duty in the Marines have told me, that those were actually Force Recon Marines that took that boat down, which is fucking sweet. I'll tell you this. Now, I was talking to my wife about this. I do not agree with anything we are doing in Venezuela at all. I don't think we should invade Venezuela. I don't think we should fuck with Venezuela, or take their boats or blow their boats up. I think all this is stupid. Okay? I don't agree with any of it. With that being said, from the special operator in me watches the takedown of a VBSS and goes, that's fucking sick. Dope, right? Again, not that I agree with what we're doing, but actually watching my boys take down an oil tanker, I'm like, yeah, that's pretty sick. From the boys, right? Like, yeah, that's pretty dope. Pretty dope. Not that I agree with it, but tactically, it is cool. It is cool. Again, because I used to do stuff like that. So I actually enjoy watching it. All right. But again, don't agree with it, but it's still cool. All right. The God, the good, or the good, the true, the beautiful with the Aussie 79. Thank you very much. That's a good looking kitty right there you got as well. Apologies if I missed you say this, but how would this old rifle, barely used and not used recently, with the scope taken off and put back on, even be sighted in? So that's what that's kind of what Rob O'Neill was referring to when he talked about putting the gun back together with the scope on it and having a cold bore shot, and shot by someone who isn't even a regular shooter, still be so accurate. Thoughts? Great points. I would like to tell you, I guess what Brent Tucker, again, one of my good friends, and again, at one point in his career, the second best sniper in the entire fucking world in all special operations, what he explained is the shot's not accurate. The shot hit Charlie here and maybe the C5. The idea would be, and this is if you had somebody that knew what they were doing. And again, did Tyler know what he was doing? Again, we don't know. But if that shot was actually aimed at the tee box, either here or here, which would you expect, the shot was actually about 8 inches off the mark. And so the shot being 8 inches off, potentially, again, we have no idea where the crosshair is on that gun. This is all conjecture, right? We're kind of just using our brains to do some hypotheticals here. If he meant to hit the tee box and he hit 8 inches south of the tee box, then that sort of explains potentially some of these things, right? Again, I'm not saying that that's what I believe. I'm just saying that's some of the ideas that people have come up with. Okay. So again, we don't know because tee box is the area in your face here, right? Like it's a T from here to here. And the reason why you want to hit somebody in the tee box, which is really like the best place, this is going to get a little morose and a little dark. Okay. But I mean, that's what you're here for, is this type of stuff. The tee box, the best place to hit a human being with a high powered rifle round is right here below the nose and the teeth. And the reason for that is it's going to crash through here and it's going to hit you at the bottom of the brainstem. And if I hit you in the bottom of the brainstem, your light's out and you're dead immediately. So, I mean, if I hit you in the face, if I hit you in the throat, if I hit you in the head, and then again, even this is with like self-defense with a pistol, talking about like somebody that's like on meth, and they're not going to go down easy. I shoot you in the head with a pistol, that might wrap around, blow out the side, and that person's going to continue to attack you. But if I hit you in the tee box and it blows through and hits your brainstem, it doesn't matter if you're on meth, if you're Charlie Kirk with the steel neck, you're out, you're done. And so that's the idea that's the idea. We're probably going to get this stream demonetized for explaining this, by the way. But that's the point of hitting somebody in the tee box, is it's lights out. There's no discussion about that. So anyway, and we didn't see that with Charlie. We saw about 8 inches off of that. Not to say that means anything necessarily. Sorry, we're getting a little convoluted here, but that would be the idea, right? Is he meant to hit him in the tee box somewhere here, and the shot was off by 8 inches, which is actually fair. It's a fair thing that Brent brought up that I didn't even think about. But who knows, right? Okay. George Webb, investigative journalist, is doing amazing work and goes early live. You know, people have, I'm going to write this down because people brought up George Webb. And I believe they brought him up because he talked about me, and I think in a positive way the other day, which is nice. And so I need to actually look up his stuff because you're probably like the 10th person that said I need to check him out. So I will now. Thank you for that. What are the comments saying? I do watch Barron, man. I don't watch all Barron stuff, but I do watch some of Barron stuff. All right. Trump claiming aggression in Venezuela due to opioid epidemic. 2025 DA National Drug Threat Assessment proves that's a lie. Yeah, there's no opium or fentanyl coming out of Venezuela. That's all made up. Just fake bullshit. Thoughts on American farmers stuff going down? I know it's not your beat, but what's curious? Actually, it is. And not only that, I could probably show you this text message from my buddy who lives down the road. Brian, my buddy Brian, who you guys remember the 30-06 video I just showed you? My 30-06 video. Actually, we pull it up right here. So let's do this. And I'll show you because this is relevant. Where's he at? All right, here we go. So my buddy right here. Remember Brian, competition PRS shooter?
The human neck.
There he is. This is the range out at his farm. Well, I should say farm. He's got a massive farm. Spans like miles and miles and miles and miles. Anyway, yes. So I was just talking to him today about potentially doing an interview with him to get a deep dive of all the, would you guys be interested in that? To get a deep dive in all the problems that farmers are facing, because he's a huge grow op farmer locally. And so we were talking, we were going to do an episode on this, and then he went out of town for a couple weeks. And so he actually just texted me today that he's back in town and said, do you want to, what do you say? He said, I'm back if you still want to have an episode about farming. So yeah, we live in a rural farming community out here. And so we've already talked about sitting down and having him walk us through about all the struggles that the farmers are going with and stuff like that. Cause I don't know, living out here is one thing, but being a farmer is another thing. Looks like a lot of you guys would want to hear about that. All right, well then there we go. We'll get with Brian. He's also an insane competitive PRS shooter, so good on him for that. But all right, we'll do that. We'll hit Brian up and let him know you guys are interested in that. Great dude, by the way. All right, here we go. Nate, would you do a reaction video on Yuri Bezmenov? Ooh, I do know a lot about Yuri Bezmenov. A reaction video. Interesting. Are you talking about the one where he explains about the KGB and essentially the infiltration of communism into America over 3 generations? I'm assuming that's the video you're talking about, which is a fantastic fucking video, by the way. Yeah, we could do it on a live sometime. Yuri Bezmenov, that dude called the current conditions to a T 40 years ago. So yeah, we could do that. If you haven't watched Yuri Bezmenov stuff from 40 years ago, it's spot on to everything you're seeing today. So yeah, we'll write that down. We could potentially do that one on the next live. A lot of interesting stuff in that one. Good comment, by the way. I forgot about that. Well, not forgot, but there's 1,000 things to remember on different topics. You know what I mean? Autumn, thank you. Nick is a degen nihilist controlled to stop Nat socks. I don't know what Nat socks are. Travis says, I had no idea how deep the corruption was until this whole debacle started. It makes me feel gross that these are the type of people making rules and controlling our government. Yeah, it is. It's rough. The Epstein files, that's the big one. And yeah, they're going to be out in 7 days, and they're not going to show us anything. Prepare to be disappointed, everybody, because we'll cover that. Wait, what day is that? Is that going to be next Friday? It is. Look at that, guys. Friday next week is the day the Epstein files get released. So guess what next week's Friday episode is going to be on? Whatever happens with the Epstein files. Because that is going to be next Friday when they supposedly release. We'll see. All right. Mallory says, I have never believed the slop about 30-06. I've seen a neck shot on a white-tailed deer. Yeah. I know. A lot of us have. And we all have that same concern. Nick's still gay and a Fed. Come out of the closet. If you were my gay Fed son, I'd still love you. I can't make any more gay Fed jokes about Nick, okay? Because I like Nick and I'm not trying to beat up on Nick. Other than he needs to stop talking about ballistics because it's not his lane. Hello from Santa Barbara, CA, or California. Nate, love your channel. Thanks, Buff. It's a good looking bike right there, by the way. Should make body armor out of Charlie Kirk's neck bones. It's a dark joke, but we need that type of steel, I guess. All right. Rye the Guy says, what are your thoughts on all the DNA footage they found at the scene that belonged to Tyler, even the trigger? Do you think it was planted? Do I believe that they have DNA on the rifle that they supposedly found that wasn't at the scene? It was what, a couple 100 meters away, stashed under a tree? Yeah, probably, sure. The problem is you haven't shown me any evidence of that rifle, a 30-06, being brought to the roof, and you haven't shown me evidence. In fact, the video evidence, I can very clearly see he doesn't have a rifle leaving the roof. So that's great that you have DNA on a rifle, but you need to show me Tyler on the roof with a fucking rifle. Please. I need that. I need to see that. Because it doesn't mean anything to me that there was a gun with his DNA on, because I do think he was involved, and that just lends into like the patsy side of things to me. You got to show me you have to show me Tyler Robinson on the roof with the 30-06. And if you can show me that, cool. We're on the way to sort of maybe figuring some things out, but you haven't shown me any fucking evidence or proof that this kid ever even had a gun. Have we seen, guys, all of us that have been following this closely, have we seen anything, any pictures, any videos, any evidence that whoever that kid on the roof was had a gun on the roof? Have we seen anything that suggests that? Objectively, I'm just saying evidence, pictures, videos. No, we haven't. None. There's nothing that has showed us that yet. That's a problem. Now, will they be able to show us that in the trial? Maybe. I hope so. But we don't have it yet. Okay. Right. So why would I believe anything the FBI says when you haven't shown me any evidence? I don't just believe the federal government because they tell me, hey, trust me, bro. Right now, it's trust me, bro. And so I don't do trust me, bro. Show me evidence. And I'm not a guy that's going to fight the evidence. If you can show me evidence, clear, actual evidence, okay. But we don't have any of that yet. There's none, So we'll have to wait and see. Ty couldn't beat his own dick, let alone shoot an 06. He doesn't look like the type of kid that could pull this off. I mean, when I see this kid, this doesn't seem like a mastermind who pulled this off and got away and escaped and didn't get caught until 2-3 days later or 33 hours later. He just doesn't ring as a criminal assassin mastermind to me. I just don't see it. Do I think he was involved? Yes, I do. 100%. But I just don't believe that he is the person all by himself that pulled this off. I'm sorry, I don't. And it won't matter. No matter what they show me, I'll tell you this again. It doesn't matter what they show me in the trial. You could show me all the evidence in the world. You could prove 1,000% that he was the shooter and it was the 30-06. And I'll say, okay, if you could prove it. But I would still say, okay, where's all his help? Who assisted him? He didn't just show up out of nowhere after never being on that campus and know exactly where to go and exactly where to go on the roof to have the perfect fucking shot to take all by himself. I don't believe that. I don't believe that. I don't believe that he's a lone gunman. Okay? And maybe I'm wrong. I could very well be wrong. but I don't think I am. Oh, yeah. With me, yeah, I was talking to a buddy about this earlier, another Army buddy about this. Sorry if I missed it, but what's your take on the maroon shirts theory or its potential? I think it's retarded. I think it's dumb as fuck. The idea that because some people in the crowd had a maroon shirt, that ties into maroon berets that the 82nd Airborne wears, and that means that the military was involved, is the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life. So, no. We're way too down the fucking Alice in Wonderland rabbit hole on that one. No. That's like saying, hey, a bunch of people in the crowd had green shirts on, so it must have been a green beret that was involved. Yeah, I don't think so. That one's a non-starter for me. And again, I give credence to ones that make sense, and then I'll say ones that are dumb. I'm going to say that too. Is it crazy to think Lance Twiggs is the shooter? No, I don't think it's crazy. There's a lot of discussion about this, and that Lance, in this kind of like tinfoil, Lance Twiggs was actually the shooter, and he set Tyler Robinson up to be the patsy. Kind of an interesting one. Not saying that that's true, but planning the rifle to throw off the investigation, I don't think is that unrealistic, actually. I talked about that on day 2. I talked about that on Alex Jones' podcast. I'm not saying it's what happened, but I do think it's very, very... and let me just put it this way. This is the way I explained it. Looked at it from the lens of, if I were to try to carry out this hit myself and I wanted to get away with it, what is something I might consider doing? I don't know, planning a rifle that wasn't the rifle used, especially not the caliber of rifle used, somewhere near the location, so that way after I did the hit and I bounce and I leave and they find the rifle and it turns out it's a 30-06, but then the actual ballistics of the gun match a, I don't know, AR-15. Well, that would complicate the trial and probably throw the entire court case out. Not to say that happened, I'm just saying. But also, for someone to think about all of those extremely high-level things to do beforehand, that's very, very high level and professional. And so if we believe that, then we also are saying, yeah, this is like high level foreign government involvement that planned all this out. Again, Tyler Robinson, Lance Twiggs, I don't think planned all that out by themselves. If that's the case, we're in tinfoil, and as Coach Kahn would say, we got our tinfoil underwear on for that one, which is fine. It's fun to do sometimes, but have you seen that Charlie Kirk electrocuted by his mic theory? Is this what Barron was talking about tonight? Guys, I've had a bunch of people have said watch Barron's video on the electrocution. Chat, is that the one I need to watch? Somebody yes or no me. Yes? Okay, yeah, I haven't had a chance to watch it, obviously. I've been setting up this live all day. Last night. So that's Barron's. Okay, I'll watch that. Okay. Okay, we'll put that on the watch. I'll watch that I'll watch Barron's show from last night after the live and give you guys my what I feel about it, if it makes sense or not. Again, I haven't seen it, so I can't comment on it yet. Okay, got it. Tracking, guys. I'll watch that after the live tonight. All right. Joe says, okay, Tyler is the patsy. Fine. What's in it for Tyler? Just saying. Dude is potentially taking a big fall for what? Again, just saying. Joe, great point. These are things you have to ask. If Tyler is the patsy, why would he take the fall? I don't know. But we have seen this happen over and over and over again, especially with MK Ultra type stuff, with the JFK assassination. Right? Like, we have seen this type of thing happen. Why they would do it, I don't know. But it's a great counterpoint of like, why would he do this? I don't know. I don't have an answer for you. Why are all the big self-proclaimed Republican influencers so goddamn gay? Abolish fracketry from the government. There is a lot. Although they're all burning in. You know what I mean? All these kind of like fake masculine, weak ass. Like, I hate to be rude, but all of the Daily Wire, like these like 100 and sorry, I'm not trying to talk shit, which if anybody's in the chat is, a weak, effeminate man who, is 6 foot, 140 pounds, and never lifted a weight in their life, like Ben Shapiro, which I think he's probably closer to like 5'7". But yeah, like I think most of those guys they're on their way out. I think we're done with that. Again, when the leftist influencers are all bigger, stronger, and better shape than all of the conservative ones, got some problems, right? So I'm just saying, when Hassan is like more masculine than 90% of the conservative influencers, maybe there needs to be some reckoning for the Republican Party, because Hassan could beat the fuck out of literally like 98% of the conservative influencers. I'm just saying, that's like objectively true. I could just curb stomp almost all of them. And his dog. Don't get me wrong. But I'm just saying, that's kind of my point with that. And your point as well. I sit down when I pee because I don't have nods. At nighttime? There's nothing wrong with that. I don't do it. My wife, I'll tell you, because I, end up peeing on the seat a lot of the time in the middle of the night. She gets furious at me for it. So maybe I should sit down to pee because I wouldn't piss my wife off so much. But I haven't. I haven't gone down that road yet. But I probably should. That's probably a good idea. Maybe I'll start doing that. I never even thought about just sitting down in the middle of the night, because I don't turn the lights on either. And my wife gets pissed at that. She's like, "Why don't you just turn the light on?" Because it's fucking 3 a.m. and I'm trying to just pee and go back to sleep. Sorry, this is way too personal. But yeah, maybe I'll just start sitting down in the middle of the night. That's a good one. Not Brent Tucker. There you go. We'll keep that in mind. People generally believe that the bullet bounced off the neck skin and then gained enough energy to shatter his C2. Yes, people believe that, including Nick Fuentes. Yes, they do. I know that's going to blow your mind, but yes, they do. All right, Turkey Tom, I ran across his video. He has the Discord logs, and I guess was in contact with someone in their friend group. So one of the main reasons why I believe for a fact that both Lance Twiggs and Tyler Robinson were involved, and I'm not saying I necessarily believe one was the shooter or not, I still don't know, but Turkey Tom's video is why I wholeheartedly believe that they were involved. Great video. If you haven't watched it, Turkey Tom, Tyler Robinson, go watch it. Fantastic, fantastic video. One of the best videos regarding anything in the Charlie Kirk case, for sure. Ed says Utah and LDS Church is ground zero for intelligence recruitment. Yeah, Utah's sketchy, dude. Utah's real sketchy. I didn't know that until some other stuff I learned based off of guys I know there. But yeah, swab the DNA on the roof. Yeah, I mean, they said that. We'll see. Again, you got to show me more in the court trial than the DNA matches and the bullet matches the gun, and that's all you say, and you don't actually show me anything or explain how. I'm not going with that. Okay. But yeah, we'll see. ChatGPT guesses that the trial will begin late 2026. No, it begins January 10th, I believe. They already set the date, didn't they? Unless it changed. Let me Google that. Does the Tyler Robinson trial begin? It was scheduled for early January or mid-January. Let's see what it says. There's multiple people. ChatGPT, look what ChatGPT said back to this. There are multiple people named Tyler Robinson in different cases. Yeah, ChatGPT. I'm sure you couldn't figure out which fucking Tyler Robinson we're talking about here. What? Come on. But they got a lot of. Here we go. December 19th is the first hearing, or December 29th is the hearing. We'll address pretrial dates in early 2026, January 16th. There we go. And then around January 30th as part of the pretrial scheduling. No official trial dates start, but yeah, okay. They got the pretrial hearings on January 16th. So I thought it was January 10th. It'll be January 16th. ideally, if they do, I don't know why they would do all the pretrial stuff and then delay it for months. I would imagine it's going to start probably, I guess, early February. We would expect it after the pretrial, but who knows? Who knows? We'll find out. Again, there we go. Yep. We just checked with ChatGPT. Sometimes you gotta force ChatGPT to give you the right answer. JCZ says, love your content, bro. Weird how Nick is staunchly on the side of Cash Patel and TPUSA. Next thing, he will be defending Erica Kirk and a woman as a very capable CEO. You guys do realize why Nick is taking the side he's taking, right? On the Tyler Kirk and the Charlie Kirk case. You guys, let me explain to you, because Nick Fuentes is not that complicated. He's a young 27-year-old man. All of the 35 to 40-year-old men in here understand Nick Fuentes. The reason why he's taking that side is because he's so vindictive and he hates Candace Owens so much that he's going to take the opposite stance of whatever Candace Owens says. Yeah, a lot of people, like everybody, Pitsy's got it here. Yeah, because he hates Candace. Okay. Nick, you're not that complicated. Okay. We know what you're doing. That's why you're doing. And just stop. Okay. Just stop. We know you hate Candace. It's fine. Candace is not solely investigating the Charlie Kirk case. Not only that, Candace hasn't even been a part of the like tactical ballistic side of investigation. Candace has actually left that to people like me and everybody else in the space, like Rob O'Neill. She's actually left that to us and she's referenced it. But so for Nick, it's like, dude, Candace isn't even the one that has explained all of the issues with the ballistics and the weapons. So why are you're not even arguing with her, you know? So again, he hates Candace and that's why he's taking that side. And it is what it is. But again, it's not that complicated to me, but he needs to stop because it's not a good take. Soap says, I only believe Tyler was involved is because if you remember those rental cars Candace listed, there's a video of what looks like a white 23 Toyota RAV4 was clocking following a gray Dodge Challenger 1.6 miles away. I haven't seen any of that, to be honest. Yeah, sorry. Never forget old perv George Zinn pulling his pants down, screaming at the cops to shoot him. His Tyler Robinson's accomplice. No remembers old George. We remember old George. You know how I know we remember old George is because I showed you guys that George Zinn was another one. Didn't I show you guys this? Wasn't that on my list? I'm going to put it up here because I'm pretty sure it was on my list. I was on Nate's list, right? There he is. Number 4. So I remember him. That's the question that we need answered. And I agree with you on that. Nate, you should talk to Gary Melton from the Dangerous Liberty podcast. He said he'd be down to talk to you or Ian. Debate us on what? What is he going to debate me on? I don't know who Gary Melton is. Debate what? Anybody know what we would be debating on that? And here's my point. And I said this earlier, and I'm going to say this again. Let me be very clear. Let me be very fucking clear. To all of the people, I said this earlier, to all of the people who want to debate about the ballistics or if a 30-06 was possible, let me be clear. We're not playing this game anymore with the fucking yap. I've gone out and done ballistic videos on this. Here's what you need to do. Go out to the range with a ballistics dummy, a lifelike ballistics dummy. You can get perfect replicate, not perfect, but pretty perfect replications of a ballistics dummy with real human anatomy and the neck vertebrae and the skull and everything that's pretty close. And you're going to go out, you're going to place it, you're going to go to 139 yards, you're going to go to a 9-degree slope, a 9-degree offset. You're going to use a 30-06 with a standard, we'll say 170 grain bullet, not the most powerful, not the least powerful, pretty average. You buy it at Bi-Mart. And you're going to replicate the goddamn theory that you keep trying to argue. And until you replicate that theory and get it on camera, because guess what? Nate went out and shot fucking cow femurs and steel. See that? 30-06 half-inch steel. You see how fucking thick that is? Nate went out and did that. So if you can't go out and fucking replicate your theory, shut the fuck up. Just shut the fuck up. Okay? Is that not fair? Replicate the theory, put it on camera, bring it to Nate, and we'll have a discussion. Other than that, you're fucking yapping. Because I went out and put fucking holes in half-inch steel. Have we not made this clear? Is that not fair? Am I crazy here? Replicate it. Show me it. If you can't replicate it, fuck off. All you're doing is yapping with your words. Okay? I feel like that's fair. I did my due diligence. I went out to the rain. I took my 30-06s out. I fucking tried to do it. And all I could do was shoot through fucking everything. Okay? So until you can replicate it, fuck off. That's all I got to say. And I feel like that's fair. That's not even me being rude. It's just I'm sick and tired of listening to fucking people, experts, sitting on their goddamn couch on Twitter. No, actually, if I did the ballistics, this is possible. Replicate it. Go out there like we did, like we all did, like 20 of us fucking did. Like Range Day Bro did. He took a fucking ballistics dummy out there. He shot fucking through it every single time. Go do it. Replicate it. I'm so fucking sick and tired of all of these counter experts that, yes, it's 100% possible, and it's definitely possible that 30-06 did it. Look, go do it. Go do it. Please. And if you can bring me that fucking footage, fantastic. Amazing. But if you can't, fuck off. You know? It's not a crash out. I'm just saying. I'm so tired of just listening to a bunch of people who haven't done anything but sit behind a computer and yap their mouths, trying to present themselves like, oh, no, well, everything, this is actually possible. Okay, prove it. Prove it. Because I proved that a 30-06 round can shoot through half-inch steel. I proved that. On camera for everyone to see. Did I not, chat? Did I not prove that a 30-06 round will blow through neck vertebrae of a cow and will blow through cow femurs wrapped in 8-inch fucking beef and will blow through steel? I proved all of those things. I objectively proved them. So, prove to me that a human neck vertebrae can stop a 30-06 round from 139 yards. Feel free. Enlighten us. I would love to be enlightened. But you haven't. Not a fucking one of you. So again, that's my point. Prove it. I'd love to see you try. Anyway, Diane says there was a female with a gun in the crowd as well. There's quite a few people with guns in the crowd. That was one of the other ones that that we need to see talked about as well. Writing a book right now called The Long Emergency. I outline how we went through a series of crises, MK Ultra, SSRI, where we used to orchestrate. This is a good combination. So you got mental health meds on top of MK Ultra. I think there's a lot of interesting stuff with this combination right here. For sure. All right. Patel's girlfriend was searched in Israel 2 months before they met. Oh, Cash Patel's. Well, hey, hold on, Ms. We can't really talk about this. We got to be careful because we don't want to get fucking sued for saying the right things or wrong things. But this is a super chat. This isn't me, Cash. Erica Cheselvig Kirk and her mom were searched in Israel 1 week after she won Miss Arizona. And she was, we just saw her, showed pictures of her hanging out with Benjamin Netanyahu's son. There's nothing weird to see there. But again, I got to be, we don't want to get sued. We got to be very careful when we talk about old Cash and his girlfriend. To the poll, involved, but not the guy they are looking for. Curly hair, long hair guy was late for Jesus Superstar. Oh, what's his name? I forget his name. We actually have his real name. What's his real name? Hold on, Jesse's got it. We got it right here. David. David, but his real name is James Rawlinson. Yeah, the curly haired guy. There you go. How did Charlie Kirk's security team miss the online threats part of the event? Very good question. Didn't even think about that. I'm retarded and I would be monitoring that type of stuff. Didn't even think about that myself. Good point. Fair point. J Mart says, no proof that Tyler Robinson is even capable of making this shot. Ammo purchases on the card, cell location. We've thought about this before. But this also needs to be investigated. Maybe it'll get proved. Cell location, toll road, CCTV, license plates, hits the ranges, internet history on weapon system. Can he even shoot? Also, yeah, I do like all of this. All the forensics on, like, did he buy the ammo? Where did he get it from? Was he training? All of this stuff needs to be provided by the prosecution. All of it. All of it. All right. Great comment. Those are all things that I should probably write down. All right. John says, what do you think about the possibility of a hidden remote weapon system like an Onyx Sentry and Israeli smart shooter smash, possibly hidden in bushes that people direct traffic away from? Too complicated with 3,000 people there, brother. I just think it's too complicated. Too complicated. Much easier, even if you're going from like the MK Ultra, Israel's behind all of this type of thing, much easier to just get a gunman to take the shot than going through all that, my opinion. Now, again, who knows, but I just think it's too complicated. In front of that many people in public and all that type of stuff. I think JJ says, I think Charlie being as smart as he was, part of whatever club everyone he's referring to, maybe it was starting to break. I don't think that he would have been as ignorant as people think. Well, and to your point, based off of his text messages and the things he was saying 48 hours prior to being shot, yeah, I don't think he was stupid. And I think he was noticing. And I did think he figured out a lot of things. And I think there's a lot of questions to be asked of why was he killed 48 hours after saying the things he did about the people that he did. That's fair. I think those are fair things that need to be asked because they are, in my opinion, relevant to the entire story. Some people will tell you they're not relevant. I don't believe that. I do think everything is relevant when you're talking about an assassination like this. Kitty says, is it possible Tyler did shoot CK with a handgun from the roof? That Tyler shot CK with a handgun from the roof? And he just ditched the gun? Kitty, from 139 yards with a handgun. So my head pistol instructor for my business could... And he's one of the best shooters I know. Master, maybe even Grandmaster USPSA shooter now. I've seen him hit shots from 150 meters with a pistol on steel, but it will take 5-6 shots. No. The idea that Tyler Robinson, this 22-year-old kid that probably wasn't much of a shooter with a handgun, no way. That's a shot, and he'd have to be standing, right? He'd have to be standing. He'd have to have like the perfect everything. With a handgun, no, I don't think so. Actually, I know, no, not from 139 yards. It's way too far, and way too, like, the odds of hitting that shot are so low, even for like an insanely good, some of the best shooters in the absolute world would be lucky to make that shot with a handgun. So no, just because, again, to your point or to your question, it's just not realistic for anybody, to be able to hit that shot, or basically maybe a couple people in the world that could hit that shot. All right. Trump assassin acted alone. Malcolm X, MLK, plenty of others. You think, am I reading this comment wrong, chat? Well, hold on. Am I reading this comment wrong? Trump's assassin acted alone. Malcolm X, MLK, plenty others. You think All of those assassins acted alone? Really? I got to be reading this wrong. There's no way you actually wrote this right, or you're trolling. Okay. Well, we know the FBI was involved in killing MLK. That's been proven and documented. His family won a court case against the FBI. So, no. Malcolm X also, no. Malcolm X, if you watched my last live stream where he talked about our greatest ally and the way he does, very clearly that this was a giant setup as well. So, that's not a good, this is not a good comment. This ain't it. Because none of these that you listed demonstrate anyone who acted alone. In fact, I would say those are all cases that are very good examples of not acting alone. So Tyler was MK Ultra via Discord, best place to find the weak minds. Ms. Mac, this is very true. I think that well, we do know that with the Discord channel, but I do think, and we already know this happens, guys. If you didn't know that this happens already with the FBI, they do this with Muslim terrorists. So what they will find, and they'll try to radicalize young Muslims in the United States, and they'll essentially act as the FBI will act as like the host, not host, but like ISIS or whatever back in a foreign country, and they'll try to radicalize these young Islamic dudes. And they've been doing this for 20 years. They did it after 9/11 over and over and over again. And so they'll get them radicalized, and then they'll set them up to help them carry out a terrorist attack. And so when they show up in their car to pull off the VBED, the vehicle-borne IED, the suicide vest, or whatever they're going to do, as they go to do it, there's actually no explosives in it because the FBI set the whole thing up, and then they'll arrest them and put them away for terrorism. So the government does this all the fucking time. Objectively true. So the odds that like this could potentially be used for this type of situation, not that unrealistic. Really not that unrealistic at all. Because yes, the FBI does this on a regular basis with terrorists. So just something to think about. And Chris Piota actually explained that when I had him on the other day, of the way that the FBI does this shit all the time. And he was the number 3 in the FBI, highest up the chain at one point. So yeah, Erica has a two-faced. Woo, that's a big one. Patrick with a big $100 donation. Thank you, brother. The fact that there was obvious tampering with the crime scene immediately after on video, true. And concrete allowed to be poured overall the next day on a Sunday in Mormon, Utah. By the way, is the smoking gun. Erica Kirk not questioning this should make her guilt obvious. The batshit crazy that's ignored. Yes, to your point. On a Sunday in Utah, when no fucking business would be open to come pave a college university, a little suspicious. Also, why are you paving over a crime scene 2 days after somebody was shot? Not great. Not great. All right, what are the odds Tyler gets taken out Hillary style conveniently before the trial? Probably not, because he's in state jail, but anything's possible. Anything's possible. We'll have to wait and see. Kylie says, excuse me. Love your show, Nate. Merry Christmas from Australia. Erica Kirk is not normal. We can see from the other side of the pond. Thank you, Kylie. And again, we love Australia here. So Merry Christmas to you and all the Aussie viewers in here. All right, Charlie Kirk hasn't been buried according to the wife, so people wouldn't desecrate his grave. Is this true? Is this true? Where the hell is he? I mean, I'm not saying that you're probably not right, but Zane says, stayed so quiet. Now we're the close to the mark, and now it's time to deflect to the max. Yep, we're over the target right now. MK Ultra Judo. Yep. From a fellow member of the Tiny Calves Club. Love the channel, bro. Keep going and never change. Yeah, you know, us tall boys. Genetically, it's not easy. Not easy out here for us. Rumi says, or Rumiel, Rumi lectures. Jesus was born of a virgin and therefore not Palestinian or Jew. Correct. I got a lot of hate when I said this the other night. Yeah, Immaculate Conception from the Holy Spirit probably doesn't have an ethnicity, most likely, but it is what it is. Was she reading from a teleprompter in the Fox 4? I don't know. Erica's fake tear wipes are ridiculous. Yeah, again, you got, what is it? You got tissue Erica, you got super happy Erica, and now we have the new scorched earth Erica. That's the new persona. We got 3 or 4 of them now at this point. And that's just the stages of grief, guys. It's just the stages of grief. At least that's what they're going to tell you on Fox News. Flight Radar 24 is tracking an F-18 strike package over Venezuela. I'm sure you're probably right, because yes, we're about to start bombing Venezuela, like on land, by the way. It's going to happen this week. Bookmark this moment here on this. I like to make these, guesses, and I believe by the time the Epstein files get released, we will be bombing targets on land in Venezuela. That's my prediction. So we'll see if it pans out, but I'm usually not wrong on these things. So we'll see. Thanks for the service. Love your show. Thank you. Nobi says, Mrs. Righteous Anger, so quick to forgive her husband's alleged assassin, but is raging mad at anybody questioning the Fed slop won't stop me asking. Yeah, we covered that exact clip, didn't we? Bible says, know them by their fruit. Love the show. Thank you, TL. All right, Rhinoceros says, she's too damn weird. If anyone else noticed, right after Trump did the big planned hug during Charlie's mega church service, Trump shoves her away. And when I saw that, it didn't sit right. Yeah, the WWE entrances and all that, man. This ain't it for me. All right, Gray had GF Grippy on his show. Are you talking about Gray or Gary? On his show last night, he was agreeing with the elastic bounce back. Can we watch the 12-minute mark with you? Love your show. Gary from Paramount Tactical agreed with the rubber band bullet theory. Is that what we're saying here, chat? I talked to Gary for like 45 minutes today. I can make a phone call. He said he believes that there's no way. I don't believe you guys. There's no way that Gary said, yeah, a 30-06 round went through the skin and then hit the back of the skin and V'd back and came back in and did all that. Gary from Paramount Tactical said that. There's no way. Now, yeah, well, we'll definitely talk to Gary about that one. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Gary, what? Oh my God. I'm going to talk. Well, yeah, this is different, guys. This is different. So does Brent Tucker. This is a lot of people that are actually highly respected think this. And there's, again, I don't believe it, but that's different than he's believing the Fed, whatever Nick Fuentes' fucking theory is. Yeah, I don't believe you guys. There's no way. It's not physically possible. All right, we'll pull it up. This isn't a thing that exists ever. What's this guy's name? Was this on a live? Oh, with this French guy? Hold on. Oh, wait, hold on.
The trajectory of the bullet in the flesh of the neck.
12 minutes.
So that's what led to this video. in which I just put 2 images of pork belly, but there's a lot of information in there in terms of first how the bullet approaches tissue. When you have an approach of the tissue by a bullet, it can enter straight. And when it enters straight, it can pierce the skin easily. In fact, a bullet from a 30-06 is approximately 10 times faster than needed to pierce the skin. So it has a...
No, it's not 10 times faster. It's 387 times faster. Okay, this is the problem. We already showed this with math. It's not 10 times faster needed. It's 383 times faster than needed. So, okay.
A lot of momentum. And in a way, the people who are questioning this narrative, maybe they had a point, which is, well, if you're at the point of entry of the neck skin and you have 10 times the speed that you would need to pierce, how is it possible that it doesn't pierce the second layer of skin? How is it possible that we, in other words, don't have an exit wound? Here I show the forces that are at play if arriving at an angle.
Where's Gary agreeing with this? We're at 15 minutes in.
It will give up a little bit of its speed to change into rotation. So that's what they call a tumbling bullet. And with a tumbling bullet, what do you have? You have more that angle between lot on the just generally
ammunition that Tyler was using, and then being attached with cartilage. It is going to absorb energy better than something without it, right? And that's one of the challenges, folks. That I have people all the time. Well, Gary, we're going to do some ballistic testing. But here's the reality: it's like, hey. When they're like, hey, do some ballistic testing. I'm like, all right, fine. All you need to do is tell me what ammunition that Tyler was using. And then
not a good excuse from Gary right here. Gary should know better. Go out and test multiple types. That's not a good excuse. And again, Gary's my boy, but no, that's not a good excuse.
The other thing that I need is like 50 cadavers so that I can get a large sample size that are about the size and weight.
No, you don't. I went out and used real quickly, showed that I could blow through fucking everything from anything you have from start to finish to half-inch steel. You don't need all that much.
Of Charlie Kirk. Because, folks, I got 2 of the ballistic gel dummies over there. It's not even close to a good analog.
Yeah, I don't agree with that either. But again,
bones in it,
he's not agreeing with what he's saying.
They're not held together by cartilage. We have, when you're looking at the ballistic gel,
car, but not the
bone went at 20 yards. They're not shooting at the right angle. And by the way, according to our 3D model, upload to the exact line of sight. It'll give you the angle, the distance, all of those things.
I don't see it.
All right. We actually went there.
Yeah, I didn't see anywhere of him agreeing with the with this right here. This is yeah, I don't know. I didn't see him agreeing with that at all. And again, I went from 12 minutes to 20 minutes there, guys. Guys, if you're going to tell me that Gary did something, you need to be accurate about it, because he didn't agree with that. Gary is saying there that, hey, there's possibilities here. It's really hard to recreate different things like that, but I didn't get anywhere from that. So guys, come on, man. Don't tell me that Gary is pushing forward slop like this if he's not. That's not okay to do. Okay? Come on, guys. Doesn't matter if he's caving to the argument. He's got his own opinions. But what he's not, I can't imagine that he didn't say anywhere there that he believes this Nick Fuentes fed slop shit. Okay? No, he didn't. We just watched it. I watched it from 12 minutes to 20 fucking minutes. Come on. If you want to have me criticize something or break something down, then give me good information, because that was a waste of my time. Not impressed by you on that one, chat. Come on. You guys are better than that. Okay. Let's keep moving. Meanwhile, Starmer McCrow talking up a war with Putin. Yeah, I know. Europe wants to go to World War III, I guess. I don't know why, but who knows? But Nate, have you tested trans bullets? Good point. I haven't. I haven't tested Sharpie written on trans furry bullets. So maybe that's my fault. Thanks for not calling me an idiot. False arrests and convictions occur, but not all the time. They got Tyler for good reason. The government can't get shit done for Americans, so it's hard for me to believe they are experts. A conspiracy. Why would I call you an idiot, man? You're seems like you had a little bit to drink like I have with the chat, but I don't think you're an idiot, man. But thank you very much for the very generous donation. Appreciate it. All right, here we go. Devil's advocate. I think Nick is attacking everyone because he fears the America First agenda is being subverted and focus will be elsewhere. Thank you for your service. Subverted what? Attacking all your allies because is subverting the movement. That's what subversion is. I know, as Green Berets, that's one of the pillars of unconventional warfare is subversion, right? Guerrilla warfare, sabotage, and subversion. Those are the three pillars. And so why would like all the people agreeing with you trying to help your movement, how is attacking them a good idea? That is subversion. Nick is being subversive, not the other way around. USMC here. Oorah, what do you think about Baron Coleman's electrocution theory? You know what? I'm going to watch it after this show because that's about the 10th comment on it. Sounds interesting. A lot of you guys seem, again, I have no idea. Haven't watched it, but I'm very interested to watch it, and I'll respond to it, and I'll give my opinion on it. I don't know much about electrocution, I'll tell you that, but we'll see. I've seen a video of a very small Palantir-made exploding drone with some of the videos out there, small drone sightings on 910 at UVU. Do you think this could have been what unalived Charlie? An exploding drone? No, I don't. Nope. Too convoluted. I think Charlie Kirk got shot with and also due to the cavitation in his neck and all those things we can see, I think Charlie was shot with a high-powered rifle round. I need explanations on why there's no exit wound and how this is possible with a 30-06. And if you can prove that to me, fantastic. But we'll see. Nate, when are you going to do Battlefield 6 CQB? Man, I haven't tried Battlefield 6. I even stopped playing Apex for a while. I haven't had the time to even game. Guys, for those of you who don't know, Nate loves FPS gaming. Used to be incredible at it, but I just don't have the time, man. Both my kids are in sports. I'm pumping out YouTube content almost every day. I don't have the time. You know, doing my best. All right. Mijail Guerrero says, sorry if I said that wrong. Nick's over his head on the CK situation for sure, but Candace does have a sketchy background. Husband suspect as fuck. Also, he hasn't really attacked Dave Smith because of the Holocaust dogma. No, he did. I watched the entire episode where he did attack Dave Smith pretty hard, and I didn't really understand why. It was all because Dave Smith didn't say something the right way about Nick, and again, bizarre. I watched that entire episode though. And again, why? How, like, here's my point. Other than after Nick went after Ian, and Ian's my boy, have I attacked on my channel anyone in the America First bubble? Tucker, Candace, Ian, Nick, Dave. Like, I could go down the line. I have attacked nobody. I have criticized nobody. So, and neither have they. All of them other than Nick. The only beef between anybody in the AF space has been between Nick and other people. You know? So that's my point with that. And Jimmy as well is another one, right? Thank you. Watch Jimmy Dore from today with Candace. Yeah, I watched part of it. Great casual in-depth conversation. Lyle Nation, New York Attorney, also has some great episodes. I'll take a look. Yeah, I got to watch that one between Jimmy and Candace. Tim Pool is not a WVN. He's closer to DC. I revoked. Oh, West Virginian. He's closer to DC. That's actually where I met him. I met him at Travis Pastrana's house, by the way, out in DC, which was a fun time. And yeah, he was a nice guy. I really don't have anything against Tim other than fucking his bizarre crash out, which doesn't make any sense to me. Nate, love your content, man. Keep it coming between you and Brent. You guys are solid gents. AATW. Appreciate it, brother. Yeah, Brent's my boy. We love Brent on this channel. Speaking of which, somebody just texted me about Brent being a good dude. Also, the text involves Tim Kennedy. Oh, we'll have to, have to wait and see what's in there. Thoughts on the Vegas shooting? Oh, Jasmine. I haven't I mean, I've sort of dug into that, but like it's there's a lot to it. Do I think that that was a lone gunman with a bump stocked rifle? No, that's not what that sounded like to me at all. But I haven't dug into it deep yet. Surface level for me so far. I need to though, because it's another sketchy one. What gets on my nerves is that people that say the rifle as he jumped off the roof, like the fuck you did. And again, maybe it's low fidelity of the camera, but from the footage we've seen, I don't see a 30 or what, like 44 inch long gun wrapped in a towel. I don't see it, but maybe we'll see that in the court. Maybe we'll see that in the trial, right? I doubt it, but maybe. Here we go. 11K, hell yeah. Yeah, I mean, we're still at 9,000 just on the super chats. Oh my God, you guys are amazing. Appreciate it. You guys just hanging with me. 4 hours in, guys, this is insane how many super chats there are. I'm about to refill my drink because I didn't realize we got so many more to get through. We just checked this. And saying no exit wound has a 20% chance on Charlie Kirk had healthy skin. No, I think it's about a 1 in 50,000 chance. Or I would say 1 in 20,000 to 1 in 50,000 chance. Anyone, including Gary, who's telling you that it's a 20% chance that a 30-06 round, a typical 30-06 round from a 170 grain bullet from 139 yards fired at that angle, there's a 20% chance that that wouldn't penetrate through a human neck and leave an exit wound. That's not true. It's just a lie. It's just not true. And I know because I've been hunting with this 30-06, right? And I'm sure all of you out there have as well. And if I can blow through a moose through and through, like bone through bone from 200 to 300 meters away, there's not a 20% chance that that doesn't go through his neck. That's not true. That's objectively not true. And so, you know, I don't know why we would be saying stuff like that. So it doesn't matter how healthy your neck skin is. Again, we already showed it takes 9 pounds of foot-pound pressure to blow through a neck, blow through skin. Okay. And we already showed what it was 383 times that for a 30-06 round. Sorry, dog. Not only that, but think about this, guys. We're talking about human skin. What do you typically shoot with a 30-06? Deer, elk, moose. Do you guys know how strong elk skin is? Do you guys know how strong a moose hide is? You know, the things Native Americans made fucking shelters out of. The skin itself is, I don't know how many times stronger than human neck skin, but probably like 100 fucking times stronger. And a 30-06 blows right through moose and elk skin like it's butter. Let me show you this again. See this? See that? That's 1/2 inch solid fucking steel that we put a 30-06 170 grain round through. 1/2 inch solid fucking steel. Please stop telling me human neck skin stops bullets. Please stop. Nobody believes that. Everybody who's been in combat knows that human skin doesn't stop bullets. It doesn't. No matter who tells you that. Okay? And I can't believe that that's actually what's being said, but I hope that's not what's being said. What do you think about the possibility of a hidden remote weapon station like Onyx Sentry fired from the bushes? Oh, we got this one already, didn't we? Or is this another one? This is a new one. Oh yeah, from the bushes it was directing traffic away from, or Israeli smart shooter. Again, too complicated. I think it was a high-powered rifle from probably the place that the shot came from, but a lot of questions regarding that. Many cases, studies, but again, I don't know. we don't have really any proof of anything, to be honest. So that's part of the problem. Got the hiccups. Many case studies clearly indicate terminal ballistic results not only possible, it actually happened very often. So much for not shitting on a fellow brother. Should have mentioned that from the start of the stream. So here you go. Yes, terminal ballistics show that very often, from 139 yards, a 30-06 round very often does not penetrate and create an X wound in a human neck. Very often. There you go. Here you go. You see that? Very often. Very often. This is so normal. This is like the most common thing ever. It's the most common thing ever. Guys, I got to tell you, if there's anything more common than, I don't know, white rice, think of the most common shit on the planet. It's a human neck stopping a 30-06 round from 139 yards. It's so common. God, imagine me just shitting on a fellow brother. How did I shit on a fellow brother? What are you talking about? Who did I shit on? What are you talking about? There's no one that believes, human neck skin. Now, think about this, guys. We went from how ridiculous the thought of the Man of Steel neck bone. Remember this? When we were talking about bone stopping a 30-06 round, we all thought that was ridiculous. Now we've got the arguments that human neck rubber band skin is what stops 30-06s. Even though, I'm going to keep showing you this, half-inch steel can't stop it. This guy wants you to know that in many studies, terminal ballistics show it happens so often. It's happened so often. Even though, again, when everyone, literally fucking everyone that's gone out to the range and done ballistics tests with a 30-06, 100% of the time has had that round blow through everything. But of course, it's so often. So let's show this guy again. Our so often guy. Yes, this is what happens so often. Right?
The 30-06.
Here's a
2-3 inches thick at some of the bigger parts. Brian was telling me that butchers can use concrete saws to saw through this. So
let's see how that goes.
Vertebrae.
Oh, blew it in half.
So,
but so common. The human, that's a cow neck. But no, human necks. So common. Oh my God. Let's do another one. What was this one? We got, oh, here we go. Cow femur. You know, the leg bone that's holding up a fucking 3,000-pound animal. Probably pretty strong. Probably stronger than the neck vertebrae. Let's see how this goes.
Let's give it a shot.
Oh, it exploded.
Okay.
Whoa. Whoa, shocker. Literally every fucking thing you shoot at explodes. But yes, you're right. The human neck. The human neck. Maybe it's the evangelical human neck. The evangelical human neck of Charlie Kirk. It's so common. It's so common for a 30-06 round to be stopped by the skin. Evangelical skin. It's the toughest skin in the world. Jesus skin. It's Jesus skin. You guys don't even know. Jesus skin is the most flexible rubber band shit in the world. Just a flex. What's this guy's name? Hold on. Let's pull this up for our new I didn't know this was the new theory, and I'm so blown away that anybody is taking this seriously to where human neck rubber band skin now stops 30-06 bullets. Sure, why not? What can we pull up? Let's see, let's find Mr. Fantastic. There's got to be something with Mr. Fantastic, right? Can't even find the movie. Anyway, you know Mr. Fantastic, right? The guy who has got the stretchy skin that takes down all the bad guys, Galactus. That's where we're at now. Is this really where we're at? This is really where we're at. Human neck skin. Not even neck vertebrae anymore. But human neck skin now is what's stopping 30-06 rounds. Fuck it. All right. This is the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my life. Nobody ever has ever talked about human neck skin rubber banding bullets, high-powered rifle rounds. Keep in mind, not just like not 5.56 rounds, not like a normal round that would never be rubber banded by skin. But this gigantic 30-06 round is going to enter your neck, moving at 2,500 feet per second, and just. I don't believe anybody believes that. I don't. I refuse to believe anybody is actually pushing that narrative. I won't. I just can't. I'm not going to do it. Nope. Nobody said that. Nobody believes that. We're done. It's not the human neck skin, the Gumby skin. We're not playing that game. Nope. No. Gumby skin. Okay. M says, hey, you do awesome work. Love your show. So would running electrical current through the body change a bullet's trajectory or stop it, slow it down? Electrical current? No. I mean, here's the thing. This 30-06 bullet is moving at 2,400, 2,500, 2,600 feet per second. It's like we're talking about like 0.2 of a second from the time the gun goes off to the time it hits Charlie. 0.15 seconds. It's moving so goddamn fast with so much foot-pound pressure that an electrical current through the body is not changing a bullet. I don't think. I mean, no, I've never seen the rubber band bullet theory in combat. Nope, I haven't seen it. And neither has any World War II veteran, neither has any Vietnam veteran, neither has anyone else. Because you know why? Here's why. Hold on, let's talk about this. Who has ever heard of the idea that human skin rubber bands bullets off of it before this French guy? Who has ever even heard of this? Ever in their life, in a movie, in a sci-fi fantasy film? Ever? Have you ever heard this? No one has ever heard this before. But now that one French guy brought it up, they're like, yep. Oh yeah. Yeah. It's the back of the skin. It's the neck skin back here. Back here, this neck skin back here. You guys don't even know. You guys don't even know how strong and flexible that back of the neck skin is. Here's the other thing. Let me explain this to you. Okay. Let me explain this very, very closely. If a bullet that went into your neck didn't have enough velocity or force to get through the back of your skin, it's not going to be rubber banded with enough force to crash through 6 fucking vertebrae on the rubber band. It couldn't even make it through the skin in the back of the neck. How is it then going to crash through 6 fucking human bones? What are we talking about here? Even if it's tumbling, let's say it's tumbling and it somehow broke through the skin and it gets to the back of the neck and then it somehow rubber bands. Where's it pick up enough force to crash through bone when it couldn't make it through skin that only takes 8 goddamn foot-pounds of pressure to penetrate through? What are we talking about here? It does. Well, it couldn't make it through the skin, but then it crashed through fucking 6 vertebrae. Okay. Fuck, dude. Holy shit. All right, let's keep moving. Sorry, I'm getting way too worked up because this is the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life. Trading pennies. What's your opinion on 223 file that fired through a non-rifled barrel? A non-rifled barrel? Like a 223 fired through a 30-06? I don't know. Maybe. Who knows? Super sticker, thank you. No, Baron wasn't talking crap. He just felt he should apologize to you listening to your show late and fell asleep. Oh, dude. I fall. Dude, I do this all the time. I fall asleep. I got iPad on because I got, PTSD. Let's just call it what it is. And sleep is a big problem for me. I'll be honest with you guys. And this is one of the things I deal with. What I can't do is I can't just like lay in bed with my own thoughts and then just fall asleep because the demons are in the brain. And so I have to be distracted by things at all times to fall asleep. It is what it is. And so I do this all the time. I watch other guys' streams and I fall asleep to it. Super normal. He doesn't owe me an apology for anything, man. At all. Baron has never said anything negative about me that I even know of. So why would he need to apologize for me? I have nothing to apologize for. That's what makes a 30-06 such a common hunting round. Its absolute inability to penetrate skin. Yeah. Hey, let's give Mike, because he almost got me with this one. Let's give Mike a clap for the sarcasm here. That's what makes a 30-06 round. It's the most common hunting round there is because its inability to get through human skin. You know what I mean? That's a fucking well done, bro. In a great point, right? Yeah, that's the type of round and the type of weapon you want to use is the one that doesn't penetrate through human skin. Yeah. Tracking. Good one on that, brother. That's a good joke. Brown says, ML&R brother, 17-year Canadian infantry vet. EK is junk. Lance Twiggs did it. Ooh, see, I do kind of like my tinfoil in me, right? If I put on the Coach Colin tinfoil Speedo, I do like the Lance Twiggs was behind it theory. Just as a tinfoil. Be kind to each other and God bless. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. Thank you for your service, man. All right, Jimmy says theory on 30-06 that we now have a right-wing deep state agenda 556 would point to AR-15, and that's not what they wanted at this time. Interesting, because yes, the AR-15 is that liberal talking point. God, we got to ban the assault rifle, right? I like where your head's at. Jimmy. Okay, I don't know, who knows, but this is one I didn't think about from the we don't want to affect the Second Amendment angle. Clever comment. Not clever, but very interesting. All right, Crash says, have you seen the 2015 Trump rally footage where Erica appears to be with a different family and a small child, and Tyler Boyer is also in the same shot? I believe Erica met Charlie and didn't meet Charlie. I haven't seen this, but I wouldn't be surprised because we just saw her with, old Bibi Netanyahu's son in 2019. So who knows? Have you got to showing out PT11 GTO? I love mine. Oh, no, I have not. Only dumb thing I've heard you say, AR best home defense. This is objectively the truth. This isn't a debatable thing at all. It's just objectively the best home defense weapon. And I could go on for 100 different reasons why. So it's not dumb. It's objectively true. And there's no point trying to argue it. It's a shoulder fired weapon. It's the most accurate. It's not going to penetrate through walls as easily as a lot of other different rounds, like a shotgun with a slug. It's objectively the best. And you know how I know this? Okay. And let me show you guys how I know this is true. You know why the AR is the best home defense weapon? You guys know what CQB is? Close quarter battle. You know, the type of thing we do in the military and SOF. Guess what weapon we use for CQB? What weapon do you guys think we use for CQB in the military? In the house? Can anybody guess what weapon we all use across the entire military in the house? An AR-15 style weapon. Okay, so there you go. Argue with fucking DevGru and Delta Force and Special Forces and every Marine and every infantryman ever. You use an M4, which is an AR-15 style weapon. Okay, so yes, that's why it's the best. It's not a discussion. Anyway, sorry to beat you up on that, but just objectively true. All right, Jamie says Baron was not talking negatively about you. No shit stirring. Enjoy all you fighting. Good. Well, we know that now, right? We know that now. We've had a lot of those comments. Nate, you have the calves of the lampshades and a Christmas story. Merry Xmas. That's a good one. Thank you, brother. You think someone could have used a zip gun? Now, high-powered rifle. Just based off of, I can tell by the cavitation in Charlie's neck. It's again, who knows, but it does lend to me just watching it. Does look like a high-powered rifle round. Good. That could be a 223, 5.56, 30-06, 300 Win Mag, like 300 Blackout, 100 different ones. But I do believe it was a high-powered rifle. Could have been a low-grain 30-06 round. This is what Brent's theory is. Low grain. I don't think so. Even if you had like 110 grain varmint round. But if you had, let's say, bad powder round. But again, we're talking about malfunctions and bad rounds. And like, this is where, and me and Brent talked a lot about this. Is it possible? Yes, 100%. This is possible. But like, I'm not personally staking what I believe is likely on a malfunction or bad ammunition, or like, I don't like that idea that I have to have some type of rare, weird thing happen to make the story work. You know what I mean? Is it possible? Yes, but is it likely? I don't think so. I don't like the idea of having to have malfunctions or bad ammo or a tumbling round or all this shit that you cannot replicate on a regular basis. If I cannot replicate it over and over and over again, that is not the story or the narrative that I'm going to believe. Okay. Is it possible? 100%. Right. We see crazy shit happen with bad ammo and malfunctions. Yes. But I'm not going to stake what I believe on malfunctions. You know what I mean? That's just me personally. You can, but yeah, not for me. All right. Doc says, for never asking, just now discouraging super chats, you're the man, buddy. Yeah, man. I say this all the time, man. And a lot of times when we don't have time, I tell people just please stop super chatting, which we're about to have to do because we're not even halfway through. I'm trying to stay like we're at 9:30 at night. What are we on? We're on 4.5 hours. You guys are crazy. Yeah, dude, I'm not out here asking. The one thing I promise you guys, I'm not like Tim Pool. You're never going to see me come on here and complain about my finances. You're never going to see me come on here and beg for money. Because if I was in that position, then I would change my profession and I'd go figure it out myself to provide for my family. I'm not here to ask you guys for money. This is not a thing. But I appreciate it. You know what I mean? I appreciate the donations. But yeah. Okay. Shit. Where did we go here? Oh, I lost where I was. Oh, there's Jesse. There's one from Jesse. I have no idea where we even are. Hold on. Sorry, guys. We got somehow when I pulled yours up. Oh my God. There's just so many. You guys are wild. This is going to take us, guys. This is going to take us at least another hour to get through. We're about to have to take another break and refill the drink. Because you guys know I will read every fucking one of these. But here we go. We got to it. Okay, so I didn't realize how many we had, and we still have almost 9,000 people in here. Oh my God. And I will read every fucking super chat. You guys know that I am devout on the super chats, no matter what. So we got to take a pee. We got to take a pee break and a drink refill time because yes, we're going to be here for at least another hour trying to get through these. All right. So quick break to get it. God, again, almost 8,500 people in here for the super chats. You guys are wild. Thank you so much. I'm going to pee real quick, refill my drink, and then we will be back. Give me 90 seconds and we'll knock this out. Yeah. It's hot in here. I gotta open the window. Oh, did I get enough? I feel like you didn't give enough. One sec. Now we're back. Now we're back. All right, we're back. We're back. Thank you all for sticking by. Here we go. Guys, I got to ask you. You guys watch some pretty big content creators. How do the other content creators do super chats? Do they read them all? Or do they just do like top ones and then bounce? I'm not wearing silkies. I got workout shorts on. They don't read them all? I always do. I read every single super chat on every single live stream. Every single one. This is what I've always done. I don't even care how long it takes. I literally will just sit here and read them forever. Well. Oh, well. That's how we do it. That's how we do it. We read them no matter what. All right, here we go. Let's keep moving. Not a bot says Erica Kirk couldn't pass as a soap opera actress. It does feel very soap opera-ish, like Days of Our Lives, actually. Yeah. Holly says, BC didn't attack. Oh, Baron, he loves you and is nothing but complimentary. He said he was sorry because he fell asleep listening to bro. I gotta talk to Baron. I'm gonna reach out to him. You don't have to fall asleep, or if you fall asleep to mine, that's all good, dude. I fall asleep to everybody's. This is what I literally do. Merry Christmas, love your channel. Good. I mean, I was going to be disappointed if Baron was attacking me or talking shit to me because I've had nothing but nice things to say about him. So, so I figured, loving your down to earth content, bud, watching from communist Canada. Ugh, yikes. You and Jasmine both up there hanging strong in communist land. Baron didn't attack you. He fell asleep because he was up to long investigating stuff. Again, no big deal at all. Although apparently breaking news is that Dan Crenshaw just proposed on X, going to Sean. Oh, yeah. I saw this. I saw Sean post this, going on Sean's podcast to talk it out. Some really bitch stuff after blowing all that smoke. He's non-serious. Well, yeah. Why do you think Dan all of a sudden is now he wants to talk it out? Because fucking everybody is dogging him and everybody already hates his guts. And so if I was Sean, I wouldn't even let him on the show. I'm gonna message Sean and tell him, hey, fuck that guy. Don't let him on your show. Not that he, Sean will do whatever he wants, but like he fucking tries to bully you and sue you. Don't platform him. Fuck him, dude. Let's do everything we can to make sure he doesn't get elected. That's what I'm all about. You know what I mean? Don't give him a platform. I mean, he'll embarrass himself because that's what Dan does, but yeah. But Sean's very generous in that way. So Geo says 300 blackout makes sense. Large hole can sub. Anything can catch subs. Needs a 2-second pew pew for the crack. I think he's well too. If you go back to my first video I ever did, I think I said I thought it was either 5.56 or 300 blackout. Just kind of what made sense from the injury, the wound, the sound of the shot. Might not be true. But I think me, Mike Glover, there was a bunch of other people that had that as our initial, before we knew anything about the gun, before the picture of the 30-06, the vast majority of guys were saying that. So Zay says, used to do engineering work for JTAX, and they treated troubleshooting like CAS, identify problem, escalate immediately, apply overwhelming force. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good one. I don't know if the JTAC approach is the best at engineering. That's funny, but that is how JTACs apply in the tactical world for sure. Otto says round sounded just like the starting from pistol for track races. Yeah, here's the thing. It's so hard to hear on iPhone. If you listen to this, right? And I want to show you guys this. Listen to what this sounds like with a camera right next to you. And this is the 30-06. Okay. This is an iPhone, my iPhone. Could we film this on an iPhone? My wife was filming, but listen to what this sounds like. Yeah, doesn't really sound like much, right? You hear the snap, but if you were there in person, standing right next to that 30-06 with no ear pro on, it would blow your fucking eardrums, blow your eardrums out. Okay, but on an iPhone, a pistol, 30-06, an AR-15, it all sort of sounds the same because it just doesn't pick up the sound correctly. So hard for us to really determine based off audio, unfortunately. Yeah, stop super chatting, guys. I love y'all to death, but like at some point we got to get out of here. Okay. Again, love you guys, but goddamn, I know some of you still will, but let's try to get out of here in maybe by 10:30 at least. All right. Here we go. Nick has been given a backdoor into politics, and that's why he's so suddenly and fervently pushing the federal narrative. Interesting. There's a lot of people that, including my buddies, that have questioned that. Yar for the GOP butt pirates. Yeah, old Crenshaw. Peach Buzzballs is diabolical. Peach Buzzball is diabolical, Nate. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And there's one right there. We love Buzzballs, bro. I'm not supposed to drink them, though. I'm supposed to just be having a little bit of wine. A little bit of wine. As a former Army and GWAT vet, I want to thank you for your no-nonsense integrity matters, and you have it in spades. Just join the Valhalla membership. Well, thank you, brother. I appreciate you, and thank you for your service. And, being a part of the Army and the GWAT adventure that we all were on at one point. Appreciate you. All right. Biss says, Nate, what are the possibility that they will assassinate Candace or Tucker? And do you think will happen if they see? What do you think will happen if they succeed? Finger crossed they don't. I think it's extremely, and this is going to sound bad. I think it's extremely likely you will see, and it's not going to be soon. I think it's going to be they're going to spread it out, but I do think you're going to see a Nick Fuentes, a Tucker, a Candace esque influencer killed probably in the next 6 months. I think it's pretty likely. And again, I don't want that to happen, but I think they're gonna spread it out because they can't do it back to back. It is what it is. Somebody said Gary Paramount Tactical did seem to be throwing shade at you by saying he shoots way more than you according to his position in the Green Berets versus yours. I talked to Gary about that today, and he apologized for it, actually. And no, I don't think Gary shoots more than me necessarily. Gary was an 18 Bravo, which is a weapons sergeant and a sniper. So does Gary have more experience than me in some, and this is relative when you're talking about Green Berets, does he have more experience than me in some capacities with firearms and ballistics? Yes, he does. But as for does he shoot more than me, especially when it comes to hunting and using a 30-06? No, I don't believe that. But again, Gary reached out and apologized to me over that. So me and Gary have no bad blood. Gary's a good fucking man. And, yeah, there's no ill will between me and Gary at all. But again, yeah, he does have more experience than me in some things when it comes to firearms. There's no doubting that, and that's fine. But comparatively to the rest of the population, we're like, if you have the regular population down here, right, you have me and Gary like this, right? So, but no, he's a good man, and he reached out and apologized, and he didn't mean anything negative by it. So we got no ill will there. There's no beef between me and Gary at all. All right, here we go. Gary with the live stream at GF Grippy and Idiot Munitions Guy going hard on Ian was quote I sent earlier from his live stream. Have fun. Yeah, we saw that. That was bizarre. I didn't see Gary say that the human neck rubber band thing. I hope not. I'll probably talk to him about that. Bizarre. Yeah, the French guy for me is 0% credibility, 0% chance. The rubber band theory is dumb. It's just objectively dumb. Sorry. Putting it out there, the people involved wanted this divide. They wanted fracture political parties and create mass confusion. I think that's actually, I don't know if the people involved wanted it, but I do think there's people taking advantage of it now for sure. And we're definitely seeing that. Erica is such a disrespect to the DE March of WW2. Erica? DE March of W2. Russian. Nick is something. Russian. Heather says, do you think Mr. Robinson is proven to be the shooter that Candace will apologize and reverse the position she once had? No, I don't think so. To my point, it doesn't matter if Tyler is the shooter or not. I think it's very possible that he was myself. I need proof of that. But to me, that doesn't change the possibility of other people being involved. So again, I've sort of made that clear. Yeah, just because if he is determined to be the shooter, and we'll see him on the roof, right? Then again, to me, he still didn't act alone. I don't believe that, right? So, but we'll have to wait and see. But will Candace apologize? No, me and Candace are different, right? Me and almost every content creator are different, right? When I get, not every content creator, but when I get evidence that's contrary to what I thought initially, I will come out and say, hey, I was wrong on my assessment, and I think this now. Candace is not going to do that. Like, we love Candace, but Candace don't apologize for shit. You know? So, no, I don't see that happening. All right, if I'm his defense, I make him put the rifle down his pants and walk. If it doesn't fit, he must have quit. Well, we know the rifle wasn't in his pants. We can see pictures of it. You can't fit a 30-06 with a scope on it and skinny jeans and not have it be the most obvious shit ever. John Green says, with the big $50 donut, thank you. Off topic, but my girl got a Ruger 380 as her first gun. What's your opinion? Not a big fan of Rugers in general. As her first gun, I would have got her something like a Glock 43X or something like that. But you know, you guys could do you. As a beginner gun, I kind of lock is like anybody that's like initially getting into pistol shooting. I like a gun like a Glock 19 or a Glock 43X or something like that personally, because it's just a easy gun to learn on. But not to say it's a bad gun. I'm just not a fan myself of Rugers. Backman's here. Our resident favorite firefighter, of course, said we didn't kiss. Our beers just touch tips. Here's for gas station booze. Keep up the content. Thank you, brother. I actually had your tank top on at the gym today. I was going to wear it, but it was already sweaty, so I had to switch out. Also, guys, did I not talk about the America First hats that are in now? We finally got these. This might be those of you who waited around a long time. The coolest. I don't know if we got them in today. I think they got delivered. Hold on. Maybe let me ask my wife. They were supposed to get here. These actually are like super sweet. Hold on. Let me say, sorry. I'm a little sidetracked here. Don't have. They didn't get here yet. Never mind. She didn't put them up. Anyway, the new Valhalla VFT with their super cool America First logo hats should be here tomorrow. They look really cool too. But anyway, sorry, sidetrack. They're supposed to be here today. I guess they didn't hear. They'll be here tomorrow. But be on the lookout for them tomorrow, because my wife will get them on the website, and they'll probably sell out fast. All right, keep moving. She could buy lots of sneakers now as CEO. Yeah, she's gonna be fine on that. I'm curious about what Candace said about the Egyptian planes were tracking Erica. Maybe they weren't tracking her. Maybe they were meeting with her. From a tradecraft, which I can't really talk that much about, side of things, the idea that aircraft were meeting with Erica so she could relay information so they don't have to use any conventional devices to relay that. That is a very tradecraft-esque way of transferring information. And that is what I thought when I heard that. I'll leave it at that. I can't get that much more deep into it than that. Candace might not be all there, yet she doesn't hide secrets, puts up an act like Erica. Baron didn't attack you. Apologize. Yeah, we got it. We got it. Thank you, guys. Have neither side in the Candace versus Erica. I'm Switzerland and fatigued. Well, yeah, you're neutral. Yeah, you're neutral. I get it. That's a good neutral joke right there. You're right. She's in everyone. I mean, everywhere. Erica is. Yeah, she is on every podcast you could possibly imagine, other than mine. Baron didn't say anything ill. He only mentioned he fell asleep while listening to your episode. I mean, that's cool that he felt like, guys, I find it an honor that Baron was watching my episode right at night before he fell asleep. That's dope. I like that he watches my content. That's a compliment for me. I'm gonna reach out to him. We'll reach out to him tonight, or not tonight. It's almost 10 o'clock tomorrow. Is it not weird that their kids just lost the father and she's on tour? Who is supporting the kids? Really bugs me. I think it bugs everybody, Holly. I think it literally bugs fucking everybody, because if my spouse got killed and shot in the face on live TV, I would not be on a podcast tour. You probably wouldn't have seen me for months on my own YouTube channel, because I would have been taking care of my family. But that's just me. He says, Nate, you rock. I would fact check the Baron thing. He isn't much of a shit talker. Okay, we got it, guys. Yes, we got it. Thank you very much. Shabbat shalom. Charlie's rolling in his casket. Yeah, it's just gross. It's gross that they keep saying that. Charlie Kirk came home and says Shabbat shalom every Friday. Like, I fucking doubt it. I doubt he did that. All right. The French guy is a white super. Had to change so many words. He had a child with an autistic teenager several years ago. He also recently involved in a missing person case, which apparently was his wife. He's a neuro researcher. Yeah, that dude is you guys gave me his backstory. Not great. Not very credible from what I'm seeing. If Nick Fuentes agrees with Erica Kirk and tells people to stop after the interview releases, Fed confirmed? Probably. Kind of explain the bullet movement of Charlie Kirk's shot in the video YouTube titled Paramount Tactical, The Little I Know of Ballistics. No, Gary actually does know a lot about ballistics. That's the thing. More than me, I would say. It is what it is. And again, this is what makes the case so interesting, is that you have a lot of guys who are actual experts that have disagreeing opinions on this. That's what makes it so bizarre. It's the truth. If Brent Tucker, who again is infinitely more knowledgeable than me, says, hey, I think this might be possible, I have to stop myself as somebody who looks at the world critically and go, hey, if my buddy, who is one of the most knowledgeable people on the planet, thinks this may be possible through, and again, Brent doesn't think that a standard 30-06 with a standard round is going to do this. He thinks it's a more of a low grain, bad load type of situation, which of course possible. But if people that are very, very, they're actual experts are like, hey, I think this might be possible, I'm going to give some credence to that. It's not what I believe, but I'm not just going to automatically be like, I believe this, so I'm not going to listen to anybody else. You know what I mean? And you guys shouldn't either. You should listen to everybody and then come to your own conclusion. That's what this is all about. You know what I mean? Listen to everybody, come to your own conclusion. That's the best thing you guys can do. Somebody said have Miss VFT on. She's been on before. Brittany's been on the show. We've done a live stream together, actually. We could probably bring her on pretty soon. You guys want to have my wife come on? Have Miss VFT come back on the show? Not right now, but we could do that. Yeah, guys, there's no reason for you guys to attack Gary and trash Gary. You can if you want, but you're not going to get me to do it. I've already told you. This fellow Green Beret is a friend of mine. He has different opinions. Actually, me and Gary actually agree on a lot of this case. We disagree on some very fundamental things. So, but there's no reason for you guys to attack him. Gary's smart. He's very, Very credible. He's not a Fed. He just doesn't believe necessarily what we believe, and that's fine. But that doesn't make him wrong either. You know what I mean? We're going to find out. We're going to find out maybe, though, who's right and who's wrong. And I might turn out to be wrong. We'll see. But I don't think when it comes to rubber banding neck skins that I'm going to be wrong on that one. All right. Erica is everywhere, but the hearings for the alleged assassin of her husband make it make sense. I would be at hearing on the docket. Yep. Bex says my grandpa Wilson Sorensen started UVU and was the president of the school for 36 years. He would be mortified with how the school has handled Charlie's murder, lack thereof. Love you, Nate. That's crazy. That is crazy that your grandpa founded UVU. Man, I wish we still had him. I wish we had him to still talk to what he thought about what they did on campus that day, huh? That would be interesting. All right. The Road Warrior says, I taken acting 1 and 2, done international baccalaureate theater, performance, bad actor, can tell you she's overreacting on stage. Yeah, there you go. Like the people that have formal theater training, this is a far more expertise than I have. Like I love this, right? When you're talking about somebody that actually has baccalaureate theater training, that's like, yeah, this bitch is fucking acting. I like to see comments like this from people that have expertise that most of us don't have, that are like, nope, ain't a thing. You know? Jasmine says, TP USA. Okay. I haven't heard that one before. Okay, Jasmine, I'm stealing that one. That's going to get used in the future. I do like that one. That's fucking funny. Well done by Jasmine on that one. All the Spider-Mans pointing at each other, all the feds. Yeah. Yeah, we're all feds. We're all feds. How does someone get over the loss of a significant other so quick? I don't know. Everybody grieves differently, especially when you have Christ in your heart. Erica's a throwback to Tammy Faye Baker. Erica's eyes look best. Yeah, it's kind of in that one. How come nobody ever talks about Charlie Kirk's parents? I don't know. I have never heard anything about Charlie's parents, and I don't know if they were. Oh, my wife just hold on. My wife just came in here. We should ask my wife. Where are you at? Oh, she's not. She got micro needling on her face today, so she's not going to come on camera. I was going to bring her on and ask her if she would have been doing a podcast tour 48 hours after I got shot in the face on live TV. She said no. So she said, actually, she said, my wife just said that if I got shot in the face on live TV, she would just take over my channel and my live streams. So there you go. I guess maybe they all are willing to do it. So my wife would do the same thing as Erica, apparently. And I've already said this. I've already told all of my friends, all of my Green Beret buddies, and I've said this in front of my wife as a joke, sort of. If my wife did actually do that, they would have my permission to, handle that. We'll just leave it at that. Just saying. Unfortunately, for the cause, they picked a shitty actress. Yeah. Would love to hear your reaction to Barron's electrocution theory. I've already said 10 times. That's what I'm going to fall asleep tonight. So tell Barron that. Tell Barron that I'm going to fall asleep to his video tonight. But yeah, I'm going to watch Barron's video once I get done with this one, guys, because it does sound super interesting. All right. Faking grief is hard with millions coming in. Good point. Blink says the only reason Erica said stop is because somebody is getting close. Yet Erica could easily shut everyone up by simply showing us the receipts. I'd hate to be the widow and watch my husband's friend try harder than me. Oh, this is a good point. Again, and I don't want to judge, but like, And here's where my judgment comes from, guys, on this specific one, is I know a lot of widows of people close to me, friends close to me, teammates of mine that are widows. And I don't want to get emotional thinking about some of my friends that close friends and teammates that we've lost, but none of them, fucking none of them acted like this. Most of them, it took months before they could even function correctly. And so when I watch this after watching the widows of my friends and teammates, it doesn't feel right. And that's where my criticism really comes from, is because I've seen what every wife I've ever seen who's lost their husband to being fucking shot in the face, to put it grotesquely, I've seen how they've all reacted. And it's all sort of the same in different variants, it's in different fashions of grieving differently. Like, right. Like some are a little bit stronger at the funeral and can kind of keep it together. Some can't at all. Some are just groveling and can barely function. Some can keep it together until after, you know, the memorial, and then they fall apart. Right. But none of them are 48 hours later on the podcast tour with WWE pyrotechnics and all this. None of them. And so it's tough to watch because we're well beyond the people grieve differently angle, in my opinion. I gave 2 months of grace for the grieving differently before I kind of said, enough is enough for me. This is not how people actually act. Not people that legitimately have gone through this. Okay. That's just me. Okay. Anyway, Erica looks possessed. Yeah, we got that one before. Question ain't whose religion in here. It's who believes. Religion destroys belief. Maybe. I don't, for me, it's not so much about religion. It's about faith. You know what I mean? I just believe it's hard for me. I don't want to get too deep into it, but the idea that the universe just randomly, everything happens randomly and there's no creator or no nothing. I don't know. It doesn't really work for me, but you know, everybody's allowed to believe what they want. Also, do you guys know why I believe in God? There's only one real reason. If like deep in my core, it's not the Bible. It's not anything like that. The reason why I believe in God, there's one reason only. And that is because dogs exist. That's it. It's because dogs exist. I believe in God. Because there is no way that something so perfect could exist without dog being the creator. That's for me. That by itself. Dogs exist. God exists. That's it. That's all it takes for me, because there's no random way that you created something so fucking perfect, which is dogs and cats, my munchkin cat, but dogs specifically. It's the perfect fucking creature. You know what I mean? That's why I believe in God. And I'm not kidding. That's legitimately why I believe in God. It's because dogs exist. So anyway, just my own theology there. All right. The Beanie says, I started to mistrust Erica when she quoted C.S. Lewis and claimed she had no anger about Charlie's. I know. Wasn't that fucking gross? She's not a saint. Her actions were ridiculous. I've known more grief than her. Try losing a child. And Breamy, I bet you weren't doing a podcast and laughing about how great your life was 48 hours later because of that. I'm sorry to hear that, by the way. All right. Brandon says Erica Faye Baker is more Suitling. Love your show, brother. Thank you for your service, and F the trolls. Thank you, Brandon. Appreciate you, brother. You know, we usually don't get bothered by the trolls too much. Every once in a while they get to us. They got to us the other night, but typically we're good. All right. The mannequin in the thrift store has Charlie hands. Mannequin in the thrift store. What do you think about the attorneys being held responsible if Erica speaks under the gag order? Is Erica under the gag order? She should be under the gag order. Here's the other thing about the gag order, guys. It seems bizarre to me that all the people at TPUSA, that were there, Frank Turek and the head of security and everyone that was there, they're not under a gag order. But yet all of the witnesses in the crowd are under a gag order. They're allowed to go on podcasts and talk about whatever the fuck they want. But the average person in the crowd, I'm not allowed to interview. Why? Why? How does that make any sense? Just seems bizarre to me that this is a very selective gag order. Because TPUSA sure as shit hadn't been under any gag order. The guy who ripped SD cards out of the cameras under no gag order. Seems weird. Seems weird. Just saying. Tiana says, I used to defending Erica, gave her grace because I had a weird and unnatural grief reaction myself when my dad died, but after the reactions, this definitely isn't normal. It is intensely creepy. Guys, Tiana, this is a great point. I was heavily emotionally affected by Charlie Kirk being killed, and because of Erica in the initial days, I was heavily emotionally affected. Charlie Kirk being killed brought me back to Christ, and that's a real thing. However, to Tiana's point, 8 weeks later, 12 weeks later, when it's been shoved down our fucking throats and it's so theatrical, that's when I, like most people, have just said no. And that has nothing to do with me, and my faith or anything like that. It's just her specifically, after 3 months of this nonstop, that I went, nah, we're done with that, because now I just felt like I was being like emotionally manipulated, and I don't like that. You know what I mean? But anyway, Shay says EK is Eric Kirk is what I refer to as a Bible banging fill in the blank. And this is another thing I don't like, is using the Bible as a shield. I really hate people that use the Bible as a shield. You can't criticize me because the Bible's in front of me. I don't play that game either. That's you don't get the free Bible shield. Okay. Bruce is back. Says more like Rob McCoyne. It's a good joke, brother. All right. Vincent says, that McCoy boy had like 50 grenades in his backpack. He a hero. Yeah. Yeah. The amazing Mikey McCoy is about as legitimate as our buddy Tim Kennedy. It's a similar type of backstory between old Mikey McCoy and our boy TK. Yeah, they got a lot in common when it comes to that. All right, Wave says her style on Glenn Beck, the pure widow with no lipstick and slightly messy hair, but notice the eyes were heavily eyelined. Every venue she's dressed to match the audience. True. Look at her on Megyn Kelly, right? See-through laced gown as Megan's all dolled up, porn star hair and makeup. Yeah, you're good. You guys are paying attention. Fox News bright red blazer. You're paying attention. And the red Republican crowd, watch the pattern. This is very, 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 very good comment for people who are paying attention and noticing. Yes, it's a different person each time, and it depends on who it's going before. All right, Mara says Christ is king. Nate is freaking awesome. TPUSA and Erica are fake, and Nick Fuentes is still gate fed in the closet. All right. Where her kids during this tour? I have no idea. Seems like they should be spending this time comforting him. You would think her toddler children are probably wondering where daddy is, and they're probably wondering where mommy is at this point. It's kind of gross to think about as a parent myself. Holy says Shabbat Shalom. Assalamu alaikum. Konnichiwa. Gesundheit. We need to get Private Snuffy on your show through Ian Carroll. Candace said Snuffy wants to meet him. Keep up the song content. Dr. Wang out. The problem is we already know that, again, you guys don't have to believe me if you don't want to, but yeah, we know that, what's his name? Head of security, brain farting. We know he wasn't there at the base. So there's no point for having for me, there's no point in having the source on because I know that the source isn't correct already. So we kind of we're moving on with that story. And I would imagine Candace is going to move on with that story too. If the rifle doesn't fit, they should have quit. That's a good one. You think the dude who owns CNN is buddies with the dude who owns Fox? Murdoch? Who owns CNN? I know Murdoch owns Fox, obviously. I forget who owns CNN. Oh, Brian Harpool. That's right. I forget who owns CNN. But are they buddies? Yeah, probably. It's one big club and we ain't in it, homie. They are all in it though. The Erica Kirk IG funeral video was cringy. Oh, the one where she like was holding Charlie Kirk's dead hand and like kissing it. Like, that was so inappropriate. So inappropriate to show. No business for that at all. Your impartial, real perspective is on point. Much appreciated. Please keep it up. We need it. Thank you. Thank you. Clemson says, will Tyler mysteriously get Hillary before the trial? We talked about this. We'll have to wait and see. Probably not in state jail. It'd be really hard to do, but who knows? We never know. Plasma bullet, maybe. True Crime says, the one thing I've learned since Charlie's murder is that 90% of journalists are feds and faking gay. Yeah, and they have been forever. If you didn't know, like you go back to, like Walter Cronkite and all they were all working for the CIA. All of them. Back in mainstream media. Forever, turns out. We got to stop the weaponization of God and religion. Scott says, is it rational to consider use of special effects, wound kits, and fake death? Thank you, you rock. Thank you for the big $50 super chat. No, for me, too many people, too many moving pieces, for this to be faked. You know what I mean? It's just way too many people involved, and this many people can't keep secrets. Is really why I don't believe theories like this, unfortunately. James Lee, I love James's content, by the way, has a great recent video regarding 1,200 Christian pastors being commissioned by Bibi to show favor to Israel. Yes, I have that for the episode on Tuesday. We're going to talk about it. But yeah, James Lee, James' stuff is fantastic, by the way. If you're not following James Lee, you should definitely follow James' stuff because he crushes, man. Excuse me. Mike says, Nate, longtime lib viewer here. You really need some electric guitars in the background to improve your veracity. Take care. I do have a couple of my grandpa's old guitars. Don't have them in here. I don't play any instruments, so but I do have some. Notice the Super Bowl ring she's wearing. Yeah, usually she's got about 17 different rings on her hands as well. Marissa says, keep doing what you're doing, Nate. You've easily become my favorite channel to watch. Go Max. Keep doing what you're doing, Nate. Back to back. Thank you, Marissa. Appreciate you. Thank you. Okay, here you go. Back to back with the comment here. Yo, Nate, when you trashing people and you call them guy, I cackle. You're funny AF. I try to be. I do a lot of comedy content, guys. If you guys didn't know, I have an entire other YouTube channel. I started a comedy YouTube channel called American Thor that did like almost 70,000 subscribers in 2 months. 2 months. And then Charlie Kirk got shot and we just ran out of time. So that channel might have been as big as this one by now. Actually. Oh yeah. You guys didn't know about American Thor? Probably a lot of you guys don't know about my second YouTube channel. I'll pull it up. Yeah, we do a lot of comedy over there, man. And again, this channel blew. I haven't done anything in over a month. 65,000. We did 65,000 subscribers in 60 days, which is actually pretty crazy. I'll pull it up here. Hold on. For those of you who didn't know. Oops. Yeah, hold on. Here we go. Yeah, here's American Thor right here, guys. We do all kinds of comedy roast stuff here. But yeah, here's my second channel. And again, it's been a month ago. But I mean, even this channel did some pretty Not the most recent ones, but like pretty crazy views. 172,000. All these were doing pretty decent views. But yeah, if you're ever interested, I haven't put out anything recently. But yeah, that's my second YouTube channel. Exploded. It actually exploded in the first 2 months, and then again, 2 months in, Charlie Kirk got assassinated, and then that became the focus, and we ran out of time. But if you want to see me just talk shit, if you guys like watching me talk shit, like talking shit to Dan Crenshaw, that's the entire channel. All we do is make fun of fake alpha males and, you know, dipshits like Wes Watson and all the fakes and lames over there. So yeah, again, we'll hopefully we can get back to that channel again once we got time. All right, the more animals fun, yeah, appreciate it. Make sure you call us when you need help with the 30 dogs. Keep up. Oh, Dynamic. Look at this. Canine Solutions. Dynamic Canine Solutions. All right. Hell yeah. And then we got lots of dogs. Susan, who gave you a hard time about your dog's ears? Was that Aaron Love that gave you a hard time about that? He said you snipped your dog's ears, but you said no. Good looking dog though. Said yes, the doggy bus driver. Love you from me and Mia. Yeah, I love you guys too. All right, I want my cab though. Yeah, yeah. All right, Harry. Yeah, this is very. I'm not going to say that in an Asian accent because I know what you're doing here. Nate, will you do a reaction to the Yuri Bezmenov lecture about ideological subversion? Somebody asked me about that earlier today, and I said, yeah, we can talk about that in the next live. I got it written down right here in my notepad. Because yeah, I've watched all of Yuri's stuff over the years. Baron Coleman's episode, tracking, got it. We got it on the list. We're watching it later tonight, or maybe tomorrow. It's getting so late. Probably tonight though. Who is your number one sniper? Brent Tucker. Duh. My boy Brent. Easy. Brent Tucker. Of course. How could it be anybody else? And also Brent was the number 2 sniper in all of special operations at one point. He'll never tell you that, but I know that. And so I always say that because I know Brent gets embarrassed when I say it. But he was actually. So yes, Brent Tucker is my number 1 sniper. Number 1 sniper in my heart. You can clip that and send it to him. Excuse me. KJ says we all have jokes about Big Mike not having pics of her pregnancy, but no one addresses Erica. Spend 30 minutes and try to find one. There is not one on the internet. This is true and very weird. Are you a shoe guy or a bad boy? That was a good take, especially your thoughts on Bad Girl of the Show. Thank you. Yeah, that was a whoopsie on my part. Would your wife let you dart frogs? Dart frogs? Probably. I don't know what that means, so I don't think she'd care. Could you rate Venezuela's army from 2 to 4? Probably a 2, dude. A lot weaker than people realize, which is why we need to probably just leave them alone and stop bullying them. All right. Do you train combat sports? Can you kick Dan's ass? Who's Dan? And yes, I do. Shit, I got brand new. I got brand new. Just got in the mail. Just got these in the mail. I'll open them right here on stream. Come on. I just got my brand new Muay Thai gloves. Check these out. Hell yeah. Yeah, I do a lot of Muay Thai and Jiu-Jitsu. Yeah, these are my brand new ones. Yeah, look at those. Sick. Yeah, that's one of my main hobbies. Oh, which Dan, though? It depends on who the Dan is. If I could... Dan... Oh, could I fuck up Dan Crenshaw? Yes. Oh my God, yes. I thought you were talking about Dan from Heavy Duty Country, and I'm like, fucking Dan's the exact same size as me. Dan for sure could maybe, I don't know who could handle who, right? I didn't know you meant Dan Crenshaw. Dan Crenshaw is 7 inches shorter than me and 80 pounds smaller than me and has no idea how to fight. So yes, Yes, I could handle Dan, and tell him that I'll fucking fight Dan for. Let's have a like get Dan in the cage with me for charity, dude. Let's do it. I would love that. Instead of having Dan come on Sean's podcast to fucking debate each other, why don't we just let me be Sean's champion, and I'll just fight Dan. Yeah, that little bitch, dude. No, he has 0% chance. And again, I don't say that. I'm not saying that like like I'm like the most bad dude in the world, but you know, I do train a lot and I'm twice his size and he has no idea how to fight. So yeah. But like Dan from Heavy Duty Country, okay, I'm not gonna throw a blanket. Yes, I could, because me and Dan are the exact same size. He's gigantic too. So, but Dan Crenshaw, oh yeah. Oh yeah. And he's got one eye. Yeah. No, that's not even a discussion that we could have. That's a 0.0% chance for Danny on that one. But yeah, I do love combat sports, man. This is it's pretty much my main hobby outside of firearms and stuff as well. Running convoy operations in the jungle sounds awful. Yeah. We got to have my dad on eventually, since he was a Green Beret in Vietnam. Imagine doing that in the jungle in Vietnam, which is what he was doing. Oh shit, here's Jesse. I don't know if Jesse's still here. Our boy Jesse on Fire, who we love. Everything we've seen could easily been Lance Twiggs. Boyfriend, he had access to all the devices on Discord. Also, I offered Hunter Kozak $20,000 to take a polygraph, and he ghosted me after agreeing. Are you still in here, Jesse? When I talked about earlier why I thought Lance Twiggs was potentially possible for the shooter, it's because of Jesse's content. Jesse did a bunch of content on this, and very, very plausible that this motherfucker was involved or potentially the shooter. So, yeah. Jesse's content is what brought me to that one for sure. All right. Thank you, Jesse. I don't know. He's probably not still in here, but he was literally, that's who was texting me earlier. All right. I just bought an M1 Garand. Love the 30-06. An M1 Garand's that's a great gun too, man. What a great gun. You think you'd ever cover Nick Fuentes talking about him and only being interested in having a relationship with minors rather than women his own age? He said that of his own mouth on videos. Minors? Like children? Haven't seen that clip, but if I do seen that clip, then yeah, I'll definitely disavow that, obviously. Haven't seen that clip though. Here's the thing with the type of shit that fucking Nick says out of his mouth over the last 10 years, I would believe you that he probably said it. But I'd have to see the clip. And again, I'm not saying that he didn't. I believe that he probably did say that. But his take on women on everything is, and again, I explained the reason why Nick has his take on women. It's because he's and I'm saying this in his own words. This isn't me saying this about Nick, but as Nick would describe himself, he's a skinny, fat little chud, skinny, fat little 5'7" chud. And yeah, women don't react very positively to people like Nick Fuentes. And so that's where his feelings about women come from. And again, that's his own words. That's not me saying that. That's just how he feels about it. So I wouldn't be surprised that he said that. And I would disavow that, obviously. She practiced her answers and expressions in the mirror. Felt that way. Feels very rehearsed. Do you think Tyler Robinson will go live or be live at the trial? I think so. I think he's going to make it to trial. In state. If he was in a federal prison right now, no. I think he'd get cooked pretty fast. It's easier to get rid of people in federal prison, I think. We could ask JD DeLay about that. He knows way more about how that would work than us. Excuse me, losing my voice. Because we're going 5.5 hours almost. Oh my God. Got to get some honey for my throat. All right. Adopt, don't buy pets. I agree with this. Texas is drowning in homeless dogs and cats. Move here and save a bunch from euthanasia tables and overflowing shelters. I like that. Yep. Thank you. Mr. Bruce Lee's back. Charlie Kirk, just one guy. Donald J. Trump, just one guy. Malcolm X, MLK, JFK, Lincoln, always just one guy. Yeah. In quotes. Just one guy for sure. Yeah, especially JFK, right? That one was definitely just one guy. We all know that. All of these, you guys realize, like, all of these had government involvement. That's the joke. All of them. And we know that. But Charlie Kirk's different. Robert says, "Oh, look at he put his calves in here. Look at this. Yeah, you did it on purpose, dude. Wow, that's a real scumbag thing to do, Rob. Putting your jack calves in here. Okay, dude. Donation because you're appreciated for what you do and change my profile picture of my calves out of brotherly love. Yeah, appreciate that, man. Appreciate seeing your super fucking jacked, ripped calves. Cool, dude. Real cool. Real cool, Rob. Congrats on that, buddy. All right. Jesse on Fire debunked the shoes worn by Tyler. Oh, I did see that one, actually. I saw Jesse do that. This is really good. I fucking forgot about this. This went under the radar as being as important as it is. I got to bring that back up to Jesse. Yeah, also just one more fuck you to Rob. A lovingly fuck you guy. Like from like my teammates, I would say to them. So anyway, just wanted to scroll back to that. You and your jack calves, fucking piece of shit. All right, anyway, let's keep moving. I love Israel. Me too. We all do on this channel. Brian says, I use red light in my bathroom at night. Highly recommend. I ain't sitting on no cold seat. Oh, red light. That's a good idea. That's a really good idea. I'm actually going to write that down. No, my wife would appreciate that. All right. Get Chase Hughes on to explain that PSYOP. Is that who was on Sean Ryan's? Was it Sean Ryan's podcast that he was on the other day? Who's that? What podcast was he on? He was on somebody's podcast the other day. That was really good, explaining how PSYOPs work. Maybe it wasn't Sean Ryan. But I did see him explaining that the other day. It was Sean Ryan, right? Yeah, okay. It was? Okay, I thought so. Yeah, that was really good. Really good episode. I have some clips for that we're going to use on Tuesday. All right, we're still going. You guys are killing me, dude. Oh, my God. I'm having fun, but my Lord, I told you, I thought it was going to be an hour. We're still just rolling. I do mean a red light bulb off at Amazon, all right? Maybe Charlie set all this up to get away from Erica. Oh, that's fucked up. Guys that sit to pee are more secure than Nick Fuentes and Dr. Goldstein Huang. I thought you were mature. Look, Kristani. I haven't even thought about it, okay? But now that I know everybody sits down when they pees in the middle of the night. Unless you guys are just fucking with me and trying to get me to do some shit like this. Which I think maybe you are, but I don't know. We'll see. Hasnell says, so they are showing footage of a suspect jumping off a roof, but they don't show footage moments before. True. We have the footage that starts right after the shot was taken. Convenient. Also, despite the fact, security told it's not safe because the roof, no one is ever viewing. Good points. Misty says, still cracking up over the bad girl, bag girl comment. Yeah, I kind of whoopsied that one. I kind of made that look a lot worse than it really was. Oh, well. Host Candace and talk about the ballistics poll. How about Candace hosts me to talk about ballistics? How about that? How about that? Why don't you guys tell Candace to have me on her show to talk ballistics? She's got the big show. I'm just a little baby over here. Jacko says defense was asking for time because volumes of evidence going to be a while for a trial. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. You're probably right, to be honest. It's all the same PSYOP playbook, easy to notice. Yep. Ask ChatGPT how long it takes to run a DNA test from accessoring from I'm not sure what you're saying here to the certification results. Do you have the answer for us? I don't want to try to pull up ChatGPT right now. We're trying to get through it. Excuse me. What percentage chance do you give that Charlie staged it all? The squib under his shirt theory clearly explains it all. Grok told Jimmy Dortier. Not zero. Not much higher than zero, but not zero. I would say a little tiny bit above 0%. I'm not discrediting anything. So, again, not what I believe, but I'm not saying it's a 0% chance. Taking Back Sunday or brand new Taking Back Sunday. We're big emo fans in this family. By the way, me and my wife both. My wife was just at a giant emo night down in San Francisco when she went to visit one of her friends, which was super sweet. But me personally, but I think she'd probably pick brand new. I don't know. I could yell at her. But for me, Taking Back Sunday, personally. But yeah, I love emo music, dude. Emo music's my jam. I'm from that era of music. But yeah, Johnny gifted 10 memberships. Thank you, brother. Jack says, Nate, I will master debate you, but you must maintain eye contact the whole time. That's getting pretty gay, dude. I'm not going to make any Nick Fuentes jokes. All right. Junk says, pay $8 to access George Webb's Substack and prepare to have your mind blown for the next hour. Tyler's fam, EK fam. And yes, he speaks highly of you. His group has been researching for decades. We already have George Webb written down because a lot of you guys have mentioned George has said nice things about me before. So I need to start digging into his content because I've had a ton of people say, hey, you need to check out George Webb's content. So I'm going to do that. Got it written down on my notepad right here. Thank you. Tell him King. Thank you. Mud says, one thing I haven't heard mentioned is the sound. 30-06 sounds like a cannon. The sound of the shot is more like 5.56. We just showed this. You may have seen it. I showed the 30-06 being shot 4 feet away from my camera, and it sounds like a pistol going off. It's just, and again, in person, blow your goddamn eardrums out, but the camera, the iPhone camera just can't really pick stuff like that up, unfortunately. It just is what it is. All right, Big Boy says, what are your thoughts on Barron's electrocution theory? I'm watching it tonight. I haven't watched it yet, but thank you. Nick says, just uploaded a video giving my theory on what happened and used a clip of yours and your argument for the angles. Would love your opinion. Is it on this channel that you have right here? Write it down. All right. I'll write it down. I can't watch it now because we got to get through this, brother, but I will take a look at it here later. Thank you. All right. Geo says, do you really have to bash conservatives for not being masculine? Yes. Yes. Yes, I do. That's my role. That's my job. That is 100% my fucking job. This exact thing. And immediately after, thought about peeing seated because of your bossy wife. Yeah, man. I don't pee I don't sit when I pee. My chat does, and they think it's a good idea. But yes, my entire job is to bash physically and emotionally weak conservatives like Tim Pool. That is my role on YouTube in this space. That's it. And Dan Crenshaw and Ben Shapiro and Matt Walsh. This is my job. This is my calling. That's what I do. And let me show you what I meant at how much I'm so committed to bashing physically weak and fake masculine. This entire channel, by the way, American Thor, as you see here, is me dogging fake alpha males. Wes Watson, fake alpha, King Azuli. Let me go. Fake natties, fake alphas, fake tough guys. Yeah, I did dog Hassan. That was a little bit different. But to my point, yes, I absolutely have to do that. It is my job. It is my sole purpose on YouTube. Is to this comment right here. Yes, weak men like Tim Pool who verbally berate women on the internet. Yes, that is my job. That is my job to make sure everybody knows what weak pieces of shit they are. Correct. Thank you for coming to my channel. But yeah, I do have to do that. And I will continue to do that nonstop. All right. Dangerous Liberty Paramount equals Paramount Tactical. And he did say he knows more than you, even though he hasn't done the ballistics testing. Again, saw Gary's comments. They got sent to me. I contacted Gary about it, and he apologized for it. One-on-one to me. So I don't have anything ill will to say about Gary because he apologized and said, sorry, I didn't mean to say what I said about you. So let's not beat up on Gary. He's a good man. Okay. I've said that 100 times. Yeah. Again, and he's a fellow Green Beret. You guys want me and I get it. Like, here's the thing. And me and Gary talked on the phone for an hour and a half today. Everybody who wants me and Gary to be in some beef with each other, it's not going to fucking happen. Gary's a fellow first group Green Beret. We're going to support each other, even if we disagree. So for those of you who want that beef to happen and you try to comment back and forth at us, Gary said this, Nate said this. Guys, it's not going to work. Okay? This is not. Okay? Again, I appreciate you guys. I appreciate you guys trying to stick up for me and whatnot, but me and Gary have no ill will toward each other. We're friends. So just knock it off. Knock it off with the drama with that one. Because there's no drama between the two of us. All right. Little Nicky hated Charlie twice as much as he hates Candace. True. They were competing for the same audience. Charlie pissed him off. There's a lot of truth in that. Background of George Zinn vid. Dude has blood on his hands. Background of George Zinn. Nick Fuentes has shown the world how legitimate your findings are and how illegitimate his opinions are. Yeah, probably. I don't buy MK Ultra. Unabomber was the last killer to be exposed to do that. They did it. You don't believe in MK Ultra? Okay. You just let's check this out. So the CIA, who we know was behind MK Ultra and Operation Mockingbird and all these fucked up things that they did to the American people over the years, just even though there's been no reform and no accountability and nobody's done anything to change anything in the CIA just happened to have a change of heart, and now they're not doing anything sketchy. Okay. Because that's how things work. Yeah. I'm sure the CIA is not up to anything fishy, guys. Yikes. All right. Tyler Robinson's lawyers aren't watching you and Ian Carroll. They're slacking. Yeah, let's hope so. Thank you. You double tapped that one, but I appreciate it, brother. Keep leaning towards the camera behind Charlie. I think he had a mechanism that shot him. Perfect angle. That's how the bullet went into the ground. I don't know about the camera. I haven't discredited the shot from behind theory, though. Range Day Bro's done a lot of interesting work on that, by the way. Again, I don't know. There's just not enough evidence to show me conclusively of anything yet. Last night, Baron covered a theory about CK's electrocution him, and did you catch it? I have not, but I'm going to catch it tonight. I'm very interested based off of how many people have brought it up, actually. Tyler doesn't look like he did any parkour in his spare time. That was pretty swift leap off the roof. That was like a 10+ foot roof that he jumped off. No problem. Good point. Soap opera Erica. Hello, love your vids. And I really question about the U.S. Army unit 82nd or 101st best to join for a new enlisted. I mean, it just depends. If you want to jump out of planes, join the 82nd. If you want to fast rope out of helicopters, 101st, brother. Both are fantastic infantry units. You can't go wrong with either. I would say, me personally, I'm going to go with the 82nd, just because, I don't know. I was never in the 82nd. I spent all my career in Army Special Forces as an 18 X-ray, but I did spend a lot of time at Fort Bragg. And so, spent a lot of time and have a lot of buddies that were in the 82nd, and you got to jump out of planes. So that's always cool. Everything is on those 4K cameras right in front of the left and right out of them. Why isn't the SD cards thing a bigger deal? Legit would show everything. We better see those in the trial. This is going to go in the notepad list Thank you very much. 4K camera footage from behind. If that is not in the official trial, that is going to be a big red herring, because we know that footage exists. And if they don't show it to us, then we know that's a big fucking deal. Great point. It's in my notepads for the things we're doing. What plate carrier to use? This is HRT's plate carrier back here. And my favorite plate carrier. Sorry, I can't even talk right now. I've been talking for 5.5 hours straight. My favorite plate carrier is the Cry GPC 2.0. So a couple different options there. You ever going on Unsub podcast? Maybe if they invite me. I know a bunch of the guys, but they haven't invited me yet. But who knows? I would for sure. I'm big fans of all the guys' stuff. I've met Brandon and Donut in person, and then I know Fat Electrician as well. But yeah, hopefully someday. It was a 17 cal acting as an 06. Yeah, I've seen that one before. Maybe, who knows? Appreciate the open-mindedness and critical thinking. Thank you. Watching in slow-mo, wouldn't a bullet be visible? Not likely. Not without like super crazy, high fidelity, insane frame per second cameras. iPhones, no, most likely not. Adam says, tested the CK shot today, 100 yards with 2 large slabs from ham with bone in the middle. Used Hornady Custom Light. Ooh, so you use low grain. 125 grain, 308, blew right through it and exploded. Yeah. Hey, Adam, send me that. If you're still in the chat, Adam, send me that link on Twitter. Me and my buddy Brian, who I talked about earlier, that we did the 30-6 testing, we are literally gonna put together like some shit like that, like the super low grain varmint round shit, to see if all the people who are saying it's a low grain round, which Adam is literally said he just tested 125 grain is super low grain round, and to his point, blew right through it. So go figure. Yeah, Adam, if you're still here, send me that on Instagram, please, brother. I would love to have that, because I haven't got around to doing it yet. And if you've already done it for me, then I would love that. Love to have that. All right, Bobby. Oh, hey, for everybody that didn't know, Bobby proposed to his girlfriend of 8 years tonight. He just got back. Said went good. She said yes. So congrats to Bobby in the chat. Hey, when are you getting married, buddy? Love to hear it, man. Congrats, Bobby. We were all rooting for you for sure. Glad to hear that. Glad to hear she said yes, because if you would have come back and she said no, we would have all been real disappointed. So awesome. Love to hear it, buddy. Love to hear it. Oh, Bobby, also, Bobby, you got Instagram? I need to send you a care package as well. You and the girlfriend. Or if you don't have Instagram, message me or email me. Or Jasmine, try to get coordinated with Bobby. Let's get Bobby hooked up, and we'll get him a care package. So congratulations for him and his new lovely fiance. Love to hear it, buddy. Why is she not home with her children? I don't mean that in a sexist way. We don't know. Could what we saw be faked? All the holes in the story could just be a distraction while CK is alive. No, I don't think so. Now, I'm not saying it's not. It's in the 1% or less, to where, again, I don't discredit anything, because that's just not how my brain works when we don't have evidence of anything. But the likelihood that this is faked, no, I don't think so. Personally, the hash slinging slasher did it. Maybe people are trying to prove the Fed slop so bad because the alternative is much scarier. Think about it. What's the alternative to the Fed slop? That our own government or our greatest ally is behind this? Yeah. That's pretty scary. That's a pretty scary thought, just like JFK. Just like, I can't say what happened on September 11th, because I'll have this video immediately shut down. You're not allowed to talk about it, but to my point. Super chatted Candace yesterday telling her to reach out to you. Look, Candace is well aware of my channel. Okay. If she wants to reach out, she will. Again, we got close mutual friend with Ian. Huge evidence for the electrocution theory. Barron found on burns on his hands. Yep, we are again going to. This is my first order of business. My first content that I'm going to be watching is going to be Barron's Barron's live from last night, for sure. To remind chat, 30-06 is common use for big game hunting like deer, elk, and moose. You know, that animal that's as big as a fucking pickup truck. Yeah, it's the weapon you use for killing big game for a very specific reason, because it's so brutally deadly. You know. Excuse me. All right, Luciv says, I don't know why it's hard to believe that bullets do weird things sometimes. Yeah, they do. The last round I shot, the bullet you turned around gave me a high five. Yeah, that's a good joke. Yeah, the whole bullets do funny things. Sure, they do. But they don't do rubber banding. They don't break the laws of Newtonian physics. That's not how bullets work. At all. All right, miracles happen. Apparently, TPUSA's miracle is expecting you to believe they're bullshit. Very common in One Piece. You don't even know. Very common in One Piece. You don't even know. Okay. Mississippi girl says if government would stop their circle jerk long enough, they could actually be looking at 10 plus felonies people in the CK's case. Yes. Yes. And we know that. We know that a bunch of people knew about this because they posted about it on fucking Twitter and Discord before it happened. To your point. Correct. Where are those people? Why are we not seeing them dragged in and tried? Very good point. Kevin, thank you. Micah says, have you ever called a gunshot victim a rubbernecker? All the best. Happy holidays. Nope. No, and here's the thing, guys. Thank God skin doesn't rubber band rounds back the other way. Because the gunfights, that you've been in or I've been in, or the people that I've shot, and unfortunately I have shot people. Could you imagine if those bullets would have fucking caught in them and then just, especially with a machine gun, but I may or may not have killed multiple people with. Could you imagine if those rounds rubber banded out and came back at me? Woo! That's scary, boys. That's a scary fucking thought. Like that human skin, and I put a round in you, and that round might come flying back at me. Ooh. That's pretty scary. That's pretty scary stuff. But I know I've never had that happen to me. So, it is what it is. Yeah, Mogi, thank you. These rubberneckers must have gone rubberneckers. That's what we're gonna call them. Okay, this is the new term for the Nick Fed slop shit rubberneckers. There it is. Multiple comments in a row. So now we got the name for him, the rubberneckers. Dude has an IQ of a snail. Your research is retarded. Why not just have his neck hair was so strong and stopped it? Yeah, neck hair. Why not? Seen better legs in a bucket of chicken. Jesus, dude. Now, this is team room jokes right here. This is the types of shit I would have got made fun of in the team room. Jesus, god damn, that's brutal, dude. That's a brutal roast joke. Well done. That's a good one. I like that. I've never heard that one before. I like it. All right. Mogi says your experience in video is very convincing, but if you ask ChatGPT, does a 30-06 bullet always exit the human body after a person is hit? It says no. Yes. There's so much context to that. Does a 30-06 bullet always exit a human body if it hits? Okay, well, a 30-06 round will typically travel through maybe like 24 to 32 inches of flesh, right? Well, what if I got shot with a 30-06 round straight down the top of the skull? Oh, well, it's going to go through about 36 inches of my body and it's going to lodge in my body. Oh, it didn't go through. Or let's say I got shot from 900 fucking meters away. Now the velocity of the round has reduced so much that pretty likely doesn't go through my body. So yes, you can't just ask ChatGPT, does a 30-06 round always go through a human body? No. But I mean, that's what you have to prompt AI correctly. Okay. Like, you guys know how AI works, right? Generative AI, you have to prompt it correctly. If you say, hey, does a bear shit in the woods? ChatGPT is going to tell you, yes, but does it really? I don't know. I've never seen it. This is my point. You got to prompt ChatGPT correctly to get the right answer. If you ask a stupid fucking question like, hey, does a 30-06 round always go through X? No. Does it always go through a deer? No. Does it always go through a moose? No. There is context to that question that you have to prompt it correctly. Okay. So anyway. Sorry, I'm losing my voice, guys. Been talking nonstop for almost 6 hours there. What size of a round and trajectory do you think makes sense for what you can see from the video? Tell it like it is. I've said from the beginning, 5.56 round, 2.23 round. Again, still very unlikely, but far more plausible. The wound makes more sense. The no exit wound makes more sense. All of it actually makes sense. Not to say it's not potentially a 30-06, but 300 blackout, 2.23, 5.56, all of those are far more realistic. And they're smaller weapons that you can collapse. And what I mean is you can collapse down the size of them and fit in a small backpack. That's why that made sense to me to begin with, because we saw photos of Tyler Robinson supposedly going to the roof in the little black backpack the first day. And I figured, okay, well, he obviously doesn't have a long gun on him. So maybe he's got a broken down AR-15 style weapon in the backpack. Again, if you gave me the entire official narrative and swapped the weapon to an AR-15, I really wouldn't have a whole lot of problems with the story. Me personally. And most people wouldn't. So, but that's not what they're saying it was. So we'll have to wait and see. Didi says, just a little grace here, but what are the 5 stages of grief? Dabda, depression, anger, etc., etc. She may be on the second stage. Who knows? The title starts with stop. Maybe. She might be on the second stage. I haven't seen the first stage, though. I haven't seen depression yet. At all, because she has been on a podcast tour since 48 hours after Charlie got killed, and she hasn't seemed depressed at all. So, I don't know. Maybe we skip step 1. I'm not sure. Those who believe 30-06 doesn't penetrate skin must hunt their meat at Kroger. Yeah. Isn't a foreskin stronger than neck skin? I don't know, Kevin. But maybe that's the ballistic test that needs to be done. Maybe you could do it for us. Marissa says, we know Nate is not a sellout. He really knows what he's talking about, and we need to listen. He really knows what he's talking about. We should listen. Well, thanks, Marissa. I'm not the biggest expert in the world on anything. I'm not the best ballistics expert in the world by any means. There's people much better than me. I'm not the best trauma medicine expert in the world. There's people better than me. But am I pretty knowledgeable about all those things? Yes, I think I can say that fairly. But maybe people know better than me, and that's fine. I'm not telling you what to believe. And I'm just telling you to listen to a lot of different people and come to your own conclusions for yourself. Hi, I used my GI Bill to get my master's. Me too. In behavior psychology, grief is a wide-ranging individual, but still remains in a fairly well-established sequence and range. That and her seemingly lack of concern for her children. Good point. So the point he's making there is, yes, everybody grieves differently, but they still grieve within an Overton window of grief, you could say. And what Erica is demonstrating is not within that regular window, which I agree with for sure. All right, we're also asking about a person's life at stake, so we can't take randomly anomaly as evidence for convictions. That's not beyond reasonable doubt. My balls of steel stopped at 30-06. We could try that. AJ, if you wanna come out to the house and we could do a ballistic test to see if I could blow your balls off from 140 yards with a let's see if AJ's foreskin could stop a 30-06 round from 140 meters. How about that, AJ? You down for that? Want to find out if your ball skin is strong enough to stop a 30-06 round? How about that, buddy? We'll fly you out here. I'll shoot you in the fucking nuts, and we'll see if your ball skin will rubber band that round back out, and we'll put that on YouTube. Come on, brother. Take one for the team. Come on, AJ. We need to we need some scientific research here. And you volunteered to be that guy for us, bud. We love you around here, but I'm gonna need you to sacrifice your nutsack for the good of this, for the good of the cause. Okay, let's stop. All right. Philip Jameson with you, brother. Oh, hell yeah, brother. Lotus says no exit. Fuck blood. Minimal body jerk flailing. Just a thought. CK alive somewhere, safe from the Zios. No, I don't think so. I don't think so. I think Charlie's dead, sadly. You rock. Thank you. Oddball question, but you remember a Captain Travis Patriquin? He died in 2006. No, that was before my time. Before my time. That was my cousin's husband. I can't stop thinking about how disappointed he would be at the current state of the world. I don't know. I don't know a Captain Travis, unfortunately. But sorry to hear that. Okay, Jacko says, try Brian Cox astrophysics for sleep. Mind-blowing, awesome sleep. Interesting. I actually, you know, my sleep is so bad, I'm willing to try a lot of different things. I use weed gummies since I'm in Oregon, which have helped a lot. So got that going. All right. The electrocution proposal is as thin as the trampoline neck. My lane, as I feel confident asserting that. It's not how electricity bodies work. Okay. There you go. There's somebody that's saying they're disagreeing with Barron's assertion, which, again, I haven't seen it either way, but I do like to see that people have opinions on both sides of the discussion. I'm not an expert on anything electricity, so it's going to be hard for me to debunk anything Barron has really or substantiate anything Barron has said regarding electricity, but I'm interested to find out because that's not my lane of expertise at all. But I'm going to watch the episode and see because everybody found it so interesting. All right. MS Jack says, love how you stood up for Candace with Tim Pool. If you remember, Tim Pool used to be left and he identified as a feminist. He came out in Joe Rogan episode. Yeah. Tim used to be a far leftist. I think he just kind of goes where the wind blows, and that's what it's looking like now. And it looks like the paychecks are coming from our greatest ally, probably. I don't know. You know, again, that's just my own opinion, what things look like, and that's probably what's going on now. 30-06 rubber bands on skin and 9 blows out lungs. The feds have always had a funny way of looking at things. Yeah. If the rifle used was as old as they claim, and if the barrel was shot out, wouldn't we expect to see tumbling rounds every time? Well, here's the problem. This rifle right here, which I'm not supposed to show. 5 hours in. This, we got 2 of them here, actually. Hold on. 2 of them. Yeah, funny. Funny how Nate might have a lot of different things. All right, we got 2 of them here. We got a 270, a 30-06, Belgian Browning made, World War II era. World War II era from my fucking grandpa, close to 100 years old. Both of those guns have been used recently to kill elk and moose. And they have been shot for 90 years almost, regularly. Not once have I had a round tumble. Not once has there been an issue. So the idea that the gun is shot out because it's Grandpappy's rifle, that's a tough sell to the guy who's got a bunch of Grandpappy's rifles. That's never been a case for me. So, again, just saying. Just saying. Something to think about. It's fun to say, but go recreate it. That's my point. Cody says there's an ERL precision rifle, gear nerd, and do coyote population control experiment with a lot of different calibers. Loads. I can't buy the caliber used. How he transported it, always the damn little hats. Hell yeah, brother. Appreciate it. Thank you for the big dono. Thank you. Also, you're already shooting coyotes with a 30-06? God damn, dude. You're not playing around with that. You don't need a 30-06 to take down a coyote. You blow a coyote in half with that thing. All right. Lily says, followed the rabbit hole from a video Ian shared live by Kent Franziv. EK Dad found someone who matches Lance Twiggs. How can I send you info and where will you read trying to get it to Ian? Okay, if you're trying to get it to Ian, you can send it to me, Lily. Email me is one way. I would say email me and send it to me on Instagram. Make sure that your Instagram name actually is what your or close to what your YouTube name is, because I get hundreds of messages a day, and I will try to get it over to Ian for you. Super sticker, thank you. Highland Coo Hub from Scotland. I love seeing them go when we go there. Highland Coo. What are we talking about here? Mississippi. We're talking about, I feel like we're talking about animals or something. Somebody help me out. Help me out. What are we talking about here? What are you talking about, Mississippi girl? What's a Highland Coo? Highland cow. Yes, Highland cow. The long, yeah, there we go. The long-haired cows, right? Highland cow. There it is. Yeah. That's what we want. We want to get one of those, as well as all the other animals. My wife is the big fan of Highland cows, but I like them too. New poll: who's worse actor, Erica or Tim Pool? I don't even know. Probably Tim Pool. I think Tim's worse. Could Charlie be cremated? They do destroy evidence. I mean, look, if it wouldn't be destroying evidence by now, they did an autopsy. That's the evidence. You can cremate him after that, if that's what his wishes were. I have no idea. I don't know what they decided to do with him, or religiously what they believe. I would imagine as evangelicals, they did not cremate him. They buried him because that's what evangelicals believe, right? Is because when Jesus comes back, that's why people are buried, because he raises everyone with him when he leaves. So I would assume he's not, but I don't know. I have no idea what his death wishes were. My wife's birthday, and she loves your show. Wanted to shout out to Ashley. Also, it's all too weird. Well, shout out to Ashley. Happy birthday to your wife. Glad that you're here, spending your birthday here with us. So shout out to your wife, Ashley. Hope you guys have a great birthday. Thank you very much for sticking with us this whole way. All right. God reversed his dog. Everything is upside down. Yeah. To my point. That's a great point. Yeah. There was no accident that we named dogs basically after God. All right. Oh my God. We're still going. Jesus, you guys are killing me. Here we go. You said J-U-Do. It was J-U-Do, as in voodoo. Messed up my joke name. Okay. My bad, Ms. Mac. My bad. I'm trying to blow through these. Appreciate it though. Thank you very much. I'm sorry I ruined your joke. I'll try better on the next one. Thank you though. All right, catching up here. Thoughts on a 22 caliber suppressed sub gun in the crowd with a rifle on the roof to distract and set up the narrative. Stay awesome, dude. It's just, here's the thing, man. When you start talking about like two different weapons going off and simultaneous gunshots and all these different coordinations that's got to go on, it just gets too complicated for me. It's just, I can't do it, man. If it's so complicated, it's hard for me to get on board with it. The more complicated it is, the less likely I'm going to be on board with it. You know what I mean? But who knows? Jay Reed, thank you. God spelled backward is dog, correct. Response to Erica saying the text message Charlie sent aren't true, casting spells, and I swear it had something to do with trying to off him. I would have to go back and watch that podcast. Well, I don't know. I don't think I'm not sure if Erica meant that, but again, it was Frank Turek who talked about how Charlie told him that he thought he was going to get killed. So it was Turning Point USA that made those comments that Erica Kirk is now saying that Charlie never said. And that's where this weird shit's kind of getting complicated. Is it wrong to call Erica out for referencing TPUSA as family? How did Jesus die on the cross? His unfathomable family could betray Charlie. Is it wrong to call her out for referencing TPUSA as family? I mean, people call like their work family, I guess. You know, on the special forces teams and ODAs, we would call it our family. Sometimes, I guess, some guys, our brothers or whatnot. But like, your family is your family. It's not your coworkers. But you know, people that are like hyper evangelical and religious might say some shit like that. I don't know. It's not wrong for you to be critical of that, but who knows? Nick is like the guy walking down that looks like dog shit, picks it up, feels like dog shit, sure smells like dog shit, takes a bite. Sure, it tastes like dog shit. Glad I didn't step in that. That's kind of how it feels with his take on this one. Nate, love your show. What's the scariest thing you've done in the military? Scariest thing I've done in the military. Sure, that's actually, combat's scary, gunfights are scary, war is scary. The scariest shit probably is a 18,000 foot military free fall jump in the middle of the night under oxygen in the middle of the desert in Arizona. Because you look out on the end of that ramp and it's pitch black. And when you dive out, you don't wear your nods. Okay. Your nods are up while you're in free fall. And you're essentially just falling into the black abyss and you can see nothing and you really can't really see where anybody else is at. And then once you open up your parachute, you come under canopy, you put your night vision down, and you're trying to figure out where the fuck everybody is. You don't know if you're going to run into somebody. Yeah, skydiving from 18,000 feet in the middle of the night, in the middle of the desert is super fucking scary. It's awesome. It's awesome, but it's fucking scary. Scarier than a gunfight, for sure. For me personally. It's fucking crazy. It's insane. So, yeah, no more 1 hours of super chats. We're getting there. We're almost there. All right. Have you seen the video of Crenshaw kicking reporter's foot? No, I haven't. I've seen 1,000 videos of him doing stupid shit. I've seen the one of him trying to smack Alex Stein's camera out of his hand, him attacking a 10-year-old girl. I've seen a lot. I haven't seen that one, though, but it doesn't surprise me. I'll have to look for it. For Valhalla versus Crenshaw in the fight, yeah, Crenshaw is not about to fight anybody. You've tested a lot of different necks in the shooting, but you try putting skin behind it. Yeah, you're right. I put 8 inches of beef in front of the cow femur. Maybe that's what it was, guys. I didn't put the 8 inches of beef behind the cow femur. That's where I fucked it up. God, damn it. That's where I fucked the test up, guys. That blew the entire ballistics test. I put the 8 inches of flesh in front of the cow femur instead of behind it. Damn, they got me. They got me, boys. You got me. You caught me. All right, how would you kick Dan's ass? What do you mean, how would I? What do you mean, how? Someone says Dan would kick your ass in stock picking. Yeah. Yes, he would. Dan, I can promise you, Dan definitely outperforms me in the stock market by a lot. It's not even close. Daughters in the Army, go airborne, keeping it real. Nate, thank you. And glad to hear that. Good for your daughter. Glad to hear it, man. Love to hear the kids serving out there. Big fan of the military, always will be. And still suggest it for any young people for sure. All right. Gene Wick from Bushwick says, sitting in my car at 1:22 in the AM right now, Queens, 29 degrees outside because the laughter from the super chat was waking up the wifey. Well, that's not good. Good shit, man. These lives are very much needed. Appreciate it, man. Yeah, don't get yourself in trouble with the wife because of me. I'll probably be in trouble with the wife because it's 11 fucking o'clock at night right now. We've been streaming for 6 hours. We still have 7,000 people in here. You guys are killing me. I got a good weekend plan though. It's a little bit of a rest weekend, which I need because I've been grinding hard. Tomorrow we got the kids basketball starting. My son's basketball starting, and then we're going up to Portland to see Shane Gillis, my favorite comedian. So we got a good break over the weekend coming, which I'm stoked for. I'll be at Taking Back Sunday tomorrow night at Starland Ballroom. I go every year. Oh my God, I saw Taking Back Sunday 2 years ago. But yeah, big fans. Pete, thank you. All right, what are you drinking? What's your favorite drink? We had a couple Buzz Balls and a little bit of wine. What's my favorite drink? Old Fashions. But I try not to. So what I do is I try not to buy. I don't buy alcohol in bulk. Like I don't buy bottles of whiskey. What I do, like literally before the stream, I'll literally go to the gas station and get a couple, Buzz Balls or a couple Fireballs. Because I don't like having liquor at the house. Because if I don't have liquor at the house, then Nate won't drink the liquor unless he's live streaming with you guys. So that keeps me from drinking unless I'm here hanging out with you guys. And again, I don't drink that much. I just drink a little bit here and there to have fun with you guys on the show. If I'm going to be here for 6 hours, crushing. Also, 6 hours later, if I was actually drinking that heavy, I would be literally blacked out on the table right now. But no. But yeah, old fashions are my favorite though. Why would there be a conspiracy to kill Kirk? He's just an influencer talking head. Why does he matter so much? Sure. Let's talk just conspiracy side of things, because he was the biggest pro-Israel advocate for the youth in America. And if you didn't know this, Gen Z supports Israel at about 12% right now. And so if you are a country like Israel, not saying that Israel was responsible, but you are losing the young demographic. And if you lose the number one talking head that's sort of keeping it all together for you, well, that's bad. That's bad news. And my point with that is Charlie Kirk being the biggest advocate for Israel, when he decides I'm no longer going to support Israel and the biggest advocate for your country to the young people is now against you, that's really, really, really bad for you. And it's really bad for your future. And so you might want to shut that the fuck up as fast as possible. Now, not to say that's what happened, but as of why might there be incentive for that? Yeah, you can't have Charlie Kirk. You can't have Charlie Kirk disavowing the greatest ally. No. That's too dangerous. But anyway, not saying that's tinfoil, right? But if you're looking for explanations for a conspiracy, that's why. New here, Tim Pool is not totally gay. That's a nice compliment for Tim. He's not completely gay. Figure T Rob is a laser engraving hobbyist who is in chat, owns a laser engraver. Yeah. Apparently, we said it was engraved bullets and then it was Sharpied on bullets. I don't know. Feels like Fed slop. The engraved bullets stuff always is like, okay. And in all cases, Tyler Robinson and also the Trump assassination. Anytime somebody's engraving bullets, I'm immediately looking at Fed slop. 5 stages, but not everyone goes through them in the same order, and they can even be into the same stage multiple times. They're guidelines, not rules. There you go. So Erica Kirk, I don't know what stage she's in. I don't know what stage, the podcast tour is. Does anybody know? What stage is podcast tour in the 5 stages of grief? Does anybody know in the chat? Somebody explain it to me. I'm not sure where podcast tour falls into the 5 stages. It's somewhere, I guess, but I don't know where it's at. On a lighter note, what's your favorite Christmas movies? Elf with Will Ferrell. Christmas Vacation. It's another good one. Krampus. I like the Krampus movies. What are some other ones? Chat, you probably got some ones. Home Alone, obviously, another great one. Die Hard. It's got to be one of the best Christmas movies, obviously. You know what I mean? All right. James says, I've always thought that it was a 5.56 and the shooter was aiming for the heart with the ballistics from 140 meters with a standard 25 meter zero. It roughly hit where it did with the lower neck. Love your show, by the way. And there you go. And this is definitely possible. And this is where I said the idea of like, is he aiming for the tee box? Well, maybe if he's a professional shooter, or if he's not, maybe he's aiming for the upper sternum, right? Maybe he's aiming like at this is the best place on the human being to aim, right? Because if your target's moving around, his head's doing this, well, you could miss the head, but his sternum doesn't move, right? See that? See how the sternum doesn't move? So this is actually a really good place to aim as well. So to my point, we have no idea where the shooter was actually aiming, right? But anything's possible. Snuffy mentioned you to Candace. He suggested he did you a solid. Okay. Erica forgave the shooter, but goes red over Candace. Yep. Hey, brother, you Marine Corps vet here in LA. Please get your hands on a HK MP7 and compare the gunshot with some sound analysis. I have a feeling that the 4.6 millimeter caliber was used. An MP7? That's interesting. Yeah, I can. Yeah, I mean, I got access to any guns I want from my buddy that owns a gun store down the street, so we could look into that. Thank you. Can you disassemble an older 30-06 with a flathead screwdriver in the matter of a couple minutes? That's what they were saying in a couple minutes. A Mauser, supposedly that they used, yes, it would take a couple minutes, but you can use a screwdriver to do it. as far as I understand. I personally don't own Mauser. I own Browning Belgian-made 30-06s. As far as I understand, yes, you actually can break down a older version of a Mauser with a screwdriver. As far as I understand it. But it would take a while, for sure. Not easy to do. Nate's tiny calves make him look like an improper fraction, 37-2 built ass. Okay. All right. I see how it is. Fans of Silverstein and or Thursday. I'm not sure what you mean. Are you talking about Taking Back? Wait, no, that's not. What am I talking about here? Silverstein? I don't know what you mean. Sorry, brother. I was thinking Taking Back Sunday, not Taking Back Thursday. Yeah, I don't know. Jay Kent vetted Snuffy. Nate is not man enough to admit he was wrong. Snuffy was a fellow first grouper. Oh, Joe Kent vetted Snuffy? Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe he did. I'd have to talk to Joe about that. How about a 30-06 subsonic hand load? I used to load subsonic 30s. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. Sure, maybe. Is that what 22-year-old Tyler Robinson, who was his entire hobbies were fishing, playing video games and Magic the Gathering, is he doing these crazy subsonic hand loads in his basement? Probably not. Given the character profile. Valhalla and JD Delay in 2028. Sean Ryan is the man. Yeah, we got to get Jay Lee's felonies expunged first, which is actually on the work. He's potentially going to have done. We'll see. There's some good news with that coming, maybe. But we'll have to wait and see. Also, I'm not running for shit in 2028. Not running for anything in 2028 other than Nate's YouTube channel. So don't count on it. Maybe 10 years from now, we could talk about it. Just me. I don't know if you like to read, but would you look up the book Captain Travis Patrickman? I do. And I do like book suggestions. So we'll write that one down. Thank you. All right. Did we make? Oh, we made it to the end. Holy shit, we made it. I miss my beautiful little girl. This is a sad username. My dog, who is my daughter, died a week before Charlie Kirk, and I haven't smiled since. I have no idea how she's smiling and laughing at this point. See, guys, and this is real shit right here. This is someone who's got the dog paw with the angel wings as the profile picture. I miss my beautiful little girl, about their dog. And I can promise you this. Oh, hold on 1 second. What's up, buddy?
Dude, are you live streaming right now?
Yeah.
Dude, send me a link. I'm in my hotel room. I was about to do a video, but I got because of this thing that just happened.
Should we, hey, chat, should we were just about to finish. Should we bring Jesse on Fire on here, talk for a little bit? He just called me. Yeah, hold on. Yeah, we'll bring you on. We just got done with super chat. All right. We'll send it in a sec. All right, Jesse just called me. We're bringing him on. We're not going to stay around forever, but fuck it. Let's bring Jesse. We literally just finished super chats as Jesse called me. So, all right, fuck it. Yeah, we're 6 hours in at this point, guys. We might as well just say screw it and keep going, right? Come on. Why can't I get this? Jesse. Wait, why isn't this working? Oh, here we go. What? Oh, sorry, guys. Spelling. Why isn't this real? Why isn't this? Keeps bringing up real Anna Pauluna, which no, we can't have. We're not going to invite Anna. Why isn't this? Hold on. Jesse's email's not popping up. Hold on. Stand by, guys. We'll get it out here in a second. That's weird. I can see Jesse's email right here, but when I type it in, it's not populating for me. Get it. All right, give me 1 second. Sorry, guys. Wasn't expecting to do this. All right, here we go. Real. That's so weird. I'll type it in directly. Oh, now it populated. All right. Very good. All right. We'll get him in here. What the hell is he doing? What the hell is Jesse up to in the middle of the night? Oh, what the hell is this? Oh, there we go. What the fuck is this? You guys see this? I'm like all over the place here. The hell is this? What the hell is going on? What the hell is this? Hold on. Jesse, I'm trying to figure out. I don't know what the hell I did. I don't know what the hell I did to my screen here. Let me.
Oh, you're good, dude.
Quick. Hold on 1 second. I'll be. What the fuck is this?
What?
Dude, what? What the hell's going on? I invited you, and now all of a sudden we got me on split screen on a camera here.
Wait, let me exit out of here. I'm gonna call.
No, it's not you. What in the fuck?
Was it me? Was it mine?
No, it's not you. It's happened before you came in. I was fucking around with my email. Somehow I got like some active state. I got an active scene that I'm trying to. Sorry, guys.
I noticed when I do that the where I do like both aspect ratios that it creates two live streams. What's up, guys?
Well, Jesse's here at least. Yeah. No, I didn't create anything.
I see what you're seeing. That's super weird.
Yeah, this is fucking. What is this? No. How the fuck did I do this?
That is super great. I've never seen that on my side before either. Like,
all right, I'm gonna try. Stay in here. I'm gonna try to actually just completely close it and come back.
Okay. I'll tell your audience what I was going to talk about, dude. So, guys, check this out. I don't know if you guys have talked about this yet, but Candace was on Jimmy Dore, and she revealed that it was Andrew Colvin who told her the day before Charlie got shot that Charlie had told him. What's up, dude?
It's my OBS. See, I hit my OBS like halfway on.
Oh,
realize it.
Oh yeah.
All right, hey, give me like 30 seconds real quick, and I'll be back.
Yeah. I'll keep telling him the story. Yeah. So she told Jimmy Dore that Andrew Colvin texted her the night before Charlie got shot and said Charlie thinks that they're going to kill him. It was Andrew Colvin, the number 2 guy over there, who has been like the most visible person at TPUSA, told Candace the day before he got shot that Charlie said that they were going to kill him. So, like, did you hear about that? What Candace said on Jimmy Dore yet? About
everybody's been telling me to watch that up. Dude, I've been going. We're at 6 hours and 20 minutes on this live stream.
That's gangster.
The show got done in about 3 hours, and we've just been trying to get through super chats and everything since. It's been like a gigantic stream. So I haven't been able to watch the Candace Jimmy episode or Baron Coleman's new episode that everybody keeps telling me to watch both. So what happened with Candace's?
I only saw like one clip from the Jimmy Dore. Because I'm in Vegas. I was doing Jake Shields' show, and then I was downstairs. And
is Jake there?
No, not anymore. He's we were at we did his show, and then we went to World Championships. But anyway, so like my buddy sent this to me, and it's Candace. Sorry, I apologize, audience. I'm going to tell Nate now again. But you
guys are good.
So so Andrew Colvin, you know who he is. That like the kind of like good looking guy that is like the like kind of face when Erica's not there, the main spokesman. He called Candace or texted Candace the night before Charlie got killed and said off the record, Charlie has been sending me messages. Charlie thinks they're going to kill him. And so it was Andrew Colvin that told Candace the day before he got killed. And so like now everything makes sense. It's like, no wonder Candace is immovable on this, dude. Like imagine that. It's like, if I hit you up and like, hey, dude, I have
hold
this
on.
feeling
Let me
that-
show you this. What's your thoughts then on this today or one day ago? Let's take a look at this.
He was not messaging people
Oh,
day before saying, I'm going to be murdered. They're coming after me. Someone's going to kill me. He didn't say that. And I have his cell phone.
That is exactly that's what prompted Candace to saying it, because she said I would have never gone on the record because he asked me off the record, but now Erica's calling me a liar, so I'm just like, it was him that told me that.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh my god, dude.
Dude,
It's
imagine
just
if I hit you up and I was like, hey man, my next door neighbor's gonna kill me tomorrow, and the next day I got fucking shot.
And you got killed?
Yeah, and then they're like,
yeah, dude,
oh,
I'd be doing content. I would
be
be doing content like Candace all day, every day of like, no, this is bullshit. I fucking know. I know because my fucking homie told me that this was going to happen.
He literally said, if I die, this guy did it. And then like you arrested a 16-year-old who was having sex with a trans furry boyfriend. Dude.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh my God, dude. And here's what's crazy, dude, is like TPUSA's been caught doing this over and over and over. Not the specific thing, but like they'll say, oh, this, and like Josh Hammer and Andrew Colvett tried to say like, oh, Charlie never wavered in his support for Israel. And then Candace came out and said, that's not true. I have text messages, and they call her a fucking liar. And she waited a week, and then she came out and showed the texts. And then what did TPUSA have to come out and do? Say, oh, well, I'm really glad that actually this came out because, it's all true. And, well, the reason it's like, no, shut the fuck up. You guys were lying. You keep getting caught like Pastor Rob McCoy. Oh, the amazing Mikey McCoy who was leading traffic and blood all over him. It's like,
he did a ninja roll and he got in between Charlie and the shooter. Like, it's like,
and it's like, why are you guys lying about stuff that's so easily disprovable?
Dude, I mean,
why are they doing this?
If it was me and I worked for that company and this happened and I was in Andrew Colvin's position, I'd be scared shitless to say anything. You know what I mean? I'd be like, if these motherfuckers will shoot Charlie in the fucking face in front of the whole world, like, what are they going to do to me, dude? Well, they'll come and drown me in my bathtub.
And maybe that's like what Erica is so afraid of.
Maybe.
I don't know. I mean, who fucking knows at this point? But like, nobody believes anything, and nobody should believe anything because everybody just keeps lying to us about everything.
Yeah.
Have you seen, dude? And I know you're not like a ballistics guy. We've been talking about it all night, but like Nick Fuentes' new thing, where the bullet essentially, it's the rubber band skin theory that this bullet, the 30-06 bullet, it came into his neck, and it didn't hit the bone, and it traveled to the back of his neck, and his neck skin was so strong that it rubber banded the bullet back 180 degrees off the skin like a trampoline back into the spine, and then came down into the spine. This is the new theory.
Who said that?
This French guy. And then Ian did a big episode on it because Nick was calling Ian a fucking idiot because he didn't believe this rubber band neck theory thing. I'll pull you up. I actually did what it would look like for this to happen, which is this. And this is actually what would happen. You'd have the round would come in. It would not hit the spine here. It would go past the spine. It would hit the back of the neck. The brown rubber band's 180 degrees. Comes back up to the C2, which is, it's Newtonian physics say this is impossible, right? But this is the new theory, the official narrative theory, comes back up into the C2 and then crashes back down into the spine. Dude, this is what people are saying now.
And you did you did your ballistics X. You shot it through fucking steel, but
we've shown it,
a human skin.
We've shown it.
Make it rubber band.
I've shown it 100 times, dude. That's half-inch steel. Half-inch steel. That's thicker than my finger.
That is
right through. But now it's rubber band skin neck that that trampolines, rounds, even somebody that's like not a, like somebody who's never shot a gun before, I'm sure would have to hear that and be like, yeah, no. That's not what human skin does.
Skin has there ever been an instance of skin rubber banding a fucking round?
No, because, and we even pulled up, or Ian pulled up the actual foot-pound pressure it takes for a small or sharp object, give it a bullet or whatever, to penetrate human skin. It's about 7 to 10 foot-pounds pressure, which not much, because we did the math. We chat GP'd and did all the math on it. A 30-06 round is going at about 2,500 foot-pound pressure. So it's about, we did the math, we broke it down. A 30-06 is about 383 times more forceful than what it takes to break skin. But yet this magic neck skin, it's not even the neck, it's not the steel spine, not even bone, but now it's rubber band neck skin. And this is, I mean, literally what Nick Fuentes was pushing on his channel as like, you guys are fucking idiots because you don't believe this. It's like,
what is going on with him? Like, I like, someone has been hitting me up, like, or not someone, like, but a good buddy of mine, and he's like, do you think it's possible that Fuentes got planted and did all this shit talking shit about Israel, and he's like in emergency pulled the ripcord because no one, like, he's like the ultimate propagandist, because like no one would believe that he's doing propaganda, because like
a lot of people are saying that is like the idea being, I don't know if you'd call it controlled opposition, but it's like, yeah, okay, so if the one guy who's the most critical of Israel doesn't think this is true, well, then nobody should think this is true.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I think that's kind of what you're saying.
Yeah.
It's like, well, if Nick Fuentes doesn't think it's Israel, then it can't be Israel because he thinks everything's Israel.
And he's like in emergency break glass. And basically it's like they silo him in this part of the internet where he has a big enough profile that people are like, oh, that's the guy who hates Israel. And then if things start to get shaky, they're like, maybe we should let him out a little bit so he gets some prominence, and then we can use him to like push an error. Because like, what the fuck? Why is he pretending like he knows about fucking ballistics? And I mean, that's like
the guy. I doubt he's ever shot a gun before.
In
his life. And well, we talked about this earlier too. Is it's not another thing that kind of is bugging everybody, or at least me, because I've been watching it, is who he's been attacking over the last, we talked about this earlier on the live, over the last 2 weeks. He's viciously attacked Tucker, Candace, Dave Smith, Ian, and everybody else who supposedly believes that the 30-06 story doesn't make sense. So he's essentially, literally, he's spending all his time attacking all the people that are sort of allied and adjacent to him. And like I said to the chat, I was like, do you see me or Jesse or Ian or Candace or Dave or Tucker or anybody attacking each other?
I don't attack
none
anybody.
of us. But my point is like, I'll talk shit about Ben Shapiro and Tim Pool, whatever. They're not part of our sort of environment here, right? Our ecosystem. But like, none of us are attacking each other in this ecosystem other than Nick, who's attacking everybody that's allied adjacently with him. And it's like, why?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Doesn't that seem bizarre? Because like naturally for me, when somebody attacks you or attacks Ian or attacks JD or Dan or whoever, I'm naturally going to be defensive.
Of course.
Of that, right?
Yeah.
But for Nick, it's like he's lashing out at everybody in his own space. I don't know. It just seems like why? And like nobody's going after him. Tucker's not attacking him. Candace wasn't attacking him. Dave Smith wasn't attacking him. Ian wasn't attacking him.
Didn't he have beef with Charlie too? Like, didn't Charlie, like, what did he participate in trying to fuck
he
over?
Hated Charlie.
Because I know Shapiro did, but like, did Charlie also?
Oh, Nick and Charlie had massive beef before he died.
So like
he had the most beef with Charlie out of anybody.
And he's like, at least they're not saying the Groypers did it anymore. That fucking no one believed anyway. You know what I mean? Remember they were saying
nobody thought that to begin with. Yeah. So, but I mean, it's like, dude, nobody else in this America First or conserve. I call it like real conservatism. We all have different like levels of what we believe here and there, but like the real conservative space, nobody's attacking each other except for Nick.
Yeah.
Like, why?
It's because
Why?
in the fucking, like, you know, where like the men play over here, nobody gets butthurt if people fucking disagree with them. It's like, I don't care. Like, dude, people disagree with me all the time. As long as you don't fucking spit in my face because I don't agree with you, then we're good, dude. You know what I mean? It's like, everybody, you can fucking, who cares? It's just people, you have an opinion. It's fine. Like, I don't feel that strongly about basically any of my opinions that are about things I can't know. I can't know.
Yeah. And maybe that's what it is. It does feel that way. For me, it feels like he hates Candace Owens so much that he's taking the opposite view on the Charlie Kirk situation because he doesn't want to be aligned with her. And then when somebody like Ian's like, hey, dude, that's a really stupid take, and Ian was actually pretty nice about it, then he just lashed out like, fuck you all. Like, I'm out here by myself. And it's like, what are you talking about, dude? Like, nobody in our space is going out. Like, we're not Ben Shapiro. Like, you know what I mean? Like, nobody. And not only that, we've been pretty defensive of this guy.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. You know what else too is like, it's interesting because like those guys, like Nick Fuentes wears a fucking suit on camera every day. Like, he's like a suited, like, you know, he's like kind of says crazy stuff, but he's trying to be a political commentator. Tim Pool
100%.
is like a political commentator to an extent.
Yes.
Like, all of them are like we're not even like, we talk into cameras and we happen to overlap on a few things, but like, we're not like them. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not talking about what senator is going to get fucking elected in this district, or representative in this district and all. Like, that's not what we do.
Yeah.
And it's like, and like, this is our world. It's like, we investigate fucking nonsense when the federal government lies, and then we talk about it. It's like, and so what are you even doing over here with your never shot a gun self, talking about what a 30-06 is going to do to fucking a Green Beret that's shot 1 million people? Like, shut up, Nick Fuentes.
And it's not like it's just me. I mean, Redacted.
No, yeah, totally.
Redacted this was yesterday.
Yeah.
Redacted just had Rob O'Neill on. And again, we've had our spats with Rob O'Neill back and forth, and it's fucking no big deal. But at the end of the day, Rob is one of the most decorated combat veterans in the global war on terror. Whether you believe he killed Osama bin Laden or not, he was on that raid. He was in that room. He did put bullets into Osama bin Laden. I've never questioned that. But I mean, he's one of the most accomplished fucking combat veterans in the global war on terror. And this is what he said.
You said from the outset, you smelled a rat. You didn't buy the official narrative that we were being spun. I think a lot of Americans think that we were being lied to about what happened that day. Mm-hmm. What stands out to you as a major problem with this assassination and the official narrative that we're
really
being
good,
told?
by the way.
Well, initially, I was sent word that Charlie Kirk got shot and he was in critical condition. And with the video, the moment I saw it was, wow, that's an exit wound coming out of his neck. And the way his shirt moved, there was an impact nearby. I've killed a lot of people closer than that cameraman. And I've seen what happens. I've seen entry wounds and exit wounds. Immediately, it didn't make sense. And then we got a different shooter. The FBI announces they got him. Then the guy running on the roof, the 30-06, how this dude, he took it apart, he put it together, he got a scope on there, took a cold bore shot, took it apart, jumped down the roof, put it together, wrapped it up. All of the texts he's sending that don't sound like any 22-year-old I know. And that's enough. And I'm on the side of the simplest thing is usually what happened. But the moment you ask a question, you get torn down. And it's like, even with, if I said it doesn't make sense, I'm like, why are you saying Israel did it? I'm like, I didn't say that.
Yep.
I'm just saying it doesn't look good. And the second you bring it up, but is it true that as soon as he was down, his security team took his lapel mic off, gave it to someone else that ran off? What did they do with the SIM card? Did someone take that camera that was right behind him down? Why did they contaminate a crime scene immediately? Is it paved over? Did they rebuild it? Is all of that true? I don't know. But the second you ask, I'm anti-Semitic, and I'm like, I didn't even bring up Israel. Why are you bringing up Israel? Is someone getting paid to defend them for something I'm not even talking about? And all of a sudden, I'm a conspiracy theorist. It's like, no, I've killed a bunch of people for the country. A great American was killed in front of everyone in America. He was for this country. I would like to know why, and stop bullshitting me.
I mean, is that not like everything all in one clip where we all have said this? And again,
and I will just add too. I stayed at Rob O'Neill's house for the weekend in Tennessee, like a few years ago, and he's a really good dude, man. Like, he's like I like him a lot. But yeah, dude, like, he's like, I mean, exactly. He sums it up perfectly. It's like, who was writing this up was like, yeah, 30-06 shot from the front, no exit wound. And I'm talking like, let's just say it's the FBI and they recover the rifle and then they look at the corpse. Like, you figure you're going to examine what type of rifle it is, and then you're going to look at the state of the corpse to make sure that the rifle you found in the fucking bushes is the rifle that he was shot with, right? Like, so at a certain point, it's like, if it's a 30-06, it might say, catch this fascist, but it's what if it's a fucking bazooka? You know what I mean? It's like, hey, it says catch this fascist. It's like,
at least like, hey,
bazooka.
It'll be this round. Show me this goddamn round. Here's what drives me crazy is they're like, hey, we found rounds that have catch this fascist written on them. The FBI told us that, but they didn't show us the fucking round.
I know.
You couldn't have just showed me a picture of the rounds with that engraved on it. Why did you put it out, FBI, that you found those rounds, but you weren't willing to just show us the goddamn round so I could be like, oh, that's a 30-06 round, or oh, that's a 5.56 round, or oh, this is that. Why did you put that information out, FBI, and then hide the rounds?
Yeah, and okay, so did they say that they were engraved or written? And the reason why I ask is because
it started as engraved,
hard to write on them, and it takes forever to engrave them. Either way, that's such a huge commitment of time.
It started out as engraved, and then it turned into later Sharpie. So this is one of those back and forth, like, oh yeah, they're engraved, and it was like this. And at first it was the trans furry. It was the trans Tifa engravings. And then later they came out and said, well, actually, no, it was Sharpie, and it was like stuff from a video game called Helldiver. And it's like,
try to write catch this fascist on the case of a round. Like, see it like with a Sharpie. You're not gonna be able to fucking fit that, dude.
Yeah. No, Jasmine, you're good. Our mods are falling asleep. Yeah, I got about 5 more minutes, man.
No,
we've
you're
been
good,
going
dude.
6.5 hours. I wanted to bring you on, but just to talk about what we've been summing up, because, dude, I just look, and here's what I told my channel. This is where I'm at, because we did a big section sort of on all the things that I need answered by the prosecution. Big list, right? Like, for me, here's where I'm at going into the trial. I'm not like a crazy over the top. It's the tunnel Jews or anything like that. For where I'm at is, I don't know. I do believe most likely the shot came from the roof from whoever that person was. But you've shown me no proof that kid's Tyler Robinson. You showed me no proof of how a 30-06 even got to the roof, because there's no video, there's no camera. All the pictures you showed me is a kid with no weapon that went to the roof. And then also the 30-06, we all know, bizarre, doesn't make a whole lot of sense. So you've got to show me all those things. But even if you show me all of those things, I still, like, we know multiple people are involved in this.
100%.
Lance Twiggs, obviously fucking involved in this. All the people who wrote on Twitter a week before Charlie was killed that Charlie was going to be killed in Provo, Utah on September 10th, we know those people are involved. So George Zinn, the curly-haired guy cheering shit on, like, all of these people have made it very clear a lot of people were involved in this. And so for me, if all they do is feed us Tyler Robinson and say, here it is, lone gunman, believe us, it's like, dude,
yeah,
nobody's going to believe that. And if you don't haul all these fucking people in,
aligned. We're like 100%.
If you don't haul all these people in, then it's all bullshit, dude.
Yeah. The only thing that could explain it is if, like, they're like, okay, we got Tyler Robinson, and then, like, the FBI is actually running an op on these other leftist radicals, and they want them to think that they're not on them. Is the only thing that could be going on that would be like competent law enforcement, where they're like, oh, we got our guy, and in reality, they're up on all of them, and they're trying to build a case. But
maybe they're trying to build a case on 7 different people and we don't know about it. Like, I think we're giving the FBI, especially Kash Patel's FBI, a lot of grace with that assumption, because I don't believe that's what we have at all. I think what we have is,
I'm saying that's like the only explanation.
Yeah. No, I get what you're saying. With a competent FBI, I would say, yeah, that's probably what they're doing. But with the FBI, that when Kash Patel flew into Provo, Utah, he refused to get off the plane until they could find him a kid's medium jacket. Like, how long did that take? Right? How many minutes did they lose on that investigation waiting for Kash Patel to get a kid's jacket with his patches to be on it? So this is the FBI we're talking about, who showed up on the scene, who hasn't demonstrated any competence at all.
And
so,
you know what else?
I mean,
like when I think about Cash too, because like, okay, so in the scenario that I just laid out would be, we are keeping it tight to the vest because we're running a much larger op, whatever. This would be coming from the same director who, after they fucking arrested him, charged him, said they had the story locked down, publicly on X was like, we're still looking into this. We have no idea whether or not this, whatever. Those two things can't exist in the same world, dude. You know?
You're right. He did. This was like 4 days later, 5 days later, when there was so much backlash from everybody, all the content creators, that he came out and was like, yeah, we have Tyler Robinson, but we're still looking into every lead and foreign involvement. But what happened to that, Jesse? They put that message out and then we never heard another word.
Yeah, probably because every competent person in America was like, you fucking idiot. You're going to fuck the prosecution up. You just told them that we don't know what happened because we're still doing investigations. What are you doing?
Yeah. Dude, I don't know. It's fucking crazy, man.
Yeah.
I don't know. It'd be interesting to see. I mean, I know we have the announcement that it's going to be televised, how long it's going to take. I know the initial hearings are supposed to be January 16th, I think is when it starts. But
and they are going to they're going to allow cameras in there for the trial, right?
That's what, the judge announced that today.
Oh my God. Because as soon as I saw that, I texted to all of us. And I was like, oh my God, this is going to be, this is going to be glorious.
We're going to get, I'm convinced we're going to get one of two things in this trial. We're going to get an insane amount of new evidence and video and footage and everything we've never seen. And it's going to blow us all away and it's going to prove everything. Or we're going to get nothing new.
Dog shit.
And they're going to try Tyler Robinson with what we've seen. It's going to be one of the two.
Yeah.
It's going to be wild either way.
Yeah. I'll let you go to sleep in a second. This is the last thing I was going to say was just this, that like, my position has always been like the same as yours, where I don't really know what's going on. And I had very many times thought to myself, I'm like, fuck, man, if it turns out that TPUSA is completely clear on this, like, I assume Candace is going to feel pretty fucking bad about that. And after hearing about the Andrew Colvin thing, now that's out the window, dude. Like, she is doing exactly what she should be doing. And that's exactly what I would be doing if that had happened also.
Yeah. I mean, with Candace's stuff, she has been wrong about a few things, and her recent military one, like I know now that there is, I promise you, proof. Yeah, if you didn't see the military, somehow Brian Harpool was down. Well, there's proof. Brian Harpool has already proved that he was not in Fort Oaxaca, Arizona on September 9th, which of course he wasn't. The story is fucking dumb to begin with, but now he has proof, and he's provided proof that he wasn't there. So that story's gone. But I mean, she's not right about everything, but that doesn't mean she hasn't been right about 90% about the other things.
But the other
she
thing,
has.
The thing about that story was just that, like, she came out and said, now the U.S. government can't deny anymore that they were involved in Charlie's murder. And
you can't say stuff like that.
Even if that story was 100% true, you're all, how does that implicate the U.S. government in Charlie's assassination? Because there are military people in Arizona at the same time. Like, I don't even understand. And it was like, that was the first time where I was like, man, maybe she is being dishonest. And then immediately after
No. So I don't think, I think what happened with that one is Candace had, and trust me, as a military guy, you don't get these emails, Jesse. I do. I do get the crazy stolen valor, Jason Bourne emails, stories all the fucking time to my email inbox.
Oh yeah.
All the time. Right. It's just a normal thing. And so Candace, I'm pretty sure she got, right. She got by a crazy old veteran who had a crazy story, and she didn't do her due diligence in literally, like, and I keep saying this, this supposed special forces EOD guy. It's like, Candace, you got your resident friendly Green Beret right here. Just send me a text. Does this make sense? And I can tell you, no, please don't post that, or please don't do a video on that, So I don't think Candace for sure didn't like run that story like nefariously. I think it was just she doesn't really understand. She doesn't understand she doesn't understand the military and like all the things for the military guys that are like so obvious to us of why it was dumb. Like Candace isn't picking up on those things. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's fair.
And that's why I think she needs to stay away from like the military style, like the military side of things without proper vetting. Because if you don't understand deep in the military and how all the stuff works, very basic stuff, you wouldn't understand. But like your regular infantryman would be like, that's dumb. You know what I mean? It's like same thing for like UFC type stuff or like mixed martial arts. Totally. Somebody who's never done jujitsu, who's like going to come out and like lecture you about like how to do whatever like, move in jujitsu, and you're like,
that's not correct.
And it's like it's not crazy. It's not even like complicated for you. You're just like, that's not how anything works, right?
Yeah, if you did that, they would just stand up. Yeah, but like so that I have like, dude, now I have the story. So remember the thing with the cheering guy that I took to you, and then they brought it.
We talked about him on the channel today. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm sure anybody who knew anything about that has noticed I haven't said a word about him since then, dude. I'm not sure if you read this. I sent you a text message that was this fucking long. The night that this thing happened, like, and it was so long that I'm like, he's not gonna fucking read that because it was so crazy what had happened. And I talked to I'm not gonna talk about it publicly yet, but I got permission that we can talk about it publicly now. And I was like, okay. But like,
that story's so crazy.
How am I going to tell?
Dude, that story's so crazy,
dude. And wait till you see. Like, I'll text you what the end result of it was because like I couldn't believe it. It was on. I was at an Airbnb with my wife.
Hold on. Before you go too far, because the audience didn't know what we're talking about. So Jesse uncovered some.
Wait, hang on. Don't do it. Don't do it yet.
Okay, all right. I can't even talk about it, guys.
This dude, that guy right there.
Can't even talk about it.
That guy's a serious fucking part of this story. Everybody saw publicly. The last time I talked about him, he had put this weird post up on X, and it had all this weird punctuation and intentionally misspelled words. And I was like, this looks like a fucking cipher. That's the last time I talked about him on the channel. So anyway,
I'll tell you guys, me and Jesse, we got deep with that one with some people that know what they're talking about. If you're going to put that story out, that story is fucking crazy.
It is.
We couldn't even talk about it.
No, I couldn't.
I think I told the chat. I was like, somebody asked me about that. I was like, I would love to tell you about this, but it actually, and I don't ever do this on the channel with stuff regarding the Kirk. That's the only thing I've ever been like, I'm not going to talk about that on the channel.
Yeah, dude, once the whole thing went out, it went to the head of domestic national security of the FBI. That's like the package that I put together. That's who got that. And but yeah, like so. Anyway, I'll tell you offline, and then we'll figure out how we're going to tell it. Because like, there's a part of this story that you don't know yet that is going to fucking melt your brain, dude. Like, it's going to. Well, it's important.
It's just that was one of those things too. It was like we both were just like, we're not trying to die. So
yeah, dude. That's the first time I was afraid. Like, I was really afraid for real. Like, I was afraid. But
all right, we're gonna. I gotta go to bed. I've been going for almost 7 hours.
Yeah, dude. Get some sleep.
I'm going to hit a couple. What did we get? A couple more super chats here while Jesse showed up. Mr. Bruce said, Jesse, I'm down for another hour past my bedtime. As an 18 Delta on the record, did you fat finger a goat? A goat? No, I never had to fat finger the goat. As a new guy, I did have to shave the goat's balls at one point. And so for all the Green Berets will know that joke. Everybody else is like, what the fuck you talking about? We only have a couple here. Jesse, and a lot of these are for Jesse. So, Jesse, did you hear Connor Kozak is at one of the interviews with Erica? Yeah, the Barry Weiss interview, by the way.
Why?
I find it strange as hell. She wanted your opinion to have one.
That guy, even if you believed he wasn't involved, he was on the Unfuck America tour, which is only existed to fuck with Charlie Kirk and destroy him. Why would you ever have that piece of shit on? He snuck into the thing. I found that out today.
The guy who practiced his panic multiple times on camera before the shot.
I offered him $20,000 to take a polygraph, and he said he would do it, and then he disappeared.
We showed that earlier on the live stream, dude. That's where is he now? Oh, well, now he's going to be on Barry Weiss's podcast with Think about that. Barry Weiss, the mouthpiece for Benjamin Netanyahu, Erica Kirk, and Hunter Kozak. Wow.
Hey, now he gets hired at TPUSA.
He probably will, dude. Yeah. All right. I know what a 30-06 will do. This was a 223-556 round, not a full metal jacket varmint for sure. Possible. Fuentes is now rebanked. Is he? And can process credit cards again. I wonder what caused the change of heart. Is this
Nick,
true?
Look, we're going to protect you and make sure no one sees this. And we're going to give you your banking back. What we need from you, though, is
so here, Jesse. Here's going to be if we see. I feel like if we see the YouTube channel reinstated, dude, on top of it, that's going to for me going to be like. And again, I don't want to call him a Fed, but that for me is going to be like, huh?
Yeah.
Huh?
Is Jasmine? Okay. Is that your wife?
No, Jasmine's our moderator. My wife's asleep.
Got it. Yeah.
Yeah, Jasmine's been trying to wrap the stream up for like 4 hours. All right. Last couple here. I'm sure the government is batting 1,000. Yeah.
Yeah.
Didn't they state the murder weapon's 30-06 before there was even a bullet fragment recovered from the body? Yes, because they randomly found the weapon in the woods. You know, did they recover enough to determine that was a 30-06
hey, I'm going to
round?
murder Charlie Kirk. Signed Tyler Robinson on it.
Yeah. So to Jesse's point, supposedly they found 3 rounds with the weapon. Just happened to leave his rounds with the weapon and just left that gun in the woods.
Yeah.
All put together after reassembling it for no reason.
Fuck you, Charlie.
Yeah. All right, last one. Charlie took one for Harambe. Oh yeah, I feel like you know Harambe, right, Jesse? The gorilla that got killed way back. They used to do all the what was it? Dicks out for Harambe. That was the calling card. A lot of people have said that like when Harambe died, that's what started all of the insanity that we've seen in the last like 7 years. Maybe not. All right, love both of you hitters. Keep bringing the light. Truth to the dark. Rangers lead the way. Appreciate you, brother. All right, we did it.
Dude.
Glad to have Jesse come on here for the last. Dude, I was literally on my last super chat and was about to end the stream when you text me. So, all right, everybody. Thank you all. So we still have almost 7,000 people in here at fucking 12 at night Pacific time.
That's wild.
You guys are crazy. All right, thanks for Jesse. Come on. I got to catch up to all your texts too. And thank you everybody so much for sticking with us. Thanks to Jesse coming on, and we will catch y'all in the next live stream. All right, good night, everybody.